Live from the ESL studios in Burbank, California, welcome to the CSGO Pro League. Tom T Squared Taylor kicking it off at the Xfinity desk with our boy Dub Bears, and it's day number 9.
Day 9, yes.
It is.
I like that.
And it's week number 3 of season number 4. We have some awesome matchups today. Our first matchup, it's going to be CLG taking on Ryu Squad. Rest in peace, Ryu. We miss you over here. That's going to be Selfless. And then the second match of the night, that's going to be SK Gaming, who we saw yesterday fall to Liquid. They're trying to bounce back against Energy Esports. Eric, what are you looking forward to today?
Well, I'm looking forward for this match against SK versus NRG, but I'm not going to take away from Selfless and CLG. I do think that it could be a good match, and it's going to be an AWP match. I want to see Nifty have his A game with AWP, and I want to see Kusta. Yes, Kusta. I want to see that AWP. Please, bring it back. Don't come back to your roots. That's where you came from.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. Now, the thing is about this first match, these guys are really looking to, step it up here. They've had a pretty rough start. Selfless sitting at 0-5, and then you have CLG sitting at 0-4. Now, a lot of people would look at this match and say, oh, it doesn't mean much, but it really means the world for these guys, because if they continue to fall down, they're going to just slip down in the standings. Meanwhile, if Selfless wins this, they could go to 3-5 and potentially move into possibly a top 6, top 4 spot, maybe looking for a playoff push.
Yeah, CLG needs a win. They kind of started off a little slow. Hopefully, with Sub Rosa in the mix, he's able to have a better game than last time. He kind of started off okay. The first couple rounds that they won, he had an impact on it. So hopefully he's able to bring that for the entire match instead of for the first 3 rounds.
All right, I'm stoked. You know who's also stoked? That's going to be our casters for the day. Going to toss it on over to them. That's going to be Lex and Blue.
Hey, how's it going, guys? This is the part of the day where we would normally talk about the storylines for the matches, but we do have a bit of a more serious issue to talk about today. Unfortunately, one of our very avid members of the ESEA community, and also a player who participated in the Pro League last season, has been affected very drastically by the events in the Louisiana flooding. Stephen Harrell, otherwise known as Ruru, has lost essentially everything. His family, they're out of their home. They've lost all of their cars, their appliances. They're basically out in a shelter right now, and they really need the community's help to get back with their lives, as unfortunately they're currently unable to. They're displaced entirely. So we're asking you guys tonight to go to the link, which we should have on screen in a moment here, and help Ruru in any way that you can. We would really appreciate that, you guys. And also, for any current ESCA subscribers out there, if you go over and make a donation with your profile in the link, we are currently giving 10 one-week trial codes to anybody who donates a minimum of at least $10. If you want more information on that, you can go head over to ESCA, and there is a sticky post at the top. But we are asking you guys, out of the kindness of your heart, if you can do anything, please do for Ruru.
Ruru, from the North American CS community to you and your family, we wish you the best of luck. And please, guys, I mean, not often do I think, I would actually get off my my rear end and actually go do something worth the time and energy, I guess you could say, to help somebody out. But it's worth it. It's one of our own. Show him some love.
It's really unfortunate, the events, but he's sitting at just under half of his donation goal right now. If you guys could help give him the boost to get up to what he needs, that would be really, really amazing if the community could come together and do this. But with that out of the way, we are going to send things back over to the analysis desk to talk more about today's action.
Yes, Ruru, our thoughts and prayers are out with you and your family. Now, when you hear something like that, it's like, wow, there's a lot of things going outside of the world. And so many different people are affected, and it's pretty crazy when it hits that close to home. So I want everyone to go and go to that link and give their support to Ruru. But with that being said, let's go ahead and take a look at the standings so far in Season 4 and see how everything has played out so far. C9, 12-0, really impressive start.
So good.
Also, who's looking really strong, Immortals and Echo Fox. Now, all of these teams obviously really trying to battle for that top 4 spot, so things are getting pretty crazy. Optic Gaming, Team Liquid, but then you have all of these other teams still potentially not even out of it because there's so much to be played. Complexity, Renegades, Winter Fox, Splice, Selfless, E United. Now a couple teams that we weren't expecting to be at the bottom, SK Gaming, CLG, and Energy Esports. It's going to be a big match today. Those teams really need to secure wins. So let's go ahead and take a look at the maps and what the matches are. That's Selfless going up against CLG on Cobblestone and Dust 2. Then we have Dust 2 and Cobblestone again. SK and Energy Esports.
A double.
Yeah, it is a double. Now, what do you think, Eric? What do you think for your predictions here?
I think on Cobble, I think Selfless will take it against CLG, because Cobble is a map where you need coordinated smokes and flashes and timings. I think they'll have the edge over that. But a map like Dust 2, I feel like Kusta, I always say Kusta. I have a lot of faith in him. I think he'll do well. And if CLG wants to take this 1-1, they have to bring up their A game for Cobble.
Now, I talked to Ryu. Let's talk about this selfless CLG match because you're actually the coach for CLG Red. Obviously, this is CLG Blue, different team. So you have a little bit of insight on CLG in the team house. But we also have Ryu on the other hand, owner of Selfless Gaming and coach for Selfless Gaming as well. I asked him, what they were going to need to do, and he said need to outskill the veterans. And I don't know if he's trolling us or not, but I really think that that's what he really means. He wants to show that our young guns, people like Caboose, can come out there and outperform these not necessarily old timers, but more seasoned vets.
Yeah, I mean, skill is definitely a big part of the game and everything. Outskill them? Well, I mean, we have to see. CLG does have a lot of skill in their team, and I don't think it'll come down just to the skill battle. I think it'll come down to teamwork and how well Selfless is able to work together over CLG.
Now, one of the interesting things as well is Selfless, even though they're 1-5, they're starting to really, improve overall. Reckless to TSM, a lot of people say that could make their team weaker. However, Caboose is a really solid up-and-coming player who's pretty aggressive and opens up the map to other people. I don't want to kind of compare him to the same skill level as Taco, but almost the same type of, like you were saying, he likes to open up the map for people. So looking forward to seeing what he's going to be able to do. Now, Selfless's losses so far have been to Echo Fox and Immortals, and they split games with Winter Fox. Meanwhile,
That's
CLG...
impressive still. That's impressive. Even though it's 1-5, it's on paper it's bad, but they are barely losing to some of these teams, and the matches are really close. So I wouldn't count them out just yet.
Yeah, their match against Immortals was kind of a stomp, but the other games were actually really close. And when you go and look at it, it's like, oh, they necessarily lost to Echo Fox and they lost to Winter Fox. Their record, isn't very indicative of what they've actually played. But meanwhile, CLG, on the other hand, as well, pretty much the same thing. They've lost, some pretty close matches so far. So they lost to C9 week 2, 11-16 and 10-16.
That's not bad.
That's not a bad fight against C9.
Yeah,
so
yeah. C9's #1, so it's definitely CLG. There's a lot of games yet to be played, so we'll see after tonight if they're able to keep a consistent, maybe win or just lose by a little bit kind of ordeal.
Yeah, I guess the moral of the story is that these two teams are going to be really evenly matched. Now let's talk about two teams that may not be evenly matched on paper. That's going to be SK Gaming going up against Energy Esports again. SK Gaming 0-2 so far in the league. Weren't expecting that, but also just getting word that I guess he's out for the entire season for season 4 because of the ear injury.
Yeah, I don't know if it's like for 2 months or something like that. I don't know exactly how long he's out for, but hopefully he'll get well soon, and then he'll be able to practice and play with SK, and then they'll able to get on their championship form again and not have to rely on a ringer.
Now, they're going to be going up against Energy Esports, and Energy's 2-2. They actually had an amazing match against E United yesterday on the B stream. And you know who absolutely went off was Tabson. He went 42-2-11 on Overpass. Now, these teams aren't going to be playing Overpass today. Maybe a little bit of a strategic map veto there coming out from SK saying, hey, this guy went 42-2-11. So definitely a smart move to try to avoid Overpass. I don't know if SK is necessarily scared of Energy on any type of map, but when you see someone going off that huge, it's definitely someone that you're going to have to be aware of wherever he's on the map.
Yeah, so I'm sure SK has kind of saw him own on that map. So, in their mind, they're like, why hand him the opportunity to have another 40 kills? So just, take that map away, and then let's kind of force him on like a Dust 2 kind of map or Cabo, where SK is generally a lot stronger on.
Well, guys, we want to know what your thoughts are and who you're rooting for. Make sure you always hit us up on social media. Use that hashtag ESL Pro League on Twitter and Facebook at ESLCS. And don't go anywhere. We're going to have that first map coming up after the break.
Obviously, the numbers have grown in the past few years with Counter-Strike's rise to prominence, but the real way the community has grown is just with all the companies, all the sponsors coming in. There really is that level of professionalism for players who are trying to aspire to be in the top levels.
This season, Mountain Dew League is doing a qualifier, and it's basically a quick path to the top.
If you win this Mountain Dew League, then you get into the professional division, you become a professional player.
And I'm looking forward to watching and spectating and seeing who actually makes it.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest haircut.
I absolutely love it.
Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal. This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest race. Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, TheScoreEsports.com, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
welcome back to the CSGO Pro League. Hopefully you guys didn't miss us too much. T-Squared and Bears kicking it at the Xfinity desk. We want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors, Mountain Dew, for making this season happen. As always, be like Blue and do the do. But also I want to mention that the Intel Extreme Masters returns to the Bay Area for the 3rd season in a row. Join us at the Oracle Arena in Oakland, California, November 19th through the 20th for some stadium-level competition in CSGO and League of Legends. For more information on that, go to intelextrememasters.com. But we're talking Selfless, we're talking CLG, and this is not a must-win for these guys, but it's a must-win. It's a must-win in order of getting that momentum.
Yes.
The so key momentum to go up into these standings.
They do need these wins. They're both kind of towards the bottom, and it's a good confidence to start winning matches instead of losing it. And I believe that, I feel like it's going to be good games regardless of them being at the bottom of the scoreboard.
All right, well, let's go ahead and take a look at Selfless's roster now. No surprise to these guys. We've seen them 6 games so far. That's Caboose, the newcomer, 16-year-old, holding it down for the Young Guns. The Young Guns.
The Young Gun.
Nifty, Mitch, No One, and Breezy. Their competition's going to be CLG, so let's take a look at their lineup. Counter Logic Gaming. Now, the thing is about CLG is they're 0-4. They're looking for their first win. And if they would just put all of their names backwards, like Cutler, then they would be it'd be so much tougher to kill because you'd just be like, one shot.
Red look, like I can't even say his name right now. I've known it for years. It's like it's hard to call it out, but that's a pretty good point.
Now, Hayes, Kusta, Nate, and Sub Rosa are going to round up the lineup. Now, I was talking to Ryu before we started everything, and he said that they really want to punish Sub Rosa and Ethan for the mistakes they make. What do you have to say about that?
I think that's smart. I feel like, though, that they should be able to hopefully pick up their game because you saw a lot of mistakes the last time we watched them, and Ryu also saw that too, so I think he will definitely try to exploit that. Hopefully CLG's watched over their play and make sure that they don't make those same mistakes in this match.
Now, these guys have had some common, I guess you can say, enemies in the past. CLG lost to Winter Fox 2-0, and then Selfless actually split games with Winter Fox. So based on that, I would have to, give the advantage over to Selfless. Maybe I would go and say a 2-0 in this series.
I mean, it can be, but they do have Dust 2 on the second map, and I feel like CLG has a lot better chance on Dust 2. It's a puggier style map, so teams with a lot of teamwork or teams that are like CLG who has 2 new roster additions, it won't be as hard as other maps like Cobble.
Right, and then they have another common opponent in Immortals that they faced. Now, Selfless looked really good in the weekend tournament going up against Immortals. It was 2-1, but they actually kind of got stomped. Both of these teams got stomped by Immortals. But to me, when they go and take a map like that, shows a little bit of progress. So really looking forward to that match. I know you guys are too, so let's throw it on over to the casters. That's going to be Lex and Blue. Take it away, fellas.
Thank you very much, Tom. And indeed, we are getting ready to jump into the first match of the day here. Once again, it is going to be CLG taking on Team Selfless. Lex, what are your thoughts as we get ready to head into this first match?
Well, kind of as DeBear stated, I think there's a lot of, I wouldn't call them necessarily rookie mistakes, because even though these guys are new additions and they don't have a whole lot of experience, speaking specifically of the Selfless side, and then bringing it on over CLG, it's kind of like the exact same situation, right?
Yeah.
Bringing in new players. They don't have any kind of new team smell. There's no real chance for a honeymoon phase because, well, they haven't really done anything yet, haven't been able to prove themselves, and definitely have had some disappointing results leading up to this moment right here. But both these teams have an opportunity to build some confidence, maybe clean up their record a little bit. I think, when we move into a match like this, going into the pistol round, it can all start here. The whole momentum of both maps can start with just one round, and this would be it right here.
Well, we are getting into the first round now, and Selfless is going to be the team that starts us off on the terrorist side with Counter Logic Gaming. Jumping onto the defense, they've gone for a pretty heavy stack here towards the B bomb site too, which obviously could prove problematic for Selfless if they follow through with this hit. Only leaving Kusta here towards the A site, and he's been pretty aggressive too. He's already pushed up. I believe he's spotted through the mid doors that there's no one here, and also investigating long. So, I mean, they're going to be absolutely vilified and hanging out here in the B bomb site, and there'll be no reason to rotate anytime soon. It doesn't really look like Selfless is falling back to try and throw it the other way, so they're just going to drop down, start the execute. Hayes trying to hang out here. He does grab 1 kill. It'll be traded, but there's Ethan once again jumping up from the window here too, grabbing 1 pickup. Cutler trying to hold with him, and Ethan finds that frag, and not only that, but a second one. So Broza falls up with a third. It'll very quickly fall down to just no one. However, he is in a 1v2. Knows where at least one of the final players is hanging out at. as he creeps up to the chicken coop right now. He's going to try to move in for that frag. He's spotted the shadow, as you can see, so easy headshot. And now only one more to go.
Looking at Kusta now, he's creeping up towards this sidewalk area, back towards the connector doors, and he spots no one is able to take him down. That's the bomb right there. Falling from no one's hands. The pistol round will go the way of CLG, and unfortunately, that's kind of what happens when you opt for kind of like a late drop split. You give Kusta a chance to clear out A, you know, make sure that the stack they're playing over towards B remains stacked. And Hazel's only able to get one at that window position in that connector, but as soon as you give the opportunity for the bomb to be dropped in that connector area, it's very difficult to recover if you don't gain ground very quickly. And unfortunately, Selfless was stalled there, and CLG was just able to clean up very quickly. Nice hold from all the players over there on that B site, and Selfless now forced onto a pistol armor eco and taking a lot of damage from one grenade drop. Kus is going to clean up with the Bazan. That's an interesting weapon of choice for an eco round, but he works out for him there, picks up 3. No one finally trades that out. Now it's a 2v4 situation. So Rosa now creeping up towards this pizza spot, towards that E-box. And that MP9 is about to do some deadly work if he gets the opportunity to do it. And he messes up his pop flash, actually. Might cost him.
Trying to fall back around the corner. Ethan does pick up that first kill there. First of last 2 anyway. And there we go. They're just going to dispatch of it. So they only lose Kusta in the process of things. And beyond that, it is a pretty quick cleanup for CLG. So again, Selfless at the moment, obviously 2 rounds gone, but trying to run head first into the same strat. Again, they execute on the pistol round, and it just is not going to play out at all. CLG is very much ready for it. And you could see here, too, it was Kusta cleaning things up. He just finally, of course, get overwhelmed because there's just a huge waterfall play from Selfless. But right after that, obviously, the rest of the members of Selfless are pretty easy to shut down.
Right, and that's kind of where I think the newer roster and just the inexperience of the players kind of shines through, is they're trying to focus on drop for the first 2 rounds, and neither time it really looked like, and especially not right there, an effective pop flash wasn't used. Hazed actually might be caught out, unfortunately. Not quite able to get it as Caboose, as he had Hazed off guard for just a moment. Hazed able to drop that smoke grenade and effectively choke off the entire terrorist team. They're going to go through the smoke grenade, and Hayes is going to have a field day with his Nova. That's 3, make it 4. And the ace might be incoming, but Ethan's going to steal that from young James Hayes Cobb. Beautiful man with a ponytail sometimes.
I'm actually impressed he got all 4, though. That gun can be very hit or miss.
Dude, you know what? When I use the Nova, I will never hit a bullet with it, period. But for some reason,
he just hits 4 in a row perfectly.
I'm convinced it has something to do with Steam IDs. Just Valve awards some people the ability to use
weapons cases. It's often like the Deagle too.
With them. I don't know.
Don't you know the Deagle Blaze skin adds
it adds
accuracy.
Flames. Yeah, the bullets get increased.
They just become head-seeking bullets when you have that skin.
Death machine.
The conspiracy continues. So for the rest of Selfless now, they get on to their first gun round, and they'll actually just play it out to a default for the most part here. Nothing really special happening early on in the round here. They do some early damage, though, to Ethan, who tries to push his way up towards Broken, and is going to be punished pretty handily from there. So punished for the early aggression. No reason for CLG to stop doing it, though, since at the moment you really need to... I mean, if you want to be a successful CT on this map, you really need to try and play at least a little bit aggressive so you can try and scout out that intel early in the round and really figure out where the hit's going to be coming from.
Yeah, finally we're seeing Caboose creep out towards this platform. And Selfless in the past has never really demonstrated to be a really strong Cobble team, and this is with various rosters. I mean, it used to be their veto back in the days of Enemy, and these days I don't really see them necessarily being the strongest on it, but hopefully they've improved. The thing that I'm looking at now is the inability to take map control early on. They're going to go through this smoke, and Hayes is just going to chop up Nifty. Come through that mid double doors. Not even a pop flash coming out from Nifty, but finally Breezy snaxes himself through that smoke and takes out Hayes. And now it's a 4v4 situation. The rotate is on from CLG, but the play is going back towards the B-bomb site. Caboose knows there are no CLG members. He's creeped out all the way on that platform. Kusta may have just heard, and the probably alarm to his teammates, like, guys, we don't have nobody at B. I need to rotate back, and Kusta finally moving over towards drop. Subros is the only one out of the B-bomb side. He's going to catch the planter out on no one. That can't happen, boys. But Caboose and Mitch trade him right back, and now it's a 2v2 situation. Seeing Mitch hold this rock position, young Dwayne Johnson player. Cutler over there at the connect doors of this AWP. Going to run into a hairy situation with Mitch close on the doors. He's going to fall, not able to land the no-scope, and now Mitch an opportunity to hold Ethan in his drop area as long as he needs. Caboose doesn't need a peek because Mitch has his back, and that's the first round for Selfless. Nice play, nice rotation back to the B bomb site. CLG just over-rotating beyond belief, and I think that's part of what we're going to see throughout the entire day is botched rotations, the inability and inexperience of site anchors to really kind of lock down these bomb sites.
Selfless, however, do get to just walk right in there. A bit of a scrap to close out, but they do manage to find it. Now the full buy comes in for them. We still have the next rebuy, of course, from CLG. Cutler, the only one having to downgrade himself away from a rifle, but Selfless proceeding a lot faster towards the platform area. And look at Caboose, wasting no time at all getting himself out onto the platform itself to deny steps pressure if the CTs tried to push for it. None will be here, though, early in the round. The rest are grouping up, though, to push out.
Can we look at Nifty for a moment with this AWP? I know Caboose is out on that platform, but this man is full camping T-spawn. That said, Caboose catching a pop flash, and the gunfight's coming out from Sub Rosa at a closed broken wall. They know he's there. There's two players actually grouped up, both Color and Caboose, about to run into each other. Actually, Sub Rosa is going to catch the first bullet. Breezy picks up the second, and now it's a 5-on-3. The B's bomb site is wide open. Only one player taking some pot shots over there from the connector. Kusta actually lands a nice shot on a Caboose. Kusta on a Caboose. Alliteration on alliteration. Breezy drops Kusta, now to 4-on-2. This round is all but lost for CLG. Might have to just save these weapons. And unfortunately, scoreline looks like it might just be 3-2. Selfless picking up another.
And that meltdown for CLG basically starts with that very aggressive push out onto the platform. You can see that comes in from Caboose, I believe, or apologies, it comes in from Breezy along with Caboose, who make that more aggressive push. And then when the CTs do try to push their way back up from the steps area there, that little cubby allows him to move out and punish that a lot easier, since they already get that positioning. And overall, CLG just try to poke in for that info way too late in the round. They're already lined up. They're already basically in the site, essentially. And finding those kills just speeds up the process. CLG have to fall back. They really don't have a choice, as losing those two players to that big stack. Here we go. It's Caboose is actually inside. And like you saw, they're definitely not expecting him to be this close up here. Peeks right out, grabs that first one, and his teammate finishes off the second.
Yeah, that's Breezy, actually. That's excellent teamwork from two young players, relatively inexperienced players. Breezy able to back him up there. Caboose not over-peaking. Knows that, saw Cutler basically jump at that broken wall, and I believe it was Sabrosa was spamming, and knew that there was two players, basically called for help. No one was flashed. No issues with taking out those kills, so nice play from the terrorists thus far, working that B bomb site. Now we have Mitch all alone, kind of throwing his utility over towards B, just trying to keep the rotations and any sort of an eco stack over at that B bomb site. Hayes all alone with this M4 at A. He's going to run into effectively 4 members from Selfless in any moment now.
This is the first time as well that Selfless are really going to commit themselves to the B bomb site. Up to this point, all they've really done is tried to poke it a bit. They haven't really tried to go for full pressure, and for the most part, there hasn't even really been all that much aggression in terms of trying to throw the fake out. They maybe had 1 or 2 players positioned outside, but that's it. So this is the first time we see them actually fully going into the site. CLG up to now have been justified in going for the 4-stack, but when they push into this site, they're going to move in fully. And Hayes is also going to wait a very long time to strike, but it pays off. He picks up 2 big kills. Nifty peeking out, though, does catch the trade. No one finding an additional. However, there's going to be Ethan finding 1 more before going down. There's 1 more left alive for CLG after Mitch rolls inside the room leading up to the balcony there. They've already spotted Sabrosa, so his little corner that he's trying to hide away in will not last very long. Eventually has to try and get out of there, and that's where Nifty's going to strike. And then the round for Selfless.
Yep. Valiant effort from Hayes. I mean, the fact that he's able to ninja up there for as long as he did is kind of impressive. Can't be expected all the time to nail all your clears as a terrorist when you're entering a bomb site, but it almost cost Selfless there well more than 2 kills. I mean, had he had an A4, maybe 10 more bullets, could have done some more damage. Despite that, 3-3 is the scoreline, all tied up now. Counter Logic side with money enough to buy, so here's another gun round coming out then with a fast play from Breezy. Jumping over that broken wall, taking out Sabrosa. It's a nice way to entry and start this round. Cutler answers back. Kusta follows up with another. Cutler with a second nice long-range A4 spray. And Nifty finally getting into the fray now with that AWP. Haven't seen it too much yet. That said, retake must come quickly as only 1 kid on Hazed. Kusta already towards this statue position with his teammate. And no one actually picking up 2. It's a 1v1. He's only got 5 HP versus Ethan. At any moment now, he's going to come around that corner and Ethan's just going to get a free kill. And nice try from no one. Picked up 2 of the 3, and CLG is actually going to take the lead back 4-3 now.
Very close battle near the end of it once more. Talking about this in the pregame, really just how close this was going to be because of how new the rosters are. This is not the CLG of old anymore. A very important point that I'm not really sure if people are understanding yet, that this team is going to be all sorts of different now because basically the entire formula has changed. Even when they brought Kust on, you remember this was very recently before we saw the entire roster break apart. They only bring him on maybe like 1 or 2 weeks before Cologne starts, so this is all still very new stuff that we're seeing form on this team, and it's going to take time. So Selfless is not going to have any trouble whatsoever trying to compete with these guys at this kind of a level.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I mean, kind of the strength that for so long kept CLG at the top of the competitive scene in North America is honestly just their experience playing together. I mean, the season that you have kind of just goes to show when you can mesh with someone for that long. If you get along well, like, magic can happen, and they did it at well, 2 majors ago. And then after the whole roster shakedown, this is like I don't know if it's a breath of fresh air, but definitely a fresh start. And they have a lot of work to do to bring things back, but they're not looking too bad now. Already 4 rounds on the counter-terror side of Kabul. Nice way to start the half on round 8. Nifty and Caboose already worked out towards this B platform. Mitch sitting above drop, and no one's actually going to find one at A halls, and that's all it's going to take to draw a rotator over from that B bomb site back towards A. And at any point now, Selfless can move into this B bomb site, but it's already been blown away as Caboose entries onto Sabrosa, and Ethan and Kusta are the lone defenders of this B bomb site. Kusta hanging around that drop area. Ethan towards Rock in that connector door. And he's going to back off a little bit. He gets smoked off at connector. Breezy's lurking up towards A. He's going to be able to find a gunfight at Cutler any moment now, and Cutler's able to call that, but Breezy in this connector area is just going to do the dance. Try and hold Cutler here as long as possible. His teammates put that bomb down at B, and he is able to find the kill onto Ethan, and he knows Cutler's still over there at A, so now it's a 5-on-2. All they got to do is wait this out and try and hunt this gun down. Kusta, though, is coming up behind Breezy, and Breezy's desperately calling for his teammates, and Mitch is able to come to the rescue, and now Cutler, run for your life, my friend.
They're all wrapping so quickly, too, to hunt him down. He's here to take the challenge. Breezy, the first one that gets eliminated, swiping onto Mitch, but Caboose puts a quick stop to it. Ends the round. Selfless do pick up a third, responding right back, causing another reset for CLG, and this just happened. Because we may just see them go for the buy anyway, depending on if they want to force up directly. Regardless, the full save seems to be what is coming in for these guys. A couple P250 investments across the table, but that is going to be it. Now we will see if they are able to pierce the veil on the site itself. Moving up once again, Selfless hitting for the most part pretty directly over here towards the B-bomb site. This has been their favorite play. In fact, we've only really seen them up to this point go ahead towards the A-bomb site. I think only 1 time in this half. Look at him, wasting no time. Mitch is leaping right in. He knows that they're weak, and he's going to leap in to try and find as many kills as possible. Sabrosa does sneak his way around the boost rock there to be able to find 1 kill against Mitch. For the rest of the team moving in here, they take Nifty down a bit, so they're just trying to cause chaos on the site. Caboose doesn't check that corner, so hold on, all of a sudden, this goes 3-on-2 in the favor of CLG, but that'll change very quickly. As Nifty drops another one, Kusta, now with an AK, picks up no one, and very delayed reaction from Nifty, so all of a sudden, Nifty looking to clutch. Selfless may be a bit too straightforward with this, and there you go. Hayes finding the back shot of the Nifty, somehow closes that round out for CLG.
That was a very ugly eco round to lose. I mean, Selfless gets basically 2 entries for free, and it's a 5-on-3, just kind of throwing away kills over at that drop area, and then again back towards that statue once they lost a little bit of that map control. I mean, 2 players going down and drop. Kind of, I wouldn't say necessarily unacceptable. People are going to make mistakes, but the trades must come in, especially when you're just against a P250 no armor buy. And 5-4 now, Counter Logic able to hold on to this lead. Round by round, they're grinding this half out, and that's what, honestly, it's going to take to probably knock off a map. I mean, Kabul traditionally a terror-sided map. Cutler able to take down Nifty, knows the A push is coming on this eco. And all alone in that side hall is Hazed, falling to no one now. 3v4 situation. Selfless can pretty much do anything they want. There's not a flanker coming in from B, but CLG-wise this time, is keeping an anchor on that bomb site. That's exactly what Selfless is going to do. Walk back towards the B bomb site.
Selfless slowly moving over towards it here with Kusta and Sabrosa posting up as the defense force. Kusta going to be the main man up to bat, however, since they're not necessarily heading over here on the platform just yet. That could change in a second, though, and Kusta, they can actually have probably a lot of noise with the jiggle peeking right now. So they will move in to look for him in a moment here. as they do proceed up to the drop room, and there we go. Okay, bit late on the response to actually stop sort of Jiggle Peeking, so he gives away damage. They definitely know he's there, and now he goes down because he's not ready for the push window. And not only this, but Caboose just decks Ethan. Cutler, he's the last man alive on this site. Do they expect him in the safe corner? And again, he's got a slow reaction. He still picks up a kill, but he remains out from around that corner, so Breezy's able to take him out with the AK. It's just Sabrosa all of a sudden.
And that's... I'll talk about that in a minute, because I have a lot of things to say about that. But Sabrosa now creeping up there towards these A-halls. And Breezy's stuck at Woodwall, and he has no idea what is about to hit him in the back. Sabrosa's not going to find it, actually. Breezy just with a... What does Ryu call it? His sixth sense? Flipping around there, taking down Sabrosa. And that's a round win with almost a full eco from Selfless. I mean, that just can't happen for either team. Back-to-back eco rounds. Money will never be good for you if you can't keep a bank. CLG forced to eco now. Let's see if they can do it again. And I think right there at the end of that round, we saw Kusta Jiggle Peeking this awkward angle that it's really not an angle, actually, for a rifler to play. And I have a feeling like Cutler in the back of that A-bomb site is kind of the same thing, where not only did they change up the roster, but they've changed up the roles completely, right? So Kusta's no longer opping. Cutler's now an opper. I just think both of those situations could have been played much, much safer. Unfortunately, 2 free kills went the way of Selfless. And now Selfless looking to take the lead, slowly, carefully taking this round now, as opposed to the previous time they had Counter Logic Gaming on eco. Now they're taking it very cautious. They're very aware that pistols can be used effectively from CLG.
Taking the normal route, essentially, that we kind of expect on anti-ecos, whereas last time, a bit too much confidence, I guess we would have said, back on round number 9, where they basically just rushed the site, hoping to clean up as quickly as possible. It's a strat that a couple of teams have started to employ, but for the most part, they do it in the first couple of rounds after you win the pistol there. They haven't tried to do it directly here, like while there's still possibility for full guns to be in play, so... Fortunately, they ran into a big stack from CLG and didn't set themselves up for trades very well either, which is why we saw that round kind of go down to the dumps. But now they're going to be able to get basically free B control after they found these first 2 kills against Sabrosa and Hazed. Ethan will be watching for any drop pressure that moves in, and also is going to be tested here in a moment. You know, he's sitting down inside. Bit of a battle there towards drop, but he's trying to move out from it, and they'll prevent him from doing so quite nicely. No one also going to move himself into the halls. If he times this right, he can find Kusta for free, but he actually looks away. So Kusta's the one who's going to find it. Nice little one-tap to do some great damage, but also losing Cutler here. It's all coming down to Kusta now, or at least as far as these back B halls are concerned, and won't be able to find anything. Breezy shuts him out. Ethan is going to be your last man standing, but with his position being in drop here, it's going to be the same old story. To just survive with a P250, and all 5 from Selfless will make it out of the round.
Yep, Selfless taking the first lead of the game. 6-5 for the terrorist side now. If they can manage to close this out 10-5, I think, you know, for either side, that's somewhat respectable. The thing is, though, I mean, CLG, 3 of the 5 rounds that they won was the pistol, the following anti-ecos, and then they won an eco round of their own. So they need to win a gun round at some point. A couple bits of armor on CLG, pistols across the board. Selfless again, kind of posting up outside of A. CLG's actually already burned 2 smokes over there at the A-bomb site, so making it look like perhaps this is a B stack when it's not. And now Selfless kind of grouping back up towards that B-bomb site, but Nifty still posted deep towards that fountain area, back towards terrorist spawn.
The only thing that would throw them off here is going to be if they don't realize that, again, they're on an eco. So just as I say that, though, there is the nice Molotov tossed out there. And also Caboose almost catching Ethan there, too. Thankfully, he's a little bit further back in that position.
So Caboose still holding this B platform. Takes out Kusta.
We are going to see now Caboose trying to hold on to his own here. No one dropping Cutler. He's going to try to push his way out here. Drops Ethan. And following that up, Hayes is also going to fall too. So with that, Selfless are going to once again press forward here. They'll go 7 against 5. CLG going into another bye on this round. Of course, a full investment as they did go for the full double save. And Cutler now as well, armed with an up.
Apologies, I had a mic issue there, but we're good now. 7-5. Selfless extending their lead to 2. CLG able to pull out a full buy now. Cutler back on that op. And pretty much full utility across the board for the counter-terror side of CLG. This time, though, Selfless moving 3 guys back towards that A bomb site. And I think Hayes is, yeah, he's committed to playing this A hall area. And he does have utility, but he's not using any of it yet. Probably just doesn't want to see his position given away. Try and catch somebody off guard, as previously they just have 1 or 2 members kind of probing this side hall. So I expect he believes with the help of Cutler holding this angle over at A halls, he can get something done here. Now Mitch dumping his inventory at drop, making sure that CLG is always concerned about this B side of the map as Nifty slowly falls back. Not sure if this is kind of like, well, as I say that, they're moving back towards the B bomb site, but Selfless kind of, this default that they're running where they're not really taking any map control is very safe, it's very cautious. I wonder if this is maybe like, with the grace of a new in-game leader, some indecision, right? Because Mainline just recently left the roster, and I'm not even sure who's in-game leading for Selfless now. I don't know if you know this, but...
Well, they were one of the teams that primarily was having like their coach doing a lot of that stuff for them, but now, obviously now they've decided against that, and I'm actually not sure who's taken it over since then. I think that would be a good question for to ask Ryu when he gets back, because it seems like it may be just kind of like what Cloud9's doing. They sort of have it in a looser context, but it seems as though Selfless are going to try to make the hit, although it's a bit messy when they initially move in, since CLG spots it due to Sabrosa's position. They molly it off, and here comes Sabrosa himself there too, finding a first kill. Hayes with a second pickup. He will eventually go down. Sabrosa, this is to Nifty, but look at how much time is being wasted. 8 seconds left on the clock. No one has no choice but to put this bomb onto the ground. And with this, Kusta is going to move right in there and punish the final 2. A very last-second execute, as it would seem, from the side of Selfless, and Counterlogic Gaming are absolutely ready for it, so they don't really let them get anywhere besides finding that plant.
Yeah, I don't even know if that was an execute. I mean, that was just more like a, hey guys, let's go back B, and we'll explode out at B, you know? Like, just 4 guys walking out of that platform. And essentially it was a firing squad for CLG. I mean, he had one kind of smoke over there at the sidewalk area, but that was it. They were able to get onto the bomb site, put the bomb down eventually. There comes a time when, like, you run out of strats and maybe you want to rely on your aim, catch the CTs off guard, but the execution, the actual explosion onto the bomb site was so slow. Actually, boost now at drop from Cutler. See if he can find anything here. And he is going to find Mitch. Nice shot from him. Kusta gets flashed off a drop, and actually Cutler bails him out, and he's able to find one on a caboose. And I am not quite sure what is going on right now, but CLG is just holding that drop area beautifully. An AWP, next gen, boys.
They haven't really been having that extra person sitting inside there for a while, so even if it was just an all of a sudden thing to do that boost and have them there, the second person has helped them out immensely. And now the final 2, they don't really get past Broken Wall. Nifty kind of creeps up to the boosting area a bit there, but beyond that, everybody is stuck either immediately below the drop position, or they just get crushed as they try to push themselves out of out by Broken.
I've just received word that Nifty is calling now.
I saw that tweet as well.
That answers that. That said, I mean, this what could have been a 10-5 half for Selfless once they made that kind of gamble play towards B is now 7-7, right? They're able to buy out in this last round, full utility, and finally Nifty able to punish some aggression over at the A bomb side. He's posted there every round, and you hope in the back of your mind that, you know, eventually this patience will pay off, and it finally does. 5v4 is so difficult on Kabul. Now, I'd love to see Selfless actually make a play over towards A, make them bring a rotator over Caboose. Taking things into his own hands, however, dropping Sabrosa at that B site. Nifty distracting Ethan over at A, and he might be able to draw a rotator, but just as I say that, they are moving back towards B. And again, no real map control taken. They're not even out on the B platform yet because they just don't want CLG to see anything. They suspect that the Opper might be on plat, and they'd be right. Cutler is there. So some sort of a drop split's probably going to come out here. Mounting up is 3 players from Selfless above drop. Nifty rejoining them. No one actually might be throwing a lurk over at A. Might turn it into an A split, and that's exactly what's going to happen now. Selfless busting into that connector area, all on Kusta to try and make something happen, but he backs off, playing a little passive, and as I say, that Caboose entries on to Ethan over at A. So that bomb site is wide open. Selfless more than likely going to take this round, but they are low HP across the board. All it takes is 1 bullet from Kusta to drop Breezy. As I say that, the retake is on now. Kusta and Cutler in this last round of the half not only have to defuse that bomb, but deal with full utility pretty much still on the Selfless side, Molotoving that heaven area, and just a few grenades to work with the CLG, and they're not only going to use one flash. Nice kill from Kusa. That's his second of the round with 5 HP. He's going to fall to no one. And now Cutler, this AWP, let's see if he can get anything done, but he cannot drop by no one. 8-7 half. You know, decent showing from both sides considering what things could have been for either team.
Overall, a bit of a scrap, though, as we saw those two teams kind of going back and forth between it. So a lot of mistakes, a lot of good stuff at the same time, but we're going to see how it all capitalizes, of course, in the second half, which is coming up in just a few. Stick around right here at the ESL Pro League.
He's going to get the one kill in that bomb. It can't be done in this zone. FNX has to stay up. Oh, he gets the triple FNX. Oh my god, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this orb is still.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, TheScoreEsports.com, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
First map of the day turns out to be, well, to be honest, a bit of a mess. Both those teams kind of scrapping back and forth.
I believe it was Davey yesterday described one particular match as a cluster duck. Whatever that is.
Good PC way to keep it there.
Well, honestly, strictly, not completely a mess, actually. I was going to say strictly a mess, but it's like when you have a newer roster, constantly you're going to be frustrated because whatever you're calling in your head, as we clarified, Nifty is the new in-game leader for Selfless. Sometimes you're going to be able to call strats, and it's just all going to come to you. You're going to make the right decision at all times. And other times, you're just like, why didn't that work? And unfortunately, like when they go back and review their demos, which, you know, at this stage, 2016, you know, people do their homework. I have a feeling there's going to be a lot to learn on their terrorist side is Selfless. And CLG, I mean, equally made mistakes. Both teams got ecoed several times.
Round 9 was probably like the most critical one, where we saw Selfless kind of just rushing the push on the site there, and unfortunately
5-4, yeah.
They were all spread out too, so there was like no trade positions and whatnot, but there was a couple situations where that happened against CLG too, so.
Absolutely. And I think like when you get caught off guard like that, I mean, it's even more frustrating than just losing a gunfight or something like that, both for the players and the in-game leaders specifically, because I mean, the stress kind of gets to you, and you're just like, oh, man, like, we shouldn't have lost that round. Like, what do I do now? And it throws off your whole game plan. So for a new in-game leader like Nifty and ultimately a new roster like Selfless, it's a testament to their skill to be able to bring that back 8-7, right? I mean, CLG, these guys are no slouches. They have a lot of talent on this roster. Some old faces, some new ones. But regardless, either of these teams might be able to take it away in this half, as we're going to move into this pistol round any moment now, but we're going to be all right. It's going to be a good match.
It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a cluster duck, I believe. In technically Davey's words, but your words about 3 minutes ago. I mean, the one thing I'm worried about overall with CLG and now as they jump onto the T side is the fact of just how long it took them to adapt to situations. Like, Selfless would be, I'd say, pretty much at the very least 2/3 of the time, but probably a lot more than that. I think they only went A 3 or 4 times at most, unless I missed a couple rounds or just miscounted a bit. But I mean, this time CLG, well, they're not going to be holding back at all. They're going right up to the A bomb site. They don't even notice Breezy is positioned at A long. So with that, that's going to be a big mistake because they leave it open. They don't keep any players to watch that. He's able to push right back in, picks up a free kill. Nifty also finding one, gives them the man advantage. And well, Ethan peeks right into 2 more players from Selfless as Mitch moves his way out. The final 2 are going to try to get aggressive to hunt these kills, but now they've just boxed themselves in at the entrance here on the wrap area. Mitch picking up 1, Kusta trading it out, but now he's alone. Good news is he's got some of them a bit low. Mitch and Nifty are in possible one-tap territory depending on how it goes, but nope, that's not even going to work. Mitch immediately shuts Kusta down. And with that, Selfless are going to be able to keep their lead here in the second half.
And even though he only got 1 kill, Breezy able to take that first kill off of CLG, kind of returning the trade frag after 1 was dropped from Connector. Able to stay alive in that 8 halls, made basically CLG completely turn around and have to focus on him, even though he's not peeking. Because they know at any moment, like, this guy could pop out and shoot us in the back of the head. So Selfless was able to flank up through mid. I believe it was Mitch got 3 kills that round and ultimately just overwhelmed the bomb site very quickly in the same manner that CLG had just done, just from many different angles. And, you know, 9-7, Selfless able to take the pistol round. And that's huge going into this next round as CLG manned with P250. We've seen them do it before in the last half, but a little bit of a different situation now. They are going completely against 3 SMGs, 2 M4s at a Selfless, and they are now on the terrorist side.
CLG, once again, though, getting ready to just basically go for an all-in play, same as the pistol round, just with a lot slower pace. It'll be a default push into the B bomb site. However, at the moment, all 5 players are moving in to execute. Unfortunately, with as light of a buy as they have here, it's probably not going to end up going so pretty. Just trying to combine as many players as possible into one area of the map in hopes of overwhelming at least 1 or 2 players from Selfless, and also possibly being able to find a plant at the very least to give them that extra cash when they go for the buy. And here they go. The jump down. Ethan actually grabs a great first shot against no one. Now they're armed with an SMG. It's going to move in over. Nifty's got a great position behind the panels here, trying to peek it out a bit and cause some frustration with the pistols as we normally see. That's going to be, I believe, Hayes trying to cross through it, but now Hayes moves himself out into the open where Breezy is waiting, and is Kusta's last man alive. He picks up 1 more kill, but eventually goes down to Mitch. No plant for CLG. They do find 2 kills. However, I think most of the big guns are re-retrieved at the end of the round.
Re-retrieved.
It's probably not a word.
Like the retriever that
they're just retrieved.
Wouldn't leave me alone at the airport yesterday. 2 days ago now. Anyway, Selfless Gaming, 10-7. This is the biggest lead they've had this game, and still in a commanding fashion over CLG. They're on the CT side now, a little bit more difficult historically in CSGO. But CLG, that first bomb plant, able to buy up, and plenty of utility on the board. Kusta actually eats a nade over there towards upper B, and now AK's creeping towards A, or Cutler, Hazed, and Sabrosa as Ethan and Kusta hold down on the other side of the map. Nifty and Breezy still opting to play this 3-2 setup. And it's a very safe way to play Cobble. Unfortunately, it leaves that B bomb site a little exposed, but CLG being very diligent over that.
Okay.
And Mitch with a nice spray through the smoke on Kusta. That's gonna, you know, a gift, I guess you could say. Thank you, CS Gods, for putting that man within my crosshairs.
Bit of tilt for Kusta as well, probably.
It's definitely frustrating. I mean, if anybody out there in the audience has ever played Upper B Plat as a terrorist and that's been your job, I feel your pain, Kusta.
Couple of degrees to the tiltometer.
Yeah, especially when your whole team's on the other side of the map and they're just like, Kusta, how'd you die? It's just like, bro, I don't know.
But
I don't know, man.
Hayes is going to start this push over here onto the site now, and Nifty tries to rush out. Doesn't go so well. Breeze is up on the boosted wall, though, and he can catch the trade. Now, however, he needs to fall back into the site as the rest of the team is going to follow through. Calling for the rotations, but it is not a full commitment yet. They haven't seen these other 2 pushing up the ramp side. Maybe hearing one of them, but not spotting the bomb. It's kept way in the back, and now no one spots these players pushing up from the APC, but he re-peeks it way too wide. So does Breezy, same mistake. And now with that, CLG will get control of the A site.
Man, the over-peaking, I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of it this game, as we saw Nifty, Breezy, and no one all do just that. Sabrosa, Ethan, and Cutler locked into this B bomb site. We have Sabrosa playing this APC area, and he might be caught off by Kusta. If he's not careful, Cutler is just dedicated staring at this side hall. And he does. Caboose finds him. And now it's just Mitch, Cutler, and Ethan alone in this 1v3. See whether Mitch can creep up towards this B bomb site and find at least Ethan. Trying to spam that wood wall, not going to happen, but he does find one on Ethan and actually does some damage to Cutler, but it's not going to be enough. Even though he has a kit, he's just going to try and stick it here, and Cutler's going to execute him. Give him a nice haircut.
Nice little tap away there to finish things off. So that will be another round found by CLG, and they will start to close the gap, of course, by winning that first gun round. Selfless, though, will not even be left with enough cash to try and go for a full reinvestment. It's just going to be the upgraded pistols across the team, and most of them being donated, I believe, by Caboose. Nifty, I think, dropping one in there as well to help out with the strain a bit, but again, not really expecting all that much from Selfless unless CLG makes those same fairly aggressive mistakes the Selfless made back on like round number 9 of the first half.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, that previous round, I kind of almost went on a rant about it, but Selfless had it set up perfectly, had 3 players towards that A bomb site. And this is going to be a firing squad. Actually, no one with a running 5-7 onto Ethan. CSGO. Booster returns on a nifty, though, 4v3 situation. CLG just prodding the B bomb site, not quite committing it to anything yet. Kusta does need to be careful. He is low on HP and stuck towards this corner at B platform. He's going to smoke himself off, I imagine, and try and get out of here, which he will do just that. Sabrosa already down drop, though. He's going to be able to lock down this B bomb site and any rotators. Might as well just leave Kusta here to Vac. Threw no one on the smoke. Nice shot. Excellent spray. Breezy and Mitch trying to do a little bit more damage towards CLG. I know they had quite a few kills in the previous round. Might be able to force CLG on low money into the next gun round if they get a few down here, but Breezy's not going to be able to find one. Mitch will fall. 10-9 is now the scoreline. Selfless clinging to a lead desperately. They're going to go into a gun round this next round, and CLG again, we're going to keep at least a UMP, and the rest of them are going to be able to buy up pretty much, have full utility. Not too bad of a buy coming out from them. Actually, no, pistol armor coming out from Selfless, opting to play this conservatively. Actually, that's actually a good call because Cobble in general, because it's more of a T-sided map, and you know CLG's low on money anyway. If you can get enough kills here and keep their bank low and then go into a full buy round, you'll have 2 gun rounds following this. Just double save after getting reset. Not a terrible decision. And Cutler seems to be lining up a smoke, so I imagine this is going to be some sort of a B execute as there are 5 members of CLG towards this B platform, and Caboose is going to get run into by several players here as there is just a holding mouse 1 party at upper B through that smoke. No one actually finds one on Ethan. Now it's a 2-on-2. Cutler and Hazed basically not really even sure whether or not there's anybody left in this B bomb site, which there is not. It's just a double flank coming out from Selfless.
Hazed has it watched, though. He's going to spot these players moving in. Hasn't seen them yet, but he's watching for it, and there you go. There's the peak. That's what he wanted to see. Flashbang rolls out to it. Nifty tries to capitalize. Unfortunately for him, Hazed will be safely just kind of tucked away behind the box position, and Nifty not even really wanting to poke out against it now since they know that the pressure's here. Hazed also on the cusp of an ace, too, after the crazy bit of a chaos that we did have back over here on the drop area. But Cutler, rude as he is going to jump up on Broken Wall and steal the ace. What a jerk.
Yeah, well, classic just teammate things, you know? I believe they live together, so they'll probably...
they've been together for a while, though. Yeah. Their relationship can survive that.
I'm sure it's abusive.
If that was Kusta, that's still to be a whole other
Cutler
story.
picks on Hazed. I don't know. Maybe not. He doesn't strike me as that kind of guy. He's so quiet, but you never know.
It's very mellow from the conversations I've had with him.
Yeah, and back into this round, I mean, it's 10-10. It's been tied up by CLG, and they have shown no signs of stopping. Unfortunately, this is the first test they're going to have really of this half, is they're going to have a full buy from Selfless. 5 rifles on the board now. And another B execute smokes coming out, but nothing committed quite yet. And I think the idea is going to bait out the utility of Selfless. No one holding this drop with a beautiful spray as Ethan and Subrosa just kind of walked into those bullets. Nifty over at that coup position, throwing shades of Cold Zera onto Kusta.
And for Cutler now.
Yeah, Cutler.
Big clutch ahead of him. The Molotov being denied. I think Nifty's going to peek it anyway, though, but it doesn't matter. Is Cutler just going to push from Broken? Spots the butt of Breezy. Finds that kill and almost brings down Nifty through the chicken coop. But thankfully, no one is going to surprise and finish him off before he takes a second crack at it.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looked like Cutler was sitting on that platform staring at Nifty just dancing around in that coop, but just couldn't get a shot. Unfortunate angles from that B platform. Sometimes you just get the advantageous position from seemingly a dead end from coop. You got to molly that out, smoke it out, do something when you know an Opera has a propensity to play there. That said, Selfless answering back finally in this half and reclaiming their lead, and this is going to be a grind. I mean, we mentioned it at the break. Been a brawl, been a bit of a mess, I guess you could say. Back and forth throughout the entire game, and Selfless actually losing a couple guns there. Just has a FAMAS on Breezy, and just in the same fashion over on the CLG side, a Tech 9 and a P250. Just like to see what's a huge nade doing over 100 damage to the CLG squad. Nice nade from drop. Over at that drop position, one of the effective techniques to kind of utilize your utility the best is just to change up your progression of nades. Sometimes you volley first, nade quickly. Sometimes you smoke first, nade late, and it just draws the terrorist side drop area, thinking that, you know, there's no molly. He's not peeking it. They're playing passive. They're not playing in drop, and then you just hit him in the face with the nade. It looks like exactly what happened there from CLG. They thought it was clear, and it was not. And Caboose is playing this plat position, and Kusta is actually going to run into a gunfight with him any second now, but continuously flashes Caboose, and a nice shot on a Mitch from Kusta. And Caboose finally answering, picks up 2 of his own, but it's 3v3 now as Cutler trades. And now no one from that rock position doing heavy damage towards this CLG side round after round. This drop player knows what he's doing as he's pushing out with his teammates, waits to go in, but overpeaks just a little bit, and Ethan capitalizes, and now it's a 2-on-2. A gritty round coming out here from Selfless as they are not giving up this bomb site just quite yet. And Ethan clinging to any sort of map control, and Hayes actually bails him out from a sneaking Breezy. And Ethan finds one on a Nifty, and that's a nice round coming out from CLG. Able to get the trades effectively throughout.
A nice little cleanup from them once again. And as we predicted, this game going right into another tied scoreline here. Selfless also going to be broke for the most part, really having problems trying to stabilize that CT economy, it would seem. So once more, they'll be put onto basically just the default pistols, and the spread from them, well, despite, I mean, really regardless of what it's going to be, we haven't seen anything hugely impactful from them on these eco rounds just yet. There's been some good setups, but when it actually comes time to execute and pick up those kills and surprise CLG, they haven't been able to really pick anything up, although there might be a good opportunity to find at least one player here. Kusta being fairly aggressive here by the broken wall, pushes out. See him though finding that 1 kill, and the second player that was hanging around to support Caboose has now fallen way back. There's Nifty though, puts himself a better position and doing some damage with the USP, taking down Kusta. Sabros just dropped in, but completely misses that opportunity to finish off no one on the cross. He's gonna push out again. He will find his kill, but Mitch still impacting here. And Ethan, come on, you need that one more bullet, and he just gets absolutely denied by Mitch. Although he will go down to Hayes eventually, and Breezy too is kind of gonna just walk into the spray from Sabrosa. But for what buy that was, that's still decent damage, taking down 3 to 5 of the players. Certainly gonna keep the money low on CLG's end.
Yeah, and that's important. I mean, moving into the rest of this half, the rounds are running out. So if you can keep CLG's money low, I mean, anything can happen. Just one gun round going your way. And they're actually going to force into this with a FAMAS, a UMP, and an MP9. And that's actually a bold strategy. They know they can reset CLG here. You know, they've won 2 rounds in a row, but there's not a whole lot of money. The max money that I see right now is Cutler with 2450. And unfortunately, that's not even enough to drop in this next round if he dies. So moving forward, you got to think CLG, got to come up with something. And anti-ecoing towards that Long B plat, I mean, things can get hairy. And Kusta just caught off at some weird angles with that MAC-10, not able to get a whole lot done. And just giving away some free kills. I think it was Nifty with that USP caught like 3 different dinks that round. His ADR is going to be glowing after this game, I'm sure. And Breezy actually putting that MP9 to work over at that A-Halls, that danger area, finding one on a Sabrosa. And at this point, I mean, CLG knows he's up there, but they're still kind of waiting for the trade frag to come in, or at least the trade attempt to come in from mid-slope. There's nobody there. Slowly inching up towards mid, and Hayes actually catches Breezy jumping onto the broken wall. Questionable decision-making. Perhaps some over-peeking there from Selfless. Nevertheless, Selfless still in a 2v2 or 2-and-2 setup. Caboose is tucked away at this upper B plat. He's going to run into the bulk of the CLG force as they're moving towards him with actually a lot of speed. And he peeks into 2, and he gets both kills. Kusta and Ethan fall. Hayes is able to pick one up on a Nifty, but no one answers, and now it's just Cutler in a 1v3, and Caboose with another huge round. And it looks like Selfless, no one's actually at 25-and-17. On the other side, Kusta is 24-and-18. These guys came to play today.
Absolutely. And for CLG again, as we saw there, on the attempt to try and push in, was pretty much dominated by Selfless. Too slow. And unfortunately, just run into the setup from Selfless. Not able to find any of those entries. And the follow-up, just to be completely honest, was non-existent here. So we're going to go into another, basically an immediate eco from CLG. We've already talked about how Selfless has been having trouble maintaining their economy, but with the rounds that Selfless has been having, the past 2, I would say 2 ecos that they pulled off here, they've done massive damage to CLG, which has constantly kept them low. And now, no one's going to move into punish, but it's the same issue. Sabrosa loses his life on the push. That's going to hand over a free M4 to Sabrosa. Now, no one on the team is armor, so granted, effectiveness that he's going to have, this is really going to depend on the position he can take in the B-bomb site, assuming they still push here. But for the rest, they're still working with that. Now they're going to have to capitalize on that man advantage as the rest of Selfless just do a 2-2 split. They are slowly priming to push out towards platform. No drop action to be seen yet, and it looks like for the most part they're going to be avoiding it. So again, it's an all-out push onto the site. Caboose, he's going to be the man that'll be tested, but he only finds one pickup. Mitch, the same story. He actually doesn't even get one. Mitch just gets destroyed. Nifty finding a trade with the op pick there, and also catching Sabrosa out in the open. Bombs down on the ground. Breezy shutting out Cutler. Things are back under control, and Nifty shuts out the round.
Huge up kills from Nifty. I mean, that's the trouble. If you give up a pick early in the round, when you're on the counter-terrorist side of Cobble, you kind of lose the ability to gain map information. I mean, you can push over at the A side, but if you run into players, you have no one else remaining there, basically. So you keep two, you play passive, and again, I mean, when you're in any kind of a split setup, especially on Cobble, the rotates can be so long that, you know, if you lose any sort of gunfight, basically, the whole site can collapse. And it did just there for Selfless. I mean, they lost B pretty quickly. CLG was able to capitalize on that first kill, move into the B bomb site, and unfortunately for them, they had no utility left to smoke off Nifty, and he just picked up 3 at the end of that round. And gave Selfless the lead here, 13-12, still grinding out rounds. CLG on a force buy. Only Kusta with a Tech 9. The rest of them have rifles, and Nifty's actually going to draw the ire of Cutler, but he gets the better of him and escapes with 75 HP, and he's still re-peaking. This man has all the confidence in the world after that last round. And 5v4, great situation to be on, especially when you're clinging to a lead just by 1 round. And Kus is actually creeping up towards this upper B plat. I'm not sure if he knows that Mitch is here. We'll find out in just a moment. Mitch playing this so carefully. Knows that the utility's got to be light for CLG. Probably chose that one and done spot just for that situation. Calls for a pop flash, picks up 1, finds a second on a Sabrosa. And now 5v2, Hazed and Ethan. You gotta wonder what they can do here. He can finally cap. Ooh, and a nice shot from Hazed. Actually takes out Breezy. Ethan's able to take out Mitch from that drop area.
Ethan's got to do huge work now with this flank that he's opened up by pushing out window. And so upsetting that no one just moves right back in and punishes the window push. So, I mean, Hazed he may not even be able to get the bomb back down, to be honest. He's got a player waiting for him right around the corner, though. Caboose is going to miss his opening shots. Flashbang hits both Hazed and a teammate there. He's going to push it up, but what he missed because of that flash is the fact that Nifty gets himself in that position by the steps. So that will allow Selfless to punish, and they'll get up to their 14th round. Again, very close battle, but Nifty's early kills combined with this huge peak that we see from Mitch, where he nets those 2 frags, that is what allows Selfless to slowly tear apart CLG.
Yeah, I mean, I think in the exact same fashion that I talked about, kind of when you lose a man early on Cobble, it's difficult because you lose map information, you lose the ability to push in different parts of the map and like have it be safe. When you're on the terrorist side, I mean, Selfless took the opening pick and just ran with it. Nifty opened it up, knew there was 3 guys towards the A bomb site, and Mitch is just like, okay, I'm gonna go walk onto the B. I'm gonna walk on the upper B plat. You know, didn't even have a smoke in front of him. Knew that there was no upper B control coming out here from CLG. So when they regrouped back towards B, I mean, this guy could be anywhere. Of course, he's gonna be on plat. Like that's one of the most advantageous spot. Calls for a pop flash, gets 2 clean kills, almost finds a 3rd, finally falls to, I believe it was Ethan over at that drop area, but the damage had already been done. Suddenly that 5v4 is a 2-on-4, and Selfless played that beautifully.
And again, the pacing at this point, too, from CLG, especially as of the past, I would say, like 2 or 3 rounds, has been very, very slow. Trying to go for these slow build-ups that sort of lead into an explosion on the bomb site, whereas Selfless, while, I mean, maybe not as successful, it was still a very direct type of play that they were going for on most of these rounds. They weren't really hanging back, waiting for picks and whatnot, like CLG is doing. So oftentimes what we see is CLG, because they lose these players so early on, they try to still go for that same type of execute you would do with a 5-man team, and it just gets pummeled because it's so easily read.
Right. Odd man situations for either side on any map. I mean, a lot of it comes down to being able to utilize your players correctly. So if we're going with the whole motif, I guess, of new rosters and inexperienced playing together, I mean, if you're in-game leading right now for CLG, you got to be thinking like, okay, Ethan, go down, drop, see if you can make a play, and he does. Unfortunately, like, once they had already committed that upper B push, if they had just waited, had Ethan go down first, maybe things work out better. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe Mitch is still able to make a play. But certainly, hindsight is 20/20 now. CLG forced into this round with Tech 9s and a Galil.
Keep in mind, too, CLG, for the most part, I mean, granted, Selfless did the same exact thing, but CLG for the most part is still just going for B executes 99% of the time. We've only seen A attempts, I believe 3 out of the now 12 rounds that have been played up to this point. So we need to try and see them maybe mess around with that side a little bit more. But on these ecos, they almost entirely stuck with the push over here into the B bomb site. And again, it looks like they're going to be priming for it once more. Now, they do keep Hayes with that rifle ready to push in through the mid connector, doing one of 2 things. A, either making a lot of noise and keeping 1 or 2 early rotators over here, or B, kind of trying to cut off flankers. Players that would be rotating over from the A bomb site, cut them off.
Yeah, and drop split coming out now, trying to take control of that connector, but no one has had a huge stranglehold on this area the entire map. 3 kills going the way of Self to make it 4. And it falls to no one, picking up 3 on the round. Nice hold from him and the teammates that joined him. But, you know, CLG chose to buy there because they knew that they could break the money as Selfless, and they're moving into the loss bonus now, so they're going to have to force the next round anyway. So buying the last 2 is a calculated and somewhat intelligent choice to make when you're on the terrorist side here, especially when you know like you can surprise people really quickly, you can take down drop. There's opportunities in this map for that to happen, especially when you're, I don't know, playing a team like Selfless that might not have the most coordinated defense right now. But unfortunately, I mean, they've tested drop over and over again, and that connector split hasn't worked. And they're actually posting up at B again and might run something similar. I just wonder whether or not they could just throw Selfless completely off guard, maybe just 3-2 split at A, or try, I would even say, like, they've been playing a 3-2 setup, right? Send the whole team out upper B, see if you can get a bomb plan out of it, and at least, if you don't win the round, set yourself up to at least have money for this last round. Unfortunately, now they have 1 AK-47 and 4 Tech 9s on the board to even have a chance at bringing this back towards OT.
And Selfless now at 15 rounds. They're not going to be able to go for such an all-in strat to guarantee a plan. It's got to be winning out from this point forward. 3 in a row to take this to overtime. No one. Here's the problem too: is if they still go for the straightforward B execute, they're in a setup now to punish A. A lot of the drop control that the members of CLG have gotten so freely, and B, they can very easily just rotate out too to punish. Look at this. Look at how much pressure they're gonna have to deal with. We do see Kusta grabbing that 1 kill, but immediately Caboose not only burns Kusta alive, but then finds a second frag. There is a response from Ethan. They're all going to corral over here. Not only this, but Ethan wraps out, punishes Caboose. Again, there's that over-peeking problem that we saw back on one of the first gun runs from Selfless. They're all standing in the open. Those are easy headhunting jobs for the members of CLG to be able to pick up, and now this goes to a 1v2. Nifty will look for the clutch. He's got no utility, though, to find a way back outside a drop. Good news is the CLG are playing this very passively as their final 2 are stacked up, looking to find themselves in trade positions, but Nifty gonna wrap around, but he shoots the leg on purpose there. Still gets the kill with his pistol. He knows where Sabrosa is, but he's misjudged it. However, he gets the correction, but when he re-peeks it, Sabrosa is gonna finish off the round for CLG.
Yeah, unfortunately, Nifty's teammates left him in quite possibly the worst situation you could end up in. And at that point, I mean, you have the huge numbers advantage, and it just collapses within seconds. You gotta wonder, like, I hope, Ryu, if you're out there, make your boys watch this demo. Don't do that.
But now Selfless too, just off of this 1 round loss because of how close these fights have been. Look, now they're on an eco. They've gone for a 3-man stack on the B side, but CLG know this. They're leaping right in. Ethan, it takes him a minute, but he's got flash support, so he still gets it. Gusta gets a massive spray transfer, like full 90 degrees to take down Mitch. No survivors at all on the B bomb site. Nifty will be the last one standing, and going for a very long flank through the B tunnels. We'll see if he can grab anyone on platform, but you can already see from Cutler's position, he's watching for that exact push. Nifty, more than likely, as soon as he steps outside, he'll be a dead man.
Yeah, and I don't think he's even going to be able to get a single gun down here, but might be able to recover one. I'm not actually sure. I think both those bodies are over there at Sidewalk, so probably just going to lurk this one out, wait for some exit kills if possible. Smart move by him. Luckily, Selfless will be able to, Selfless will be able to buy in this next round, so even though I think pretty much everyone on this team has been playing pretty well, they'll at least have utility and rifles to try and close this out here for 16-14. CLG, nice 2 rounds back-to-back to send the score to 15-14, give themselves a fighting chance, and now all on Selfless. The pressure's on, boys. See if you can get it done.
The pressure indeed does become the issue in these situations here. All of a sudden the CT start to play a bit too passive, which granted, at this point in the game for Selfless, that wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing because their biggest problem on gun runs has been over peeking, wide peeking out into the open, or just being caught off guard by aggressive pushes. So if they try to hold back, might be good. However, from the looks of things, they're going to be actually a bit more aggressive, possibly a counter boost working its way around these guys. CLG are going for a very fast push. Again, it's 5 players into the B bomb site. Kusta tries to flash, but the smoke isn't perfect, so Caboose sees it coming from a mile away. Takes down Kusta. The rest are kind of stuck trying to get up to the site, waiting for an appropriate smoke setup that they can use to put the bomb on the ground. And here comes another boost as well. Mitch going to be jumping up there. Can't spot Cutler just yet. Can't even spot anyone else, but she should be able to spot this boost. No, he won't actually, and Ethan cuts him down from across the way. Nifty and Caboose find 2 more trades, but again, Caboose a bit too aggressive in pushing down Hayes. 3 still up for Selfless, but here comes a flank from Sabrosa. He drops in. Hayes grabs a kill, so does Sabrosa. Now it falls to Nifty now. In a 1v2 again, he knows where at least one of these players is hanging out, but he walks again out into the open, and that will tie it up, taking us into OT.
They counter boosted the flower boost. I don't know if I've ever seen that. That's fun. It was Ethan getting the best of Mitch there. It was a nice play from Selfless, like, let's get this, you know, back under control. Hats off to Caboose. Throughout the entire time of this game, we've seen a lot of kind of inexperienced plays or, you know, over-peaking mistakes that I mean, I'm digging on these guys for, but, you know, it happens and everybody does it, right?
Yeah.
But I think Caboose is playing some of the most disciplined CS out of the whole Selfless squad, and his ability, I mean, he's the only guy over there at Long B, and he hears the entire CLG pounding, you know, like a train coming towards him. The smokes are raining in, and he's just like, I'm not going to fight this. I'll see you guys later. And he hangs back behind the smoke, catches 2, and it almost turns around for the team, but CLG gets it done. 15-15, we're heading to OT Blue.
And indeed, guys, OT should be coming up, I believe, actually right now. It's going to be getting started. So we're going to jump back into the game and take a look at how these two teams brought out in OT. Again, for anybody that is unfamiliar with the rules, by the way, it is going to be MR3 10K start money. So for the CTs, if they do drop the first 2, thank you, Brace. If the CTs do chop the first 2 rounds, then they're probably going to find themselves on an eco, but Ts basically have nothing to worry about.
Yeah, Self is actually going for a double op setup now. Mitch and Nifty bringing the ops into play, having one over at B, I imagine, and Nifty over at that long A is where we've seen before. Mitch thinking that this is the answer towards this upper B plat aggression, and Hayes is actually out there. Caboose is going to find him in just a minute if he opts to peek this at all, and he is, but Hayes gets better of him. That's such an awkward angle for CTs. Being in that spot and not having the height advantage is actually hugely difficult because all the terrorists can really shoot at is your head. And with the AK, of course, it's a one-shot headshot. But Nifty's aggression is actually going to pay off. He finds Sabrosa, and he fakes the drop down. I don't think they bit for it at all. And now Nifty just trying to find any sort of way he can get back into this game. Is Selfless quick to rotate. They know they're pushing towards the A site. And unfortunately, he's not able to hit the shot on Hayes. That would have been huge. Unfortunately, that means the A site is completely clear now. And no one in Mitch forced into that connector might opt to just save here.
He's ducking down there too, getting out of the way of that quick push. So Selfless making the more conscious decision to fall back and get out of here. It was some good early aggression from Nifty to find the kill, but unfortunately, reinforcements to actually get to the A bombs that were far too slow. And when they did get there, obviously, it was a bit of a shutdown. CLG having no problem making those entries to finish off getting control. So these final 2 will look to keep the op alive on Mitch, along with those rifles sitting on no one. CLG, though, obviously, with money not really being a big problem here in overtime, sending at least one man out to try and hunt things down. That being Ethan. He is a bit behind them, however, so it is looking good for both of the members of Selfless to keep these guns in play, and indeed they shall, making it into the next round, buying up, and they should, for the most part, solidify things going into that 3rd round, even if they do drop this next one here, sending CLG up to 17.
Yeah, I mean, Selfless, though, regardless of how their money situation looks in this 3rd round, whether they win this one, you got to come away with 1. I mean, neither side was that convincing on their terrorist side for either half. Obviously not. We're in OT, and it was an 8-7 half both ways. But I just think, like, in general, actually, here's a fast side haul play that's actually going to cost CLG quite a bit. Unfortunately, Sabrosa is able to trade it out. Breezy had 2. Now it's a 3v3 with Cutler spotting no one at the top, but he doesn't have his AWP out. So thankfully, Sabrosa cleans it up. And now, Caboose, trapped in that connector area, is the only one to quickly answer this bomb site. And it's a 2-on-3 situation. Caboose now. Yeah, I wonder whether or not they're even going to go for this again, because they know they don't have a whole lot of money.
He definitely can't even pressure that Molotov, so I think they're going to call save. Also trying to check their flank too, just to make sure that they obviously don't get killed from drop position. But since that's clear, they're going to call this off. And CLG just, again, it's just these A executes. And here's the thing, right? As I talked about this at one point during regulation, during that time, they only went A like 4 times out of the rounds that were played out. So now all of a sudden there's just, 2 rounds straight where they're just going directly into the A lane. They're really not trying to screw around with B either. They're not even trying to throw a fake or whatnot. It's just pressure that's on A. So this is like new territory for Selfless that they're having to adjust to. And they're doing a pretty poor job at it, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it was that, maybe it was an eco round? No, it was the first gun round when they had SMGs and FAMASs that they went. CLG went towards A, and I think it did pay off, right?
Yeah.
CLG
that was where that problem with wide peeking started showing up for Selfless, because they just started. They made those 2 really big peaks, and it basically threw the round away because they lost 2 guys on the site without any trades.
Yeah, they had a beautiful setup, and they had the rotator coming in. It was one of those situations where they didn't even have early information. They just were playing it safe because they assumed or maybe surmised that CLG was a team that was going to play towards A. And CLG, I mean, capitalizing on it then, capitalizing on it now. Kind of in a similar situation. We have one SMG on no one, that's a UMP, and actually Mitch. They throw that pop flash from that rock area. He's able to jump on the broken wall and not get blind himself. It's one of those standard pop flashes for upper B that everybody knows, and Koost actually catches the brunt of it. And he is able to get that kill onto Mitch, or sorry, Mitch is able to get that kill onto him. CLG looking for some sort of a drop play, try and work that up, see if they can find a pick. Cutler does go down. And one player from CLG, actually, the bomb's still way back towards connector. So I'm wondering if they're just trying to figure out where Selfless is at this point, because the call now, once you have to control a drop, you can go A, you can go B, you can split it either way. But it looks like CLG, now that they're all grouped up over this drop area, haven't quite figured out what they want to do. Just want to work Cutler any way they can. They're going to leave him there.
And the rest of the team is starting to follow through as well. I believe there's only really one player trying to push his way over on the platform. There's the peek from Cutler. He just finds a free kill onto Mitch. No response at all from the player wrapped around the corner on Selfless' side, so they're allowed it. They are trying to keep them contained. So they're kind of just going to wipe off that first kill, Molotov them to keep them inside. But now there's that pressure from Hayes that's going to work its way out over towards Broken too. So they'll have to deal with that. They can't pay close attention to this anymore. Double flashing over the top. Sabrosa pushing back as there is a CT flash, but Ethan finding the first, not 1, but 2 kills. A response comes in from Nifty, but he's got to duck out. Won't be able to escape, however. Sabrosa shuts him down. And for Breezy, he'll be the last one standing. They know where he's coming from, though. Sabrosa holding close up to the door. Flashbang even looking away from that one, and he just shuts it down. A big round from Sabrosa, and that will be 3 straight from CLG, and they're not only 1 more away from taking the map.
This kill from Cutler, I mean, okay, so the reason that happened, I think it was Breezy, or no, it might have been no one that's playing that drop area, called that he heard an off scoping and drop, and Mitch, instead of saying, okay, that means I'm in danger, swung out to take the wide peek onto Cutler. And unfortunately, it was just a perfect bait, maybe inadvertently, and Cutler was able to get the kill. It was almost like it worked perfectly. And are we in pregame right now?
Yeah.
We're definitely in pregame right now.
I kind of freaked out for a second.
Started
I was
talking
like,
and I
wait
looked back at the monitor. I'm like, oh my god.
That threw me off too. But this would be very out of buy indeed from the CTs if that was.
I was like, and I'm casting over the game. Whatever.
Bit of an awkward moment.
I mean, it was just interesting to me. I guess some of the European teams definitely in the past year, I guess, and even LG does it from, wow, SK. Look at me. I'm dated. I'm old. Kind of like work that up towards that drop area, and they fish for picks, and they drop. But they just left Cutler down there alone at first. They were just like, well, he'll see if he can get something done. And I think, like, if he's calling that, he has all the faith in the world that he can make that kill. So as soon as he scopes in, he knows he's either getting peeked from down below or behind the statue, and he's just able to. Mitch just walks into his crosshairs. Yep. It's beautiful. Beautiful play.
So now we are going live, however, with the second half of first overtime. Selfless back on the T side. We saw them having decent impact, of course, but that impact was echoed by CLG when they jumped onto their own T side in the second half of things. So it's even territory, but Selfless have to win 3 straight. And that, again, doesn't even guarantee victory. That just guarantees that they get to repeat and do this all over again. At least they'll start off on the T side that time, but still, not the best territory to be working from here. And also, dropping a single round voids this entire game out. So they do play the default out, and CLG do have 2 players pushed out aggressively towards A, which means if they do what we kind of expect at this point, which is follow this up with a direct B push, Then unless Ethan and then Hayes fall back from their positions on A, without trades on the initial push, this could be a very easy round for Selfless.
Could be. I wonder though, I mean, CLG's had a really firm hold on A through most of their side on their counter-terror side, and CLG's B defense, I think, was most of the problem, right? So the fact that Selfless is regrouping back towards A brings me some concern. Hayes and Ethan haven't really moved from over there. Cutler's dedicated to this long B plat position with the AWP by himself, so he's posted up over at the fountain area, and Hayes knows now that there's some A presence, calling for a rotator. Ethan's coming back. He's able to find one on a Breezy, and that's huge because he can just bleed this entire Selfless team, make them clear him out. As he gets another one in a beautiful pop flash from Sabrosa, he just goes through the smoke down to the mid slope. And now Sabrosa is also a thorn in their side, but it doesn't even really matter because no one's the last one alive. He finds one Akusta, and that is it. CLG take it over Selfless after a commanding lead from Selfless towards the end of that first half. CLG is able to bring it back on back-to-back force buys, basically.
Yeah.
And they close it out.
19-15 is going to be the scoreline. 4-0 in overtime. CLG finally grabbed some consistency there. And of course, unfortunately for Selfless, just kind of falling apart. We're seeing some good stuff, but on the CT side, the over-peaking that we saw consistently there continue to be a problem even in overtime. And then, of course, only one opportunity on the T side, and, well, they flubbed it. So,
yeah,
pretty straightforward.
It pains me because Selfless, I think, clearly was winning that match and played the better game for the most part. I think they made less mistakes overall than CLG did. You know, I think they both made a plethora of mistakes, Blue.
Well, yeah.
But
I have a whole list on my iPad.
But that said, I know I've seen you taking notes.
Trying to step up the game.
I wish I had an iPad. Apple?
You have a notebook.
Oh.
This.
I'm not using that.
Is this yours?
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, so that's just someone's notebook then.
Where are we going with this?
So anyway, that's going to close the first map. Dust 2 will be coming up in a little bit.
CLG's first win.
Yeah, that's 2. But to dissect that, we're going to bring these over to Tom. Tom, what are your thoughts on CLG's first win? A bit messy, if I say so, yeah?
Yeah, a little bit messy. I want to talk about Lex. He's kind of a dinosaur with that pen and paper over there. What's going on, man? Who uses pen and paper nowadays? I mean, I'm writing on a napkin, but anyway. So yeah, CLG getting their first win. Both these teams now with 1 win, and just like the guys were saying up there, CLG pretty much stole one. Selfless was in control the entire time, but just too many mistakes, and we all know how much a momentum game this game really is, and just seemed like once Selfless got to the actual overtime period, just all the wind was taken out of their sail. Yeah, the first half of the map felt like kind of was a puggy, a lot of defaults and stuff, and Selfless was definitely in control of that game. It just, they kept peeking on rounds where they, just hide and just play the angles, and they probably would have won the round, but instead they kind of gave up a couple rounds to CLG, and then that's when CLG started to gain confidence and momentum, and they eventually took away the win in overtime. There was some good things for Selfless, though. Mainly, Caboose was really just playing that platform area. CLG started off 3-0, and then Selfless came back and started to kind of walk away with this one. And you can see here, he just got to the point quicker and caught CLG off by surprise. And we didn't see that much coming out from CLG, but they were still able to walk away with the win. Yeah, Caboose, right there, he was able to pull it off because the round beforehand, he just smoked it out and kind of like just hid in that area. And so he knew that CLG kind of played passive B and kind of giving up the platform area. And so he was able to do that two rounds in a row, and it paid off on those rounds because Selfless came out and owned that spot, the first half of the map. Yeah, another strong individual performance coming out from Caboose. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Breezy kind of struggling for these guys. Most negative on the team. Definitely looking for him to step it up in this next map. Yeah, he has to really pick it up. I haven't seen anything from him. It seems like he's a little quiet. He's not there. Like, if you want to be on a pro team at a pro level, I'm not expecting people to top kill every single game, but, you're going to have to make plays. You're going to have to be an impact player if you want to start winning games. One of the big turning points as well was when it was going into overtime, there was a double flower boost. And I didn't necessarily think it was even needed. Yeah, the theory's good. It's a cool play, boosting up. It's fun. It's useful. But when there's so many smokes around, we were talking is it really necessary for them to boost up, especially when they're on the site? There's smokes all around. They could have just potentially played the map. And here it is right here. You actually have it. And you can see they're just, there's no need. There's a guy to the right, and they just get counter boosted.
Yeah, once the T's start checking out spots and everything, and the smoke's out, like that, they only have one way to look, and that's where the counter terrorists are hiding at. And once you boost up on a place, like, you're a target for many angles. And so it was a very, very risky play by Selfless to peak that late in the round like that.
Yeah, and again, going back and looking at, individually, I thought that Sub Rosa, a little bit slow when it came to it, but he really stepped it up towards the end. But Hayes was absolutely going off. Top fragger in the map. You can see 34 and 19, by far, shining individually.
You have to get kills. You have to get kills to win the game. You can call, all the perfect, counters and everything, but if you can't kill and finish out the round, then, you won't win rounds. And Hayes was just there in the right place, right time, getting kills, making sure that, keeping his team alive throughout that whole match.
Well, overall, we knew that this was going to be a tough one, and the guys were saying that this is going to be a grinder game, and that's exactly what it was because, again, these two teams just so evenly matched. Looking forward to the next map, which is going to be Dust 2. But, guys, want to give a shout-out to thescoreesports.com. It's the best place for news and stats. Take out your phone, go on your iOS or Android device, go to the Google Play App Store, and check it out. And, again, don't go anywhere. We're going to have that match, CLG, taking on Selfless. It's going to be on Dust 2. Don't go anywhere.
He's going to get the one kill in that bomb coming down to the side. FNX has to stay up. He gets the triple FNX. Oh my God, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this over still. Oh, that.
I'm back. Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, TheScoreEsports.com, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Pro League. Almost said ESEA Pro League. We've made a big mistake.
Don't do that.
Anyway, welcome back to the ESL Pro League, ladies and gentlemen. We are jumping into our second map now here on Dust 2. Once again, between CLG and Selfless. First one was a bit of a toss-up, to be completely honest. Could have gone either way. Once it hit overtime, though, it really seemed like Selfless kind of fell apart, and that's where we saw CLG go into full effectiveness and really take control of the matchup, winning all 4 out of the possible 6 rounds there.
Yeah, I think they won the last 5 in a row to bring it back to OT and then win it eventually. I mean, it was something clicked, and they were able to just landslide that into an OT win. And sorry, last 6, I guess. Last 5? Doesn't matter. Point is, CLG basically won out that game following a couple forced buys. It was, by all means, not the cleanest match. Certainly messy and brutal at times, but not in a terrible way. A lot of different young talent bringing their guns to bear. A lot of people stepped up to perform for both teams at different times. I think Dust 2 is going to be a little different, though.
Dust 2, I think, from the strategical basis, things will be a lot easier. They won't have to worry about just, like, here's the problem, is both teams at the end of the day were playing very straightforward Cobble. It was just, hey, let's go B 90% of the rounds, and maybe we'll shake it up once in a while with a random A hit. But beyond that, there wasn't really anything too advanced being done. I think the closest thing to, like, an advanced tactic we saw was Selfless. I think CLG did this once or twice too, but there was a couple A pinches they tried to do through drop. Both teams had moderate success with that, but that was like the end of it. Now Dust 2, obviously, things are a lot more straightforward in that respect.
Yeah, I think just it being D2, it's definitely a much stronger map for Selfless. I think, at least historically, in terms of maps that they choose to play or are comfortable on, but then again, like, I think CLG has always been an incredible D2 team. Plus, they have Kusta on board now. They did lose to Winter Fox last night on Dust 2, so moving into this, Selfless is 1-1, CLG is 0-1, and yeah, Selfless is the only one with any success this season.
And
that's
we will
one win.
Get into the map now, guys. Selfless starting themselves off on the defense with CLG jumping onto the T side. We begin now with the pistol round. CLG takes it slow. No aggressive early pressure heading out towards long or anything like that, where it's actually being very well defended by both Breezy and Nifty from the Selfless side of things. Beyond this, only keeping no one in the sight while having Breezy watch out for, well, having Caboose watch out here towards mid. He will rotate in, and the Caboose himself, it's going to be Mitch pushing his way into the tunnels there. Now the rest of them, Caboose still is up on the B bomb site, but it's Mitch down below in the tunnels that finds that first kill against Cutler. The rest of CLG trying to impact here at long, but they just fall away from the site. Now, they did this a lot the last time we saw them play D2. Here's the thing, though. This was incredibly risky and ended up being a very hit-or-miss strat, but they still seem to be sticking with it right now. And it actually, for Breezy there, you can see, works out great. Times the shot.
What?
Falls back and gets a second one on Kusta. And now Nifty's going to push up top, destroys Ethan. Sabrosa's got a hold of 1v5 now, and that's certainly not going to happen. They shut it down, and CLG, after being able to walk up to the site, they don't even get a plant.
You know, okay. This strat right away is going to get blown up because Cutler falls in B-tunnels, right? He's the lurker. He's the only sort of map control they have anywhere at all, and it's in lower B-tunnels. Mitch pushes into him, gets the frag. Selfless, like, at that point, they know all bets are off. Like, we can flank long A, we can go up catwalk, but it doesn't even matter. Breezy. 2 beautiful kills through the top of that smoke. And then Nifty, when retaking catwalk, finds a nice one as well. So 3 kills in quick succession from Selfless. Bring this 1-0. They win the pistol on Dust 2 on CT side. And this is a map where you don't really, I mean, money control is important, but ecoing isn't the easiest thing. But by the same hand, anti-ecos can be so different depending on the team and the way they like to play. And Selfless opting to have Nifty anchoring the safe bomb site with a scout. And the entire CLG team is about to cross catwalk now as they're crossing towards the A-bomb site, at least looking to get a plant after this. Nifty catches a dink, and that's dangerous because Breezy trying to back him up desperately from long. He catches 2 beautiful headshots, but Nifty all alone. He's able to make it work, though. He finds one on Akusa. The bomb does get planted. No one finds another. And now Sabrosa in a helpless situation, just looking to find one, but he cannot. Breezy after a lackluster first map, already with 5 kills to start this game off. This man.
Keep in mind that CLG didn't actually go for a big investment, though, on this round for the most part.
No armor at all, yeah.
No armor. I think it was just P250s, which does give the possibility now of enabling the third round buy-up. As we look at it, most rounding at around 3,900. That's going to give pretty much all these guys enough to go for an AK armor, maybe 1 or 2 flashbangs. That's where things are going to get a bit tough. The lack of utility across the board here. So again, expecting a pretty basic retake as they'll be relying on these entry kills to find that impact. However, if Selfless has not learned their lesson yet from the last map and they're going to continue to wide peak on these duels out in the sites, then that's where CLG could actually find their advantage early in the round. But they're going to play it slow. And again, go for the default opener, which will then assume have most of these guys working their way over here towards mid. But Selfless now want to try to pressure this. That's a huge nade that gets tossed in. Hayes and Kusta both hit pretty much fully by the damage that could have been done. There's Hayes walking right up. Nifty's not prepared for that lower push despite them throwing a nade into it, though. Hayes picks up that kill, and all of a sudden, there's mid pressure out, and there's no one to defend this anymore. It's all coming from Mitch. Mitch using a huge spray there. Barely gets that kill and follows it up with a second, but hey, it works at least. Now more on their way out through the tunnels, and this is where he's going to get brought down a bit. Trying to duck down. He will eventually fall to Cutler. Subrosa also finding Caboose. Breezy responds to one of his own, and this goes into a 2-on-2, but Team Selfless don't want to give them any room to get this bomb on the ground. However, at the same time, no one peeks a bit too early, and Ethan's going to close that not only onto him, but the final player as well, putting CLG on the board here on the third round.
Yeah, unfortunately, the game-breaking kind of kill that that occurred that round was Nifty just getting caught wide out in the open. Unfortunately, that opened up the mid-B quickly for CLG. They had almost no utility, so it was probably going to be a mid-B play anyway, but they were just gifted that first kill. However, Mitch with a valiant defense of the B-bomb site, probably one of the more underrated young talent, I guess you could call it, as everyone seems to call it. Left in NA, and a nice walk push from Subrosa into the B-bomb site, and this is always dangerous when you know the CTs are in an eco, because the Deagles can come to bark, and actually the 5-7 is what's doing it here, as 2 kills come out for no one, and a third for Nifty. Suddenly this is a 4-on-2. With just Kusta and Cutler left alive. Kusta does have full control of this A bomb site. I'm sure he's going to call Cutler all the way back through T-spawn and over towards A, and we're going to see how long Kusta can last, as Selfless is mounting what eventually will be a retake. And Cutler undisturbed through his path all the way through where the terrace by the guns and up through the doors that are at the long. Kusta has not seen anybody. He's got to think like, okay, they're probably flanking long now. They could be on catwalk. He's going to let the AK worry about at least long and try and get close on catwalk with one of the pop flashes from Cutler, but he's not going to get close enough. Nifty finds a nice shot onto him, and now it's just Cutler in a 1v4. Able to get the bomb plant, secure some money for himself, but 1 kill goes his way, 2 kills goes. Oh, he gets burned alive by Nifty, as I was about to say that. It's a third, but it didn't happen. Cutler. NT, bud.
Third round goes a bit interestingly there, as they try to just push B. Thankfully, the bomb was the last one in. At the very least, they were able to pull that out and then wrap it around, but imagine if that had been committed, this would have been a much cleaner round, I can say, for Selfless.
Check out this. At least the 5-7's not overpowered. That would be so unfortunate, right? Because then rounds like this would happen. Oh my god. He should not be able to get 2-1 taps with a... whatever. Anyway, nice kills from no one. Beautiful retake coming in there from Selfless. 3-1 now. CLG had that fortunate first round come, or I guess the entry was from Subrosa, right? And then it was no one that just bopped him right back with the 5-7.
I think a 2-man setup too to try and punish them. And when they eventually moved in to try and take them down, and Caboose wants to fully punish this now, although he's flashed as well, so he needs to be careful. More damage even still going on to Breezy here, but they seem to sort of have gotten things under control, and not only this too, but they've dropped the bomb at long. They've got to push back out. Caboose looks right into that flashbang. I believe he spots Cutler, but jumping against him may not be the best idea in the world with the scout in hand. So he'll try to flash back out there, but still not finding anything on his own regard there. Spraying out to catch the kill, but there's Nifty finally peeking back from long. He punishes Subrosa. And the last one here at long is going to be Cutler. Pushed his way out. Kusta tried to look for the flank, but it didn't work out. And, well, Cutler's boxed in, so he's not going anywhere anytime soon. Caboose with a quick shutdown, and that's going to put Selfless up at 4-1.
Yeah, and a nice long play coming out from CLG, and I say nice because everybody's pretty much continuously flashed, even Caboose. But the difficulty becomes when he gets into that pit area, you must push him to clear him out. And if he's got a teammate backing him up, that was Breezy. As long as he lived, you know, nothing could really happen. But before that kill came in, Caboose had already claimed 2 and then gets a 3rd there at the end. So nice long hold from Selfless. And another NT coming out for CLG is You know, when they forced into that round, you just got Glocks and P250s essentially on this incoming round. Nifty almost getting caught out at mid again. I wonder how much we're going to see that this half and how CLG can punish it, because Nifty, as talented as he is, an up-and-coming player for sure, is going to run into difficulties throughout this half if he continues to be this aggressive. And CLG, you know, didn't invest really anything into this round. A couple flashes maybe, along with P250s and Glocks. They're just going to push all into CT spawn. This is an interesting tactic, and it does not pay off for them. They're going to get cleaned up just as quick as I can finish my sentence. But continuously, you know, no matter what region you're from or what level you're playing at, the catwalk is the most exploitable place most of the time. Middle can also be in a mid B. You know, it's not, the Suka B rushes really aren't an effective way to deal with an eco anymore, but what you can do is pretty much cross up catwalk with just minimum utility and get a bomb plant. You're never going to win the round, but what you can do is obviously secure yourself some money for the next round. So Cutler able to get that up. No utility on hand, but he's able to grab some armor at least. The rest of the team, pretty much a full buy, so this is going to be the first full buy coming out here for CLG.
And the rest of them are still going to play the default strat too. But look at this fast cap from Nifty. He almost gets a double. Lights up Hazed and also brings Sabrosa down to 15 HP. Huge shot from him. Tries to time another one, but the flashbang throws him off too much. Ends up shooting one of them between the legs. Caboose lining up an additional kill as he tries to chase the player on the drop down spot. He's still hugging the right side. There's a quick punishment from Sabrosa, however. It takes down Caboose. But 4 on 3 here. And CLG is still working with the bar minimum in terms of what they get. Again, though, from Selfless, here's that passive play strat. They basically gave up the site. They're going to let them walk in, and they'll favor to play retake. So handing over these plants, to a certain degree, a very dangerous thing, but also somewhat understandable considering how much they shut them down. Had reason to believe they may have fallen back to try a mid to B split instead.
Yeah, CLG is able to get on this bomb site. And it looks like, I mean, all in all, you've got the entire Selfless team over toward, well, there's the kill on a Cutler. I was looking for Nifty to try and duel Cutler in some form, but he's not even over towards the long A. He dropped into CT, obviously, and was watching that long cross. So Koost is now posted up at long. Ooh. Cutler can no longer take any long-range duels, but Sabrosa has the op over at A ramp. He's going to fall to Nifty. Boys, Nifty is one of the best oppers in North America now, and he's coming to play.
Kusta trying to hold in pit, but ooh, Nifty just barely missing the head. A few pixels up on top, but Kusta's not going to last very long. He does need to peek out to stop the defuse, and when he does that, Mitch, well, much better time of hunting down that head there. They do retrieve the AK, and Selfless are continuing to push forward 6-1. And, I mean, same problem. Obviously, the great place for Nifty, of course, to shut this down. But let's talk tactics for a second here. Same exact issue that we saw in Coblos happening here from CLG. There's no variance. They've gone to the A-bomb site 6 times now.
And they're over-peaking while they're doing it.
Yes.
Neither Sabrosa nor Cutler needed to die there. Kus was already had long under control. Catwalk and CT is all you need to worry about. You know where the op is. It's over in CT, and yet one after another they're peaking Nifty, and one after another they fall. And I love this. They have full money control. They know CLG is going to be buying. They're going up Catwalk now. But as I say that, like, Nifty's going for this aggressive long peak. Previously, he was on Catwalk. The round before, he was at mid. It's just going to be relentless. But CLG, exploiting the fact that, you know, there was no sort of cat presence early, they're just going to barrel up cat here, find 2 easy kills. Not even really challenged by Selfless so far. And Nifty even falls without really getting an adequate shot off. So this is going to be a quick save from Selfless.
This is
it
where
was, I believe it was a catwalk smoke and a Xbox smoke. I think there was, or mid door smoke and a Xbox smoke, and they just one flashbang over mid. All 5 players up catwalk. Let's cross. Let's take the A-bomb site.
And there's where the negative effects of Selfless playing that like really passive style in the A site comes in, where they kind of let them get control and play retake. Is that, you know, if they try to peek out from their positions too early and find those trade kills like we saw happen there. Players are trying to retreat back down towards CT, but they also are peeking out, hunting down frags. We saw so many of these guys go down just as CLG was really waltzing up to the site. You can see it, Hazed and Kusta racking up 4 kills between the 2 of them now. Unfortunately, there wasn't really much of a retake left by the time CLG had actually put the bomb onto the ground, so it's actually going to be a fairly easy one for CLG to walk through. Selfless, when they peeked out, they just couldn't hit their shots.
Yeah, 6-2 now. Selfless still in a commanding lead, still able to buy. And when you're on the terrorist side of Dust 2, I mean, there's basically 2 reads that you make. Are they playing long? And the second one, once you have catwalk control, is where is the mid-B player, the CT spawn player, who pretty much is the A rotator, over towards that A ramp, or is he close mid doors? And they caught Selfless. It was almost like a lucky strat to call. I mean, it may have been genius. Maybe they had done their homework. NOA stack coming out from Mitch at mid. I like it. CLG's already got long, though, and they're pressing forward. The smokes come in. Not a perfect one. See if they pay for it at all. Actually, Gusta almost gets that kill on a breezy. Does not, though. The A site is CLG's, and a lot of variance on the A splits coming out from CLG. It's not even really a split. You just have Sabros over here at mid, and he's going to find nothing. Breezy clears him out quickly, and now the retake is on. 5v4 situation. CLG almost completely out of utility now as Selfless press forward. Mitch is going to be running into 3 terrorists over here at long.
Gusta holding back here now as well, but Mitch ready to go for the retake into the bomb site here, and they need to start it soon. 3 of them also getting ready to move back in up here from the catwalk area, so they need to start it, but Hazed walks right into Mitch there. Tries to push out from long, but he only gets a taste of it. Gusta back into the corner, but no, he's not going to be able to survive. So far, Ethan's caught the only trade. He's now the last one standing, and he tries to spray down Nifty, but he recovers from the flashbang just in time. It's Selfless. Full of a defuse with probably about 3 seconds left on the clock there. They grab it, though, and again, that's a traded round. CLG still have enough cash to buy up one more time, but it is going to empty them out.
Yeah, godlike retake coming out from Selfless. I mean, it all really starts when Mitch picks up that kill onto Hazed at long, because once your anchor goes down at long, no matter how many players you have over there, you have to still worry about it. So all that firepower that was watching the cross towards the A bomb site is suddenly focused behind them. And one after another, Selfless just pressed through, found a kill, and it was suddenly over. CLG, nice. Execute on the long. They didn't find anybody. And actually, Sabrosa finds better of Nifty over at Catwalk. A nice headshot onto him. You got to wonder, Nifty, you're going to want that one back, brother. But nonetheless, 7-2, 4v5 situation now. CLG finally working this default. Kusta's actually, oh man, right here. There it is. Finds one. Doesn't get the second. Mitch is able to trade it out. And that's not the end of the world, but at least you know it was just one man defending that upper B bomb site. Or upper B tunnels, rather. Upper dark if you're European. And Caboose is actually getting a little aggressive on long, and he's going to walk into Haze here any second now.
Still sitting out the doorway, but hesitating to go for the push itself. Really just waiting to see if anybody's going to follow up. He may... I don't know if he peeks out wide enough yet to see it, but the bomb is still sitting on the ground in that corner. And that may explain why he's here. He's definitely seen it now. The Molotov, though, hugging him into a corner, not taking damage from yet, and there we go. Grabs the bomb onto the ground, and even better, look, Mitch just rotated in. So now they have a crossfire. He has to fall back for a second. But at the moment, the CLG are just boxed in.
Yeah, and this 5v4 is quickly turning into a 3v2 as Selfless is clawing their way back into this round off the back of Caboose, and he's going to find another one. 2 kills for both him and Mitch on the round, and that is just dancing around the flames, playing the better of the mind games with Haze in that duel at long, and it just pays off. 8-2 Selfless.
Beautifully set up by them to control that box, but again, this is all, in my eyes, just big mistakes from CLG and how how straightforward they're playing this T side. Like I said, it was going to be easier, but it's not this easy. You still need to try and throw a curveball every once in a while. They're going for that same mid lineup on every single round, or they're just doing long pressure, which is where we would have seen Mitch come into even more effectiveness to be able to spot that early once again. He holds that position, spots the bomb because they threw it down in vision of someone who would have been pushing out from long doors. And not only this, but it was Mitch who pushed out of B. Look at this from Nifty too, just sitting right in vision of it. He knows they're on an eco here. They've got full control of everything. So this man over here, the number 8 player, I think that's Ethan, not even going to dare to peek back out against that. At the moment, Selfless just have full control of the map, and CLG aren't really trying to do anything different to change that.
Yeah, it's almost as though, I mean, Nifty plays like one of those really seasoned European offers, like, I mean, Kenny S or JW, where every round on Dust 2, he's going for some sort of a pick. We haven't seen him over at the B site yet, but he's going mid doors, he's going cat, he's going long. And he's usually joined by a teammate, but in most cases, he's finding a kill. It was only that last round that we saw him get picked off at that catwalk area. And other than that, he's at least converted on a kill every single round. He's 12-4 right now, leading this, the leaderboard for both teams, having a stellar half, and ultimately the reason why Selfless is in such a dominating lead right now.
Ethan's going to try to push out, finds one. Actually, he might get the second kill too. Nifty holds it though. But kind of surprised there by that sudden push. Regardless, they'll pick up the 9th round, and the 1 loss is something they can easily take at this point. The amount of money they have is quite ridiculous, especially considering that there's only going to be just a few more rounds left in this half. But CLG able to actually scrape together another buy here now. So they'll be able to pick things up. We'll see it being just AKs. No op presence here for the T side. And also this time going back to that more direct long pressure, where it'll be defended by Caboose and Breezy. Caboose having to push himself into the pit. I'm not sure if they realized it, but Subroza trying to hunt that first kill down. Can't do it though. And Caboose tapping away, grabs 2 more kills. Ethan did pick up 1 trade to eliminate Breezy further down long, but it's already just on Hazed, all on his lonesome. It's a good pop flash. He's now going to drop down in CT to follow it up though, and there we go. Picks up the kill. Unfortunately, a long way to go. He's still going to retrieve the bomb, which is sitting on long here, and Caboose is actually waiting for him to push from that angle. So we'll see what Hazed is going to do to try to make up for this. Looks like just trying to get aggressive, posting up a bit to see if any of the CTs are going to push in. They're all focused on defending that bomb, though, so Hazed is kind of going to be left to his own devices until he eventually has to push back to that bomb or a call for a save. A minute left on the clock, so a long time to do that, but Selfless, well, they've got plenty of time to wait.
Yeah, and I got to give Caboose praise where praise is due. I mean, his diligence at long, time and again, is paying off. He's just bopping heads over the top of that railing, and, you know, if Ryu said it, I agree with him, because I think Caboose is going to be a great player, and he's playing out of his mind these past 2 maps. You know, not the highest on the leaderboard, but definitely winning these rounds when they count. And actually, Hazed finds another one in a 1v2 situation now. He almost catches Mitch out. That would have made it a one-on-one situation doable, unfortunately, for him. Mitch gets the better of him, and this is where it gets really frustrating. When you're on T-side Dust 2, you've lost money control. CTs have built a bank. You know you don't have any easy eco rounds coming your way the rest of the half. It is 10-2. And wow, Selfless with a dominating lead into this round.
I'm amazed we haven't seen a pause call yet from CLG, just to try and like re-strategize themselves at least a little bit here. But now, look at this from Selfless. They're going to go full crush mode here, moving up. They know they're on an eco again, and they want to try to stop it. Ooh, Nifty misses a shot, but Caboose shows up just in time to cover for him. So Nifty's actually barely going to take any damage. Unfortunately, all of Caboose's efforts were for nothing, as Nifty still ends up dying on a repeat to lower. He's the last man alive, though, and although Kusa grabs that kill, it is the only one they'll find. Selfless with another quick shutdown after that. Stop CLG from even getting close to a site.
Yeah, nice mid push from Mitch here. Has the echoes of both Scream and Shoxy with Caboose with him. And actually, I made that reference to that round specifically, but I made the reference earlier to Kenny S. I feel like these guys are watching some NVS and G2 demos, you know? I'm only kind of kidding when I say that. Like, this is very similar to just the aggressive French side that we've come to know and love in Counter-Strike. But that said, Selfless, this is twice now we've seen this NOA boost over at mid. It hasn't paid off for him yet, but Breezy and Caboose are also doubled on Catwalk. There's definitely a planned setup, but Nifty gets punished at back B bomb site, and that's a wide open bomb site now. Mitch and No One have to act quickly. One pop flash comes in. They're able to get in there, but the gunfights ensue. No One finds one. Breezy gets traded out. Caboose drops Hazed, but now it's just No One and Caboose. See whether or not these guys can get it done.
No tunnel control either, so it's going to be a very one-dimensional retake. CLG should be able to box it in. I think they know it. Obviously, Cutler's going to move back just to ensure that there is nobody pushing from the back time, since they had plenty of time to send someone away if they wanted to do that rotation, but now they are kind of running low on it here. So Molotov to the back to force Ethan out into the open. They've got him there, but now they got to push in. That smoke's actually covering Ethan a bit. He's free to spray down. No One grabs the first kill, but Caboose trades it out. Cutler, though, shuts things down from the back of the tunnels. Finds that final kill on Caboose. And there we go. After, I think, like 6 or 7 in a row from Selfless, we do see a third round up on the board for CLG.
Yeah, and even though they won the round, CLG is going to be light on utility. Actually, they were able to pretty much buy out, so I'll take that back. They were very low on money, so dropping 4 members from their squad. Nice retake attempt from Selfless. 11-3, already a glorious half for the counter-terrorist side. CLG desperate for a 4th, make this even close to doable.
So Mitch just wants to go full tilt against CLG, so auto sniper as well. I almost said auto shotty.
If you break the auto ice, you pay the auto price.
What is that?
Bad luck cometh to the auto sniper. We'll see if he gets a kill.
Did you just make that up?
No. No, that is not original. That's a matchmaking quote, actually.
Oh, never heard it before.
Hazed and Ethan actually have something to say about a potential 12-3 half. They say no. 11-4 is what it will be as they get 2 entries, and now it's a 5v3 situation. CLG in a good position to take this A bomb site. Hazed already up there at that goose position. And the auto sniper rings out, but Mitch, buddy, gotta use it more effectively. There's auto sniper tactics. Watch some Get Right demos, bro.
He's gonna try to retake from down here in CT2, which may prove to be a bit difficult, because both Breezy and No One are already in position from mid. It's still gonna be better for them. Mitch also gonna start to creep in since the smoke will fade. Boosting up possible run boost in the future here too, if they're going to go for it. Here we go, the leap over. We'll see what he can get with it. Well, not a whole lot. Breezy farther back does get one, but beyond that, Ethan and Kusta do shut it down. So there you go, CLG. You really wanted that round on the A-bomb set. You finally got it. Only took you like 8 or 9 attempts to do so, but they do pick it up. That is going to end the first half. However, guys, CLG with a long road to recovery. They're 4-11. We'll see if they can get themselves onto it in the second half. Be sure to stick around right here at the Pro League.
He's going to get the one kill in that bomb incoming onto the side. FNX has to stay up. He gets the triple FNX. Oh my god, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this over still.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, TheScoreEsports.com, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Team Selfless get themselves onto a monster streak there to start off their CT side here on Dust 2 after a bit of a rocky road back over on Cobblestone. Now, though, they got to jump onto the T side. What's up?
So you said rocky road. I want ice cream.
It's just a common phrase, Lex.
Is it? Do people
rocky
say that?
road?
I feel like old
It's
men
like,
say that. Blue, you're too young.
Sorry.
11-4 half.
My dad was kind of like an old man kind of dude, so it rubbed off.
Anyway, 11-4 half. Dominating play from Nifty
Please
and
continue.
the Selfless squad, man. I'm hungry. Let's get some ice cream after this, Blue.
I'm down.
Are you actually?
I might be down.
I feel like once we go back into casting and we're done with this, you're going to be like, you want to go get a burger? And be like, no, bro, you agreed to ice cream.
I mean, there's like a
yourself.
Ben and Jerry's like up the street, so.
Oh, don't tell me that.
Just being honest. Do you really want ice cream? No.
Yeah.
Well, we have 3 more maps to go. Finishing off this second one,
three.
of course.
Yeah, I think the big thing that I started to bring up before you said Rocky Road and distracted me is that the big thing that we're going to see from Selfless, not only this game, but the rest of the season, is the growth of Nifty as an operator. He's been on this roster for a while now, but I honestly think he's got the mechanical skill to be a top 5 operator in NA if he's not already. And as we see him have these kind of explosive matches, he just wins rounds for Selfless on his own. And, you know, there's a handful of times here and there where somebody else in the team steps up and just blows it away. But I feel like he's the most consistently the one that we're going to be highlighting.
And I mean, it's been already the case too. Like even before we had you here when Moses was still casting. Every time we casted Selfless, and for the most part, Selfless have like always had a Dust 2 map. It's always been Breezy showing up on this map specifically. He's been absolutely fantastic on this one. One thing I am worried about though is that he does seem to get a little bit quieter on the T side, and that's been another somewhat consistent thing. Is I feel like he's still having some confidence issues there, being able to go for that aggressive peak, and that's something that like a lot of North American operators specifically have a problem with, is getting that sort of confidence to go for those more aggressive peaks when they're on T side. And
I think that's a big thing that, I mean, I contrasted his aggressive peaks on CT side. We were talking about it, but I think you're absolutely right. I don't think, especially on Cobble, for example, where was Nifty on the first gun round? He was in the tower in T-spawn.
Yeah,
come on, bro.
Bit of an odd spot.
Go B-hop down drop or something like that. Give me an entry. Give me a sweet no-scope that we can clip for days. But instead, he just says, no, we're going to win a game. Not Kabul. Kabul was a much different story.
Mess.
Yep.
So we're still waiting for the players to ready up, guys. Hopefully it should be just a few moments, but that is what is causing the delay right now. But while we wait for that, and actually, as I said that, the game is starting. So now we can go in game, and we can take a look now at this second half. Once again, for anybody who is just joining us, Selfless now going on the T side, along with CLG on the CT side. CLG already has the first map, so I mean, if things continue the way it did on the first half and Selfless takes it, we're looking at a 1-1 trade for this evening, but maybe CLG will look a little bit better on their CT side here now that we have traded.
Are we going to do the stereotypical caster thing and talk about how important pistol rounds are for both teams, but specifically CLG here?
You can do that if you want to. I've never heard your take on this.
Listen, viewers, pistol rounds are so important because you can win the following 2 rounds, and that's 3 rounds. Self is actually moving towards B tons now, and I think CLG pretty much knows they're there. They're pushed up on catwalk. This is going to be a meat grinder if Kusta doesn't get his head blown off first. And there I am throwing shade and curses towards the CLG side as Ethan's forced to drop off, and Cutler's going to follow behind him, but Sub-Rose has already fallen, and 2 kills go the way of Ethan. Suddenly it's a 3-on-3, and Selfless pressed, beaten back into the B bomb site. They're going to be able to get the plant here at the very minimum. But it's going to be a B retake out of CLG here.
Now, CLG still going to be pushing out here from their CT spawn to try and pick up some kills. Nifty's waiting, but he just gets actually decked by Ethan. Quick pickup from him, and now there's only 2 on the site. Also, no one holding close up. It's basically going to be north or south with this position. So I'm going to frag out from here, get instantly shut down. They look the wrong way on peak, so Hayes, he grabs a one-and-done trade. Mitch, though, the last one alive, and there's the jumper.
Go.
Picks it up over the big box, shuts down Hayes, and with that, Selfless keep their lead once again in the second half.
Moses is rolling in his grave. Oh, jumping accuracy. That was awesome. Mitch, huge jumping op Glock burst.
So you're not triggered
Did I say op Glock burst? I'm not triggered. I love it.
That was a triple shot, too, that he did. I just realized that as well.
Glory be to the Mitch 1-2.
So Mitch with a big play. He's actually been having a pretty good game himself
He's
here, too.
Nuts. If you guys didn't notice and you haven't been paying attention to ESL Pro League since basically, I think like the middle of last season or something like that, Mitch is very good. Stellar player and demonstrating so on both these maps, but a little bit overshined by Nifty so far. But he says, this T-pistol round is mine and mine alone. So anti-eco going to be nice and slow coming out from Selfless.
That is the one thing I'll give Ryu credit for. He is actually pretty good at like finding these players that would seem to come out of nowhere, to be honest.
He's the organizational equivalent of a young K Kona, you know? And I say young because I think Ryu's probably older than Ocean. Rest in peace, Ocean.
That is a very interesting question. Now.
You are still forever in my heart.
So
K Kona's in chat, boys.
So for Selfless, they're going to fall back over to top mid and just look for probably a straightforward cat execute more than likely. But there is pressure from Hayes coming in through the mid doors. You can see Mitch kind of got lit up from that scout, down to just 30 HP now. The rest are getting ready to push on cat. Sub-Rose as well made that push into the tunnels. And for some reason, no one was unable to stop it, so they lose him there. And they should know this is going to be more than likely an A-hit, or at least mid-pressure now. But still, they round themselves back onto the B-bomb site, and now this leaves things very overexposed as there's Mitch again, boys.
Moses.
Another jumping shot on the Ethan after he finishes off one more on the platform. Last 3 are going to try to hold this. Caboose having a bit of trouble taking down Kusta, but he's still going to find it. And Sub-Rose and Hayes push top mid, but they themselves will pretty much be boxed in about 2 seconds here if Caboose doesn't just outright frag out.
Yep, and Sub-Rose, he already found one in the round. I don't believe he recovered any weapon of worth, but he hits another banger on a Mitch. I love Deagle frags, and see if we can get a third. Breezy, not going to let it happen. Nice couple kills coming out from Sub-Rose, but what we're looking here, boys, what we're looking at is a 13-4 scoreline on the Terror side of Dust 2. It's going to be a very difficult thing to throw this game successfully Selfless, so let's just go ahead and close it out here.
It's going to be very hard to pull a Liquid.
Why you got to do that?
It's always fun.
What does Liquid have anything to do with this game? Why is that a meme?
Because that's like the biggest choke in Counter-Strike history.
You know what?
So
I was at an Olive Garden once, and I was choking.
That sounds horrible.
Bread, man.
Garlic bread. Is it like the crunchy kind, or like was it like more freshly baked?
It's Olive Garden, dude. You go there for for the garlic bread.
Yeah, but like sometimes you get it like when it's been sitting out for a while and it's like really crunchy, and then other times it's like freshly baked and all
what you
soft.
say, Blue, is, hostess, I demand fresh garlic bread, and you snap your fingers like a really pretentious rich man.
It's actually been a while since I've been to Olive Garden.
I quite honestly haven't been since I was like 14. I probably took a girl on a date there. I'm sure it went well.
It's all right.
Treated to some fine Italian cuisine.
Fine mass-produced Italian cuisine.
It's authentic, bro.
So it looks like Selfless make their way through this round pretty easily. As we, of course, went off on a complete tangent talking about Olive Garden for the entire round.
I literally started talking about it after basically CLG had lost the round and we're opting to get exits. Nothing to see there, boys. 14-4. Selfless. Can you close it out now? CLG. Can you mount a comeback?
We're just trying to keep it interesting, Lex.
Listen, any moment that I spend with you, John, is interesting.
Well, thank you.
What did I call you earlier?
I don't know. It was some...
Whatever. Nice name coming out from Kusta, following a little bit of damage coming from Cutler, so no one just explodes into smithereens over the long doors, and it's only a 4v5. CLG. Nice way to start a comeback if you're going to have one. Mitch creeping up the catwalk now. And he's going to be able to listen. The thing is, I believe that's, let's see. Nope. That is Ethan actually playing the spot, not Cutler. In that CT spawn position. Knows there's nothing close catwalk or peeking from A side, so he probably knows he's in CT, which is why Caboose is fishing for this kill. Proper read coming out from them, but not from Ethan, as one single pop flash draws him back to A, and Caboose is able to walk out and find that frag. Beautiful read coming out from Selfless, and that's why they're winning this match. So 4v4 now. Not a mid-B split quite yet. They're probably going to re-hit this cat area, as they know one of the A players is dead already. There's probably only one anchoring that bomb site, and they would be right, but coming out, as they're pushing out of this A bomb site, the long flank's coming in, so they know it's A. Cutler not able to hold, and Mitch drops him. Nifty now with a demoralizing headshot coming out from Kusta. Nonetheless, it's a 3v3. Nice damage coming out from a nade from Caboose, and he overpeaks just a bit. Sabrosa punishes, and actually Kusta and Hayes chime in as well, and CLG, there's the comeback. It's real.
Suddenly finding a way to punish them there, it seemed like. So nicely played by those guys. And of course, at the beginning, you just get absolutely destroyed. No one literally runs into a wall of grenades. Can't do anything about that if he tries to push out there, but he'll be punished pretty quickly by Kusta. I think at some point in this round, Kusta ended up like jumping over a frag grenade. I didn't even know that was possible, but it looked like he literally landed on it as it was like going over him.
I just got some tweets saying that the Olive Garden story was more entertaining than this game. So, savage Twitter. Thank you. I hate that that is a thing.
It's a very slow game.
I mean, it's interesting if you're a Selfless fan, because it's like, wow, we are
wow,
crushing
we're winning!
The team that went to the quarterfinals of the major 2-major field. But it's not. It's totally different. CLG is a shadow of its former self.
Yeah, I wouldn't identify this CLG as anything close to it. So much has changed.
At least their league team's good.
Are they?
They won the first map, too. It was the first win of the season, so tonight's already a win. And Nifty punishes Ethan over there at mid. Mid-B smoke's going to come out. Probably just going to bait, see if they can get anything from CLG. And actually, Hayes, half blind, gets the better of Caboose. Nifty finally trades that out. And no one and Mitch just punish Sabrosa and Kusta, and this round is pretty much over. Cutler in a 1v4. You hope, you dream. You don't let your dreams be meme. Wait, what? Did I do that backwards?
Yes, you did.
The worst
memes
caster.
be dreams.
Oh, man, I'm never going to be a memer.
That's it. You're done.
Cutler,
you're off the
1v3
desk.
now. Yeah, is that it? Is that how it works? Breeze drops Cutler.
One meme and you're gone.
And so this is officially match point. Series point.
And, I mean, CLG just got round traded, so this works out even better for Selfless, because now they're... I mean, they could not have a worse buy, essentially.
Beyond broke.
Just going to be 5.7s, P250s, a scout for Cutler is probably the best buy they have. Kusta squeezes out a Deagle there, but they were going to try to play this a little bit desperately. 50 at least misses the tag through the door initially. But the rest of the team is going to follow this up. They're actually pretty fast out long, which I kind of wasn't expecting. I was expecting them to hang out in mid and watch for pressure here, but no one's going to find that first kill against Kusta. He is kind of trapped against Ethan. Since Ethan has fallen back, if he wants to get out of here, he can certainly do so. Trying to stay alive now. And Caboose kind of losing himself in the smoke a bit there, but as he lurks out, no one messing up the spray actually allows Ethan to find that kill. Trades out. What was that from Caboose? Instant headshot and a second one onto Ethan all of a sudden.
Talk about his one taps. Beautiful shots coming out from Caboose, and now it's 4-on-2, a 5-7, a scout, and a dream for CLG. And if there was 2 broken weapons in the game that I think could pull this back for them, I would give it to the jumping scout and the running 5-7. So let's see if CLG can bring the RNG to bear here. Cutler pressing on this catwalk, probably knows they're falling off long, so Broza's spotting it, doesn't see anything, and unfortunately they've already passed Cutler into the lower tunnels. He'll find that out soon enough. They don't quite know that he's up here, actually, so he might be able to, nope, not get a free shot. And dropping right behind Caboose, a quick scout, no scope. Drops Caboose, and it's 2-on-3. This is doable for CLG, but unfortunately they have no kit. None at all.
And they're pushing
Breezy
right up.
Yeah, Breezy's waiting.
They're pushing right up into the tunnels where Breezy's going to spot. No, he knows they're both here now. So finding that first one already, and he knows the second one's hiding further down there. So no reason to stick inside. He's just going to let him come out where they can triple crossfire him. Although Cutler actually knows where Breezy went. He saw him go to that fence, so first one's for free. Takes some damage back, though, down to 23 HP, where Nifty is going to punish, and that is going to close it, ladies and gentlemen. Selfless with a dominating second half here, only dropping a single round, and only, I believe, like 4 in the first half. So that is going to make it 5-16 as our final scoreline. Selfless go 1-1 against CLG for the evening here, and look much cleaner, much more well-refined, and just overall like a much better team here on Dust 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, I kind of spoke a little bit about it, but like traditionally, Selfless has never been strong on Kabul, and CLG has. I'm not terribly surprised that CLG took the first map, even though the situation that they wanted in was kind of fluky to begin with. Good for CLG, they finally got a win on the board. Helps for morale, and not only that, helps you look a little better. Selfless, though, I think they deserved to 2-0 this and demonstrated so on Dust 2 with a dominating fashion.
Yep, and with that, we're going to send things back over to
Ice
the
cream
analysis table. We are going to get ice cream later now. We probably have to. Otherwise, people are going to freak out. So, Tom, will you join us for ice cream?
Sounds like a cute date. I'll just leave it to you guys. The disappointment on Blue's face. I'm sorry, man. But that was the Selfless I was expecting to see in the very first map on Kabul, and they just really were shining. I mean, we could see the potential. We were talking about Caboose in the first map, but then we saw, glimpses of Nifty being that top 5 opper in North America, like Lex was saying, and then Mitch as well. So overall, just Selfless, really strong CT side, and there was nothing that CLG was even bringing to the table strategically to even, step up to the table.
Yeah, CLG played pretty poorly that map. For like the first 8 rounds, other than that eco that they lost, they kept going A and A and A. They never changed anything up. They were just kind of like slowing it down and then hitting long A, maybe a cat here and there. But it just seemed like CLG never put themselves in a spot to exchange kills. It's always like you see one person die and then Selfless kind of ran away, and that adds up in the long run. You can't keep giving up these easy kills and careless deaths.
Well, just as much as the teams were going B in Kabul, they were going A in Dust 2 numerous times. You could see just like the long pushes over and over again, and the retakes coming out from the CT side of Selfless were just amazing.
Yeah, notice how much utility that Selfless has on this retake. They have Molotovs, they have flashes, they have smokes, and they're working each spot as a team. They're peeking it. They're clearing it. They're picking off CLG one by one. Like right there, Hayes all by himself. No exchange kills. Kusa gets a Molotov in that area and just flashes, smokes, and peaks. It was perfect retake by Team Selfless right there.
Yeah, CLG didn't end up doing any mid to B splits or anything like that. It was just A over and over again. So curious, what their strategy was for that one. Didn't seem like they necessarily had one, or maybe it was just Selfless playing so strong. Ryu, as a fellow Giants fan, he knows defense wins championships.
Yeah, I think by watching Selfless from the previous matches in Dust 2, that they did play a lot of retake A, and I think CLG wanted to take advantage of that, but unfortunately they couldn't get the kills in order to enter the bomb site, because they always got picked off like by 2 or 3, and it just backfire them. And so at that point, you just kind of want to mix it up, maybe send some people towards B. And one of the rounds that CLG did win is when they had that slow B take where Cutler picked off Nifty in the back of B.
Yeah, they CLG finally went B in round 14 is what I counted. So, but I want to touch base on Caboose again because this guy, we were talking about holding it down for the young guns. What was he, 22 and 11 or something like that? Yeah, double positive. That's absolutely insane. And again, he's the guy playing aggressive, opening up the map for the rest of his team. So if he continue to play like this, Selfless is going to look really strong. Now, I want to mention that Selfless's losses have been to the top teams. They've now split games with CLG. If they could have walked away and 2-0'd CLG today and maybe 2-0'd Winter Fox, they've split games with both of those teams, and I don't think that they're necessarily happy about that. But their losses were to Echo Fox and Immortals, who are sitting more towards the top of the standings. So, you know, Selfless, definitely a potential up-and-coming team here.
Yeah, they played really well. It seems like they know kind of what where to go and what to hit. It just, if they eliminate a couple mistakes every half, I think they'd probably win a couple more rounds. And especially against Cabo against CLG, if they just maybe eliminated one or two mistakes, they probably could have came out on top in the win instead of losing in overtime.
So when it's all said and done, it looks like the records are going to be, I think it's going to be 2-6 for Selfless, and then CLG is going to be 1-5. But guys, I want to give a shout out to thescoreesports.com. It's the best place for news and stats. Go on and take your phone out, download the app on your iOS device or on your Android device on the Google Play App Store. And don't go anywhere. We're going to have SK Gaming taking on Energy Esports after this break.
Obviously, the numbers have grown in the past few years with Counter-Strike's rise to prominence, but the real way the community has grown is just with all the companies, all the sponsors coming in. There really is that level of professionalism for players who are trying to aspire to be in the top levels.
This season, Mountain Dew League is doing a qualifier, and it's basically a quick path to the top.
If you win this Mountain Dew League, then you get into the professional division, you become a professional player.
And I'm looking forward to watching and spectating and seeing who actually makes it.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest haircut.
I absolutely love it.
Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal. This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest race. Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, TheScoreEsports.com, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Welcome back to the CSGO Pro League. T-Squared and Lex kicking it at the Xfinity desk. We want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors, SanDisk, for making this season happen. Also, if you guys were not aware, ESL 1 is taking place in the Barclays Center in Brooklyn, New York, October 1st and 2nd. That's $250,000 in prizes in 8 teams. But it doesn't stop there. There's an open tournament. That's the Street Fighter V Brooklyn Beatdown, and that has $75,000 in prize money. Pretty impressive. And for more information on that, go to ESL-1.com. But we're talking SK Gaming. We're talking Energy Esports. And what are you looking forward to in this match?
I'm kind of looking forward towards NRG. I mean, this new roster of theirs has been somewhat lackluster over this entire roster change that they've had in the last, I guess, few months now. I want them to step up. I want them to show something here. I think SK is at a weak point. I think this is a real chance for NRG to actually do something, and maybe this is it.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the rosters. The thing is Tabson had that amazing performance on Overpass yesterday, 42-11. So they're going to be having to take this guy down. Let's take a look at SK Gaming. You know, no strangers to their roster. Fallen, Coldzera, FNX, Taco, and Showtime. Keep in mind, Fur not on the roster.
Yep, Showtime stepped in, and you know, he wasn't by any means like a weak player over on Immortal. So when he came over to this roster, I didn't have any serious doubt in the team's ability to perform, but they haven't been the same team. Yesterday, they fell to Liquid for the first time ever, 2-0. And unfortunately, you know, with this new roster, I guess you could call it, the stand-in for Fur and Showtime, they also have a little bit to prove that they can still compete with the best teams and be consistent.
And let's see if they're able to do that against the competition. That's going to be Energy, Esports, Gabi, PTR, Legiga, Tabson, and Fugly. Now, this is the first time that we're going to be seeing these guys on the main stream, so really looking forward to that. And you were predicting before, when we do this Facebook live stream beforehand, that this was going to be a 1-to-1. Do you still stand by that?
I think a lot of it has to do with, I mean, the performance that Tabson brought yesterday, and I think players like Legia and Peter, Gabi he's always been regarded as one of the best in-game leaders in the world, but the firepower from those three guys that I just mentioned, Fugly's usually a pretty consistent player, but Tabson, Legia, and more importantly, Peter, the AWP, if these guys can step up and bring it to SK of all teams, I think they can beat them. I think they can take a map off. I'm dead serious.
What map do you think that would be? I think it's going to be Dust 2 and then Cobblestone again. So which, if you had to give it to him, you think it's going to be Dust 2?
I would say Dust 2. I know it's a very strong map for Tabson in particular. And Legia is, I mean, these guys perform when it comes to Dust 2. I mean, German CS in general always been strong Dust 2 teams. So,
Germans.
Not actually German. But anyway, in general, I mean, the previous Mouse Sports teams, Gabi knows how to call this map like the back of his hand, and never been a hugely strong team or strong map for SK. And Showtime is sure to throw a wrench in that as it is.
All right, well, we're going to find out right now. Let's get that match underway. And to throw this one over to the casters, that's going to be Blue and the Bears. Take it away, guys.
Thanks very much, Tom. And once again, guys, we would like to give attention to another sort of serious issue that's going on in the community at the moment. One of our own, someone who may be known, someone who may not be known to most of you in the professional community, Ruru, otherwise known as Stephen Harrell, has been impacted very badly by the recent flooding events in Louisiana. So at the moment, he is running a GoFundMe page, which just over the course, in the time that this stream has gone live, has already acquired $2,000 more to his $10,000 campaign. So he's now over halfway to reaching his goal. We're reaching out to you guys in the audience and the CSGO community in general to assist with helping him to be able to get back, because unfortunately, he himself and his family, they've lost everything. They've lost their apartment. They had 3 cars. They've lost all of that. They've lost all of their devices, all their personal belongings. Their clothing even is gone. So they really need help to really get back on their feet and just really get on with their lives. So if you guys go ahead and check out the link, which we should have on the stream now, we would really appreciate it for you. And for any of you out there that may be current ESCA subscribers as well, if you head over to the ESCA page, we have another forum post where we have a special offer for those who are considering giving to this campaign. Donate at least $10, and we will give you 10 one-week trial codes to give to your friends and whatnot. So please go check that out and support one of our own. It'd be very unfortunate to lose a member of our pro community in such a tragic sort of turn of events like this.
Love and unity.
Indeed.
Help others.
That's what makes us. That's what makes esports so great. We can all come together.
That's how the
be a part of a
world
great cause.
turns.
Absolutely.
Love.
Absolutely, Eric.
Yes. And it feels kind of weird that I don't have a mic anymore, so I could use my hands now for the.
Isn't it? That is weird. I don't like holding mics.
I have to talk with my hands.
I find it very weird, but apparently it's like a thing now. Like, you know, it's just you become immobile when you're on the desk.
I want free hands.
But anyway, now that we've finished the sentimental discussion, we can get back to you know, people fighting and killing each other. Which is always fun.
You know, way to bring some up like that. You know, we're going to save a person in real life while killing virtual people in game.
And it is going to be starting now, guys. Here on Dust 2, the pistol round. Energy will be jumping onto the CT side, whereas SK moves over to the T side. Let's take a look at things as we jump into the map, and we'll see exactly what SK has to offer. They got off to a bit of a rocky start. That is an interesting flag behind Energy.
It's a great Britain
That's
over there?
the UK flag they have sitting behind them.
All right, cool. That's okay.
So they're going to push out Log pretty quickly here. Fugly wrapping around the corner. Unfortunately, just gets decked by Showtime there. But Peter with a nice repeat does catch the trade onto that one. Hunting for more, but he can't do so. Stuck out in the open for a bit too long. They'll be happy with the pressure that they did put on Long. Now they'll fall back a bit over here to rethink their situation, because 2 more of their own players on SK's side just walked right out into the B bomb site.
Yeah, that was a nice move by SK to able to take Long and then take advantage of Energy's rotation by taking B as soon as they rotated out. And now Fall and Showtime are trying to get back to B tunnels with them. Tabson, though, is holding middle. Lejeha gets picked off by coldzera. Now it's a 1-on-4 against Tabson. He has a big task ahead of him, and he gets a headshot on coldzera. But with no kit, oh, he just picks up a kit. He still has a lot to do.
It's going to be flanked in a moment, though. Watching out for Showtime, slowly creeping up behind him, and he's not even checking it. So Walt's right out there. He spots it, but it's a bit too late, and Showtime will punish. If anyone, bit of an off tangent, but if anyone is curious, by the way, on how the flags get messed up, I'm pretty sure it's determined by whoever like the manager/team leader on the ESL roster is, which means that the last time the roster leader for Energy logged in, he was in the UK. That's why it has that flag.
Well, that's
pretty sure.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
It's fun
In case
facts.
anyone needed to know why the flag, because that's happened a couple times.
Fun facts by Blue.
Welcome.
Should have your own show. FNX just rushing out long and getting 2 headshots. Now that's an easy opening for SK. Energy is going to be trying to make a move here. Tabson's pushing on Cat. It doesn't look like he's going to get anyone because Cold Zero just stops him in his track. No, Gabi and Legia, they have a lot to go for right now.
Cold Zero jumping up here too. Gabi, unfortunately, won't really be able to contribute too much to stopping this push that's about to roll up onto the A bomb site. And not only this, but Legia sitting in the B bomb site there too. If Turner were to push out, he could deck him. However, Cold doesn't even care. Drops right down. Says goodbye to Gabi. And while for Legia, he's going to be stuck in the boxes, tries to jump in. They've got him pinned though, and he'll go down very quickly. SK looking dominant in these first couple of rounds. We have one more trash round to go from Energy. And then, of course, we see the gun round come into play.
Legia. I got to say that word a couple times.
It
Legia.
confuses a lot of people.
It's a weird, you know, it's a weird word for us Americans.
It's a very European name.
Is it Legia?
Legia. I don't actually know like what language that's coming from, to be honest with you.
I guess we have to ask him someday.
It's either Legia or Legia. I prefer Legia, personally.
Legia. And it looks like NRG stacking 4 people towards long A. It looks like they're going to do a flash pop here. Unfortunately, Taco's playing safe, so they're not going to get him too much. He gets 2 kills off the bat. They lined up easy, and Taco's like, nope, you're not going to fool me. FNX, though, unfortunately, cannot get the kill against Gabi. 4-2 in favor of SK. They could do anything they want and pretty much take a W on this round.
So Cold picks up that kill against Legia. Gabi as well. We'll pick up another one just to find the quick trade there. But, well, he tries to run back over towards T-Spawn to find the gun, and he'll get decked to the ground by Showtime. There's the 3-0. Bit messier that time, but I think we saw this last time versus Liquid 2 when they were able to pick things, when they were able to pick up the first couple of rounds against them, before ultimately falling apart, of course, the hands of Team Liquid. And it was because they were playing things so fast-paced. So they were bound overall to find a couple trades here and there.
Yeah, and we got an op on Peter right now. NRG going through that long setup. Peter's holding the long doors just to see if anyone will peek. No one from SK is showing. They're just playing far back, trying to wait for any aggressive pushes. Nothing happening. Could be a slow round. But the bomb is outside long A for SK. Cold Zero, though, is like listening in the B tunnel middle. He looks like he's going to just come out middle. He's out middle right now. Takes a shot, but falls back. Does not spot anything. Still, though, SK is taking it slow. They're waiting.
SK once again is going to move their players over here onto the catwalk to start a push into the A-bomb set as well. Peter, Tabson, and Fugly going to be your main points of defense to keep a hold on this bomb site. Peter as well posting up at the car position. Deadly. Many pushes in the past. It's all going to depend on how SK wants to execute this, but they're experienced and they should be able to counter it out properly as the smokes bloom. Actually not going to go for it just yet. Falling back, Molotovs used quite a bit to really start something on this site, but there's no follow-up. They're all just sitting out here behind it.
It's a nade bait setup. So SK was tossing nades in the bomb site, so to see if Energy will toss any counter nades, and they do get a couple utility nades because Energy only has Molotov, 3 flashes, and a grenade. Looks like SK is going to just keep holding that catwalk. FNX might toss a B split fake right here. Tosses the smoke, and SK is going to go right up catwalk. It's going to play right. SK is going to outmaneuver, but PDR gets an easy kill on Fallen. He holds the angle. Now SK's into trouble. Showtime, though, getting the pick. They're making their way toward the bomb site. Fugly's blind. He's going to try to get his rail. He misses a kill on Cold Zero. And Tabson, he gets picked off as well by Cold Zero. So now it's a 2-on-2, and SK's low in HP, so it's not impossible for NRG, but they get picked off by Showtime. This is not it's not good for NRG.
And now Gabi left with basically nothing here. The good news is he has some of the low, but just as I say that, Cold Zero walks right out and says goodbye.
That was NRG should have maybe played that with a little more patience and wait for them to come back together as a team and retake A bomb site. They kept going in one by one and getting picked off. Like again, Tapson and Fugly, they have to be on the same page where you peak together so you can exchange kills. It's one by ones will not cut against a skilled team like SK.
Again, we can see them too, just trying to punish players going for the cross. Energy have gone for a bit of a risk stack. I'm not exactly sure how much of that SK were able to spot, but afterwards we can already see Tabson kind of sticking around the mid doorway since he's been lit and got B2. Not even really holding on the site, just close by, sitting down below, sort of act as the early warning in the event they go for a cat play. SK though, always known to be that very slow, methodical team that takes their time. They're doing the exact same thing right here, grouping up at mid, running on the timer a little bit, but ultimately, again, leaning at the moment into a cat hit.
Yeah, with Taco taking that cat super fast in the round, they know that Energy's playing like a long A or maybe a B setup.
So they're going to push themselves back out of here. Taco even dropping down. They won't actually spot anything here, so thrown off a little bit, but the site is still clear itself, so nothing to worry about on the side of SK. Even sending, I believe it's FNX, back out by the long doors to counter any big flanks that Energy may be trying to go for. Ultimately, though, I mean, it was Energy that just took a gamble here. It didn't pay off. I doubt they're really going to do too much in terms of a retake. More than likely just going to line up and look for exits, but even that will be made a bit of a hard task if FNX tries to get in and basically tries to hunt down some of these kills.
Yeah, with FNX holding that long A, I wouldn't be surprised if all of SK went towards that long A area. But coldzera, with only a Mag 10, he's going to push and try to get as much money as possible. So when he has that up, you know, if he loses or dies, he could be able to buy again next round. But Energy gets 2 picks off of SK, giving up 2 easy kills. They could have just hit pit and stayed alive, but instead they get picked off and lose armor and guns.
So with that, we will see Taco shutting down one more. Energy getting maybe a bit too aggressive here. However, just as I say that, their player Fugly leaps his way in, shuts down Taco. And at this point, SK are shutting things down. But of course, only 5 rounds in, plenty more action to go. Energy moving themselves in now with a big buy. Double up setup as well. Big investment going into the hands of Legia and Peter.
Look at this. Taco is opping. Okay, I want to see. Okay, so he had the long A push. He had the good spawn. I like this move a lot. I like when people, if they have the long A spawn, to take that shot, because you will beat the CTs there 9 out of 10 times, if not see them at the exact same time.
And so again, Taco's just going to fall back and hand that over to Fallen, since he did have the good position for spawn. The rest, again, is going for that same type of play. The group up in mid. I'm waiting for the timer to tick down a little bit here. If anybody aggressively pushes out, they've got pretty much all avenues covered right now on Energy's end, and pretty held passively too with regards to that. So after the timer runs down a bit more here, SK, they are going to put their players in mid. Peter watching for the cat play once again, but the real question is not whether they actually spot this and get the intel, it's whether they can rotate early enough after spotting it, and then actually stop the push itself, which has sort of been the trouble point here, is that they've either been cut off completely, like we saw on that one eco where they took the gamble stack on B, or just in the gun runs, of course, they're kind of getting outclassed to a certain degree, especially when it comes to long entry points too.
Yeah, SK, their object of their play right now is to push back this catwalk to make sure that if they hit a mid split or a B, that they cannot get fast pushed from right from the flank. Legia, he's in a weird spot with an AWP. This is super aggressive. I mean, if you have an AWP, just hold the long angle. But this guy, he's crazy. This guy's crazy.
He's going to be holding just outside of the smoke. The thing is, though, is that if they don't expect him, he can shut players down. And not only this, but Tabson pushed in the mid, grabs one, shot to the back for Legia. He almost actually had enough time to go for the clip and find a second player. But Showtime does trade him out. Bit of a too close of an encounter, unfortunately. He didn't dive into the smoke fully. Showtime also shutting down Tabson when they push out onto the B site fully. And FNX here starting to lurk. GobB shuts it down, but not fast enough. FNX takes out another teammate. And it'll just be GobB and Peter left alive in a 2 versus 2. They'll decide after it looked like there was some indecision there. They fell back initially wanting to go for a save, but now they're getting a bit closer to the site. This will probably be a really fast attempt. And then if one of these players ends up going down, they'll give it up.
Fallen those in a pretty weird spot to be in right now. He misses the shot.
Hold stuck.
And great retake by Energy. SK with a questionable hold right there. I think Fallen probably should have had more confidence and just peeked at that tunnel right away. Nothing to take away around from Energy. It's a good win. And I'm surprised at this spot. Legia, like if you're going to be in this spot, at least have a cult with you or a person to help you out. I mean, like if you're going to push up like that, you're literally 1 kill and done. I mean, why waste an AWP and so much money for just that 1 kill and done? That's my opinion.
Valid one.
My
of course.
opinion. And Fallen just
making a good point.
Picking off Legia right away. The early picks, it kills you on CT side of Dust 2. You want to not get picked off middle. That's the... It hurts. It hurts deep down when you get picked off middle.
Now Energy have to split too because of this, so they're going to be very weak to an A hit once again, which is, I mean, only seen B a few times, and the last time they just attempted it there, it pretty much failed. They spotted it early enough. Granted, that's probably like the one good thing they got out of that op in addition to the kill picked up, is they got confirmation that it was pushed into that site very, very quickly, which allowed for those rotations to get in position, more damage to be done, and thusly they could actually group up there to push back into the site. But now, this kill through mid has left the cat push very, very weak. In fact, if Tabson sticks around for too long, he could go down. That makes it almost for free, only needing to dispatch a Peter. However, I think because of how slow SK is taking it, you can see more and more players from Energy starting to cheat over here. Originally, they had one fully committed to mid. Now there's no one watching mid. They've still got Gob B committed, but Peter is fully on the A site here, and Tabson is watching from the drop-down spot. Not only this too, but you've still got Fugly along. So SK have a bit of a battle ahead of themselves now.
Yeah, and there's not much utility on Energy either. SK looks like they're going to smoke and flash long as they creep up Cat, and they catch Showtime with a nade out, but good exchange by FNX. But they're not going to take A just yet. They're going to kind of wait back, maybe wait for Cold Zero to kind of lurk out A and pinch these people in A. And it looks like they're taking Cat right now. PTR misses a shot, and Fallen will happily take that kill through the wall.
Fugly's going to fall back here, too, against Cold Zero, but Cold's posted up. He saw that shoulder peek, and there you go. He's able to line up for punishment. Gob B definitely won't be moving for this retake. He'll be falling away, hopping away, you could say, to save the op. And it'll give SK just another round. It's another very well-executed A-take, too. They slowly... I mean, this is going to be a somewhat graphic way to describe the way that SK plays at the moment versus Energy, but it just seems like they're slowly kind of just choking you out. Slowly letting you, all the air, leave your lungs, and then eventually they just...
Python.
Yeah.
They're a Python
Just
team.
move in for the neck breaker at the end.
The neck break, little pile driver, or whatever wrestling move you want to just insert in there. They're in it to win it. And if you notice between SK and, let's say, the last map or last match we saw, is that even though both teams are slow, SK is doing a way better job of exchanging kills. Like, as soon as you've seen SK member die, they have their teammate right behind them peeking and exchanging the kill. And that's a huge difference in playstyle between the two teams.
That too. Energy lose the op, for those who didn't catch that. Gob B is found out as he hugs the ramp in the T courtyard, so he'll be eliminated at the very end of it. SK, pretty sure they know they've got him on an eco here too, since Taka rebuys with a Mac 10. And Fallen tries to go for the timing shot. He's a little bit late on it, however, won't connect. And Taka moving in, catches one player. It's a bit too far to commit to it, so he falls back. Let's see if he can nade bounce it though. That second player may have caught him off guard, but damage hits onto Tabson nonetheless. And again, they're just ready to go out onto the cat push again. This is like when their standard spot. We saw this a lot from CLG too, but at the moment it's working a lot better for SK.
Yeah, SK is doing an awesome job of taking that catwalk, but the Energy has to hold him back and push him back. Like, you've noticed that SK's been taking mid every single round, and 2 kills exchanged over in middle, so it's a 4-4. The point being is that Energy's just giving up that mid so easily, and the SK is just abusing that over and over again.
And so with that, of course, they're actually going to decide to slip away from Cat this time, just to add some variance. Also, a good read. They haven't confirmed this yet, as far as I can tell, but there is no one in that B bomb site. So they'll slowly start to push into it there, where they will find out that it's pretty much empty as a desert. And for the rest of Energy here, the other 3 are going to try to rotate, but ultimately with the gunpowder they have, won't be finding much. Coldzera's even free to jump back out too to find another player. Tabson goes down. Taka's going hunting. They do have a crossfire setup, so will he spot Peter? Nope, walks right past him. Peter will get that kill. That is, in theory, another SMG into the hands of Energy. Again, though, those aren't really like the greatest guns to escape with. You don't really want SMGs. You want rifles to try and contest these cat pushes.
Yeah, 8 rounds in, you'd hoping to have an AK, but unfortunately Taco had a Mac 10 on the 8th round, and that's probably like why. Because Energy was saving, that's why. And SK is really smart with the money management. By him buying that Mac 10, he can be a scout, he can push, he can be, you know, a little wild on his peaks in order to get information for SK.
So SK still holds a strong lead, and this actually Looks like it's going to be double save territory for Energy as well. They're still not investing, just buying down to about the 2,500 mark on all players, which will definitely leave them with enough cash flow to go into the next round. This Fast Cat, though, flashbang from Taco is perfect. I was supposed to say this Fast Cat could do some good damage, but looks like Taco, again, read him like a book. With that, actually, he doesn't get that second kill, so maybe not as great as he hoped it would work out. Pistols, of course. But SK does catch another trade onto Peter, so everything becomes balanced with the world pretty quickly. And in a 4-on-2, also with Cold Zero already being out towards mid here, he'll look for God B, takes him down. He did get dinked in the process, but Fugly is pretty far disconnected from the rest of the team, so this is going to be an easy rest of the closeout on the round for SK.
Yeah, SK is just taking apart Energy in this matchup where they get one kill on one side of the map and then SK pushes on the other side of the map, and it keeps getting Energy caught off guard while they over-rotate. SK is just playing the timing of everything is just so perfect on them. It's a whole different team from what we saw yesterday in terms of just teamwork and timings. It's just way better today.
So now, with this all out of the way, Fugly not even really trying for exits, to be completely honest. He's kind of defending his own territory. He knows they're going to move out to really hunt him down, or really does, because he's only got a P250, and SK should know that with pretty good regards. However, Showtime and FNX don't want to try and hunt down these frags, so FNX finding him first, takes him out. That'll dispatch of Fugly, almost a team ace there in that round, but unfortunately Showtime not able to get a piece of the pie, as it would seem. But here comes the investment once more from Energy.
What kind of pie?
Apple.
Apple?
That's my favorite.
I like apple pie.
Apple pie is great.
I like cherry too, though.
Not a fan.
Well, that's your problem.
My favorites are pumpkin and apple.
Oh, those are good pies.
Very good.
Well, it looks like Energy is going to change it up. They're going to actually boost Catwalk on a gun round instead of eco. Let's see if they can stop Taco. But they decided, SK is like, we knew you guys were going to do that, and we're not going to push. We're going to peek from lower tunnels. SK playing them so hard. I feel sorry for Energy right now.
Peter just gets absolutely destroyed. Nowhere to go for him. He falls back. He doesn't really do anything inherently wrong there. He's just completely outplayed by SK. So they shut him down. And look at Cold spraying down Fugly through the doorway, too. Oh, this has got to be getting to a very frustrating point for Energy as well, since they're trying these setups. They're even trying to be a bit more creative with it, getting bold and whatnot, but unfortunately, they're just never really finding themselves in a situation where they have the advantage. So Tabson trying to hold over here, and there you go. This is going to be a bit better now that they turn things around. They punished the player that pushed out for mid, and Tabson held the line. Legia also peeking out from the tunnels. It takes down Taco. Seems to have Caster cursed a bit. However, Fallen peeking out once again through mid, takes down Fugly. There may be hope yet. It's all going to come down to if Fallen could actually eliminate Tabson right around this corner, though.
He's waiting for that smoke push. He's on the Tabson is on the other side of the smoke. Fallen's going to kind of chill out a little bit. And it looks like he's going to meet each other. And nice peek by Tabson. Good round overall by Energy. Even though they got picked off early in the round, they came back and picked off SK, who, you know, after being up 8-1, maybe they're a little too loose, because they kind of gave up early picks after that first pick and just kind of pushing here and there, and it was a little sloppy by SK.
But of course, we still have SK with quite enough cash flow here, so they'll be investing into the 11th round. Same thing for Energy, but it's going to turn itself into a battle pretty quickly for the control of Long. Actually, scratch that. Nobody wants to push out into the open area. And the CTs don't really want to push into the area outside of the doors themselves. They weren't able to get in position quickly enough. SK very, very fast on their own push out here, so they kind of just hand it over. And their own aggression on the CT side is going to end up being under their Fast Cat instead.
Yeah, SK taking Long fast. I like this move. It seems like whatever SK is doing at the start of the round, they're just countering Energy in every single way. So maybe Energy has to call a timeout, kind of rethink their mind games, because Fallen is just out-calling them really, really bad. It looks like SK, though. They have the bomb on top of Catwalk area. And they have two people long still, so maybe they're going to wait for Cold Zero and FNX to maybe take a long take and have Energy fall back. But Tabson picks off Taco in lower tunnels. They know there's the two people on Catwalk with that boost. So Fallen Showtime, by knowing that, they're going to take up Catwalk and hopefully toss some utility and take him out. God B, though, is looking through middle. He doesn't see anything yet. And he picks off Showtime. SK returns to fire, Fallen with nice kill. Peter picking the FNX off long, or middle, I'm sorry. Now it's up to Coldzera. We've seen him win these kind of rounds before, but it looks like to be unlikely for where the bomb is and where everyone's positioned.
Coldzera again tries to duck underneath the impenetrable barrels, but tabseN able to find the head anyway. And again, this is like the same problem that we saw in the Liquid match. All of a sudden, like, they go for... Granted, like this isn't as fast as we were seeing in the first couple of rounds, but SK was still on the runs that they were actually winning, still very decisively moving into the sites. This time it's all hesitant all of a sudden after they have that bit of an exchange at long. They don't move into the site, and so Energy's like, okay, we'll just push you then. Their timing on it's great. They punish SK when they're least expecting it, and with that, they don't really let them get anywhere. They're all just stuck in mid, and they box them in to finally pick up a third round for the Energy roster.
And I think what SK is assuming is that they're assuming that after they're up 8 rounds, Taco gets a nice pick on Legia, but after they up 8 rounds, they seem to change it up because they're expecting the other team to adjust. But Energy's not really adjusting, except for maybe playing a couple people in Catwalk, and SK is maybe mind gaming themselves. Instead of keep doing what's working, you know, they want to change it up. Like, hey, that's a smart thing to do. Let's change it up.
So now again, the members of SK are still positioning in mid, trying to work at the moment for Cap, but it could change it pretty quickly. Peter, so unfortunate that he actually spots one of these players, but then is immediately flashed. He can't grab the kill. His teammates also were going to follow up upon that shot. Now they can't do it. Fugly holds for 1, but Fallen moves in to pick up a second. Peter will get a second chance to frag out against members of SK, and in fact he does. Finds the shoulder of FNX to take him down. The site, however, is wide open over towards A. And Peter wouldn't dare go inside with 3 players possibly positioned to move in from Cat. Hasn't called for GotB to rotate over yet either. But this smoke is a bit imperfect, but he doesn't capitalize on it. Just decides to fall back. He'll let SK take control, and I think this is already being called a save.
Yeah, GotB was in no position to help out Peter in any way, and so they're going to just play it safe, save the AWP for next round. GotB, you know, has a gun, an armor. And then let's see the money on the NRG. They're pretty low. They may be able to drop a gun. At least Peter can. But SK, though, they're going to come out with a win on this round. They're falling back towards long. And it looks like a pretty nice round by SK.
So SK, again, closing things out. And like I said, a few very key events in that round could have essentially turned it in a completely different direction. Peter, if he doesn't get flashed in mid and he connects that first op shot, that hinders things. That maybe even draws more attention towards mid, where the guys who were pushing Cat on the CT side may have been able to be a bit more successful with their fragging power. 2 of them push. I think they only ended up getting 1 kill on that. Here we go again with Peter. Does eventually peek back in to find a kill, but it's a bit of a moot point after we see the SK players wrap around and go for long control. And by that point, of course, Energy, their A-side control is already completely gone.
Yeah, it looks like Taco's going to probably do his cat take right now. But no, he's going to decide, yeah, he's going to hop up Catwalk, going to scout it out. He sees no one in Cat, so now they know they're playing a long A setup. But Taco, instead of waiting, he's going to just rush out. Pretty aggressive. I don't understand the reason behind that. Maybe you think he was saving, because SK had no chance to help him out at all.
Confidence.
Too much confidence, because got him killed.
He's the killer.
He's Icarus. He wants to
Flew
touch
too close to the sun.
Flew too close to the sun, and his wings melted. Wax wings. That's smart, right? Let's just fly close to fire with wax wings. I don't get it. Maybe it's a whole deeper meaning that I'm missing right now.
Our producer told us that's not how that story goes, but I'm pretty sure it's how that story goes.
I think it's how it goes.
Pretty sure it's how it goes.
I think how it goes. I believe it. I know some bedtime stories.
I think that, or we're just... Now he's making a second guess ourselves. So let's move on to the next point. SK are going to push themselves over here up to the A-bomb set again. They go right back to the cap procedure. What's important, though, of course, is the position from Coldzera right now, because he's sitting right here outside. tabseN in the smoke, but Coldzera can strike to a huge degree. Here's that problem again, though, is that Energy, like we were seeing Selfless do this, great. tabseN gets that kill, right? But now the retake, they just handed the site over on a silver platter. They've got a 5-on-3, but they're giving them so much time to post up.
And get and reposition themselves, and Fallen's in a pretty good spot to pick off tabseN. If he gets a kill, he doesn't get to FNX gets a kill. Now it's a 3-on-3. Now it's 2-on-2 now.
Peter does pick up 1 kill, but again, in a 2-on-2, they don't have the positions to really force their way into the site. The only one that's really making good movement right now is going to be Peter. And actually, this is going to work out really weird because SK just gave up site control. They push in. Gabi finds that kill from down below outside of Elevator. He jumps onto the bomb, but a bit too soon. It's planted for Showtime, still back over here on this cap position. Gabi knows it's over, though. He's falling back to save. Look at Showtime, though. He hears it. He knows he's running away. He wants to stop him. Crossed over through the door. Can't find that shot, but wants to hit him there.
Hit him. I don't know if he hit him or it was a bomb, but
I think he actually hit him.
Energy, you had that round. You guys just lost it and blew it. It's a too passive. Like, you have to play to win. You can't play not to lose.
So he hits that shot. Doesn't get the kill, though, and that's what's important. So in terms of hitting, that doesn't mean anything.
Doesn't mean it. I mean, you still lose the round, or I mean, SK wins the round and Energy loses the round. It's just, it's unfortunate. Like, you had that round won pretty much.
Fallen's gonna get pressured again, but they can't follow it up. Energy are scared, and look at this from Coldzera. Jumps up on top of a little tiny box at the end of short, and is able to find that shot to take him down.
Coldzera, or SK doing their slow little take. FNX just rushing out long, because...
Where's the defense on the A side? It's gone.
People are just... the Energy is just complete confused in what's going on. Like, SK just running around at this point with so much confidence. The Energy is just getting outplayed, outgunned, out everything in this game.
So SK up to 11 rounds now before we jump into the final one of the half. And we'll see a full investment, of course, from Energy, but that doesn't necessarily mean much. Like I said, SK, I mean, they've just been using the A side as target practice to a large degree in that round. The fact that FNX is allowed to push over to cross and then take down a player over there by mid doors with literally no one spotting him, or at least as far as we can tell, no one spotting him, is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. Coldzera with a nice spawn. Looks like he's a shot, but Peter outshoots him. That's a good news for Energy. They're up 5-4, and SK's pretty spread out, so I don't expect him to hit a bomb site anytime soon. Of course, Energy doesn't know that. And Fallen is trying to get a miracle pick here through the smoke. Nothing's happening, though. And SK is still kind of, sitting back. Looks like FNX is going to take the bomb towards B. Luckily for Energy, they have 2 people in B.
Again, they're posting up just to stop an all-in push at this point. Legia up on the boost there outside of the tunnels. And then having Gabi posted a little bit further back, or when he more than likely gets traded out. They're going to go out towards mid, though, and this is where Tabson needs to shine. Hugging that corner. Fallen misses that flick just a little bit to the top, and now Tabson is not only going to take Fallen out, but he finds Showtime. He jumps over the op shot and runs out of ammo, so FNX punishes him. Gabi gets out there, though, so it's a quick trade. And Taco's the last one of the 1v4. They know where he is. Kind of just gives himself up there, but doesn't have the greatest odds to win that anyway. So Legia finds the final kill, and that will put a 4th round on the board. I think it's something going at least.
4 rounds isn't great. It's not impossible, but I mean, on CT side, you do want to try to have more rounds. Maybe 2 alps. Maybe 2 alp setups.
So guys, with that, we're going to head to break. Stick around, and we'll be right back with more of the Pro League.
He's going to get the 1 kill in that bomb. Coming down to the side. FNX has to stay up. No! He gets the triple FNX! Oh my god, what a way to win that round! They don't have a smoke, so this over still.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, TheScoreEsports.com, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
We're bringing you back to a much more dominant SK this evening as we are preparing to jump into the second half now of Dust 2. We'll see how well things go for Energy. Like I said, they were finding a couple rounds here and there, but it was mainly due to either bouts of overconfidence or just completely, under aggression from the side of SK. It was either one or the other. Whenever SK found that balance, they would wreck house, but, as soon as they kind of lurched onto one end of it, if they were too passive, then the guys from Energy were able to gress out through long, kind of box them in, but, if they were And at the same time, if they kind of went too crazy, then obviously we saw a couple rounds or two where Energy was able to punish it a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, if you're up that much and you're having a good time, it's not uncharacteristic for teams to kind of maybe slip up a little bit. Yeah. But SK caught themselves out right away. Like, it was a 1 round, but that's it. And after that, they kind of got back on track and able to finish strong in the map. Energy, though, they're going to have a huge T side if they want to even come close to winning this match.
I mean, 11-4 is going to be very hard to come back from. With it being Dust 2, of course, we expect it to be, 8-7, 9-6 of the worst.
I've seen it before, though. I've seen comebacks happen before. I believe. I'm a believer.
It's been a lot of comebacks.
A lot of comebacks.
But it's hard to do it against
the
two-time major champion. With one fill-in.
Yeah, with one fill-in.
But he's been doing a pretty good job.
They have a chance. Yeah, he's been doing all right. He hasn't been doing too bad this match. He's he has some kills. I mean, not a lot of kills, but he's playing the team game. It's not all about the kills, everybody. Okay, so don't always go to stats. It's cool to have stats. See who's having the kills and everything, but it's a team game. I can't be killing people if I'm tossing nades over a wall. I relay it to them for one of my teammates to do that.
Stats are worthless.
Well,
that's a Yenko thing.
Oh yeah. You know what? Yeah.
For him, it's all about context.
It is about context. You're right. He's a smart guy, Yanko.
Like, if you just throw stats at the wall, they don't mean anything. But if you have stats with context, that's where math and all that good stuff gets really cool.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
We can make some awesome production value. Just tie it into the analyst desk. Get the
pretty.
Pog champs rolling in the chat. But
people like big numbers.
I suppose so. That's why a lot of people play World of Warcraft. Just up their numbers.
Get that.
It's basically as a game of numbers.
Get that DPS up, dude.
So Energy now on the T side. SK on the defense. And an interesting little boost here, too, that we can see from Coldzera and Showtime.
Oh, yeah. Energy's running right in that, too.
Let's see how well it works out. First kill, second kill. They're all falling apart. His teammate ditches out of there, but Cold's sticking around. However, they do eventually go down, but now Fallen in the drop away spot.
Psychic.
Double peaks and double kills. Shuts them down. SK with an easy pistol round in the second half. And they're off to a good start to maintain their lead.
SK are psychics. They're just, they have Energy's number right now. You stack Cat and they all go Cat. It's like, you take Cat as T, they're not on Cat. It's like, it's unbelievable how much SK's counterplaying Energy right now.
And so now Energy will see exactly what they can do. They don't even get close to the site. What's interesting, though, again, and this actually could be one of Gabi's stranger buys coming up in the third round, is that they don't invest. So I could still be expecting the force buy, regardless if they get a plant here or not. The two smokes that do indicate that they want to all in on a site and try to just force the issue, but I still feel like they're going to buy on third round regardless if they get a plant or not, because this is something that Gabi's done quite a few times, especially in the last season.
Yeah, so if they count how many SMGs SK has, I wouldn't be surprised if they would buy an AK and drop it to guy with armor. That's an old school kind of setup where you just buy an AK, hand it to armor, the old school second round buy. So, and Gabi is an old school player, so I wouldn't be surprised if they did that.
Another team did that, I think, 3 days ago as well. We saw that being picked up.
I think it might be coming back.
Maybe.
I think maybe come back.
There's a few teams kind of toying with the idea.
That surprise element, like, whoa, he's an AK already? What? that could win you the round.
Whoa! So Fallen is going to be tested a bit here by Tapson. But it's only to play around, though, to be honest. The rest of the team is trying to line up a cat push, and this is where FNX spots it. Coldzera also playing around with it, too, as he's sitting out here. And, well, a valiant attempt from Energy to find a plant, but they don't even get close. Again, Cat becomes their doom. And SK is punished way too easily.
Yeah, the jumping scout fails for Fallen, but he USPs him instead. Let's see what Energy's going to do. Are they going to... they could only afford 2 AK, or maybe 3 AKs if they wanted to. Well, let's see. It looks like...
No, they're just going to take the normal route?
Normal route. That's cool, though. I don't mind that too much. It is Dust 2. Like, on a map like Dust 2, you want ops. And that's something that CLG, I think, did pretty bad, is that they bought after they lost Nico, and they couldn't have ops for like the majority of the map. Coldzera again, easy picks. Pushing on Catwalk, Gabi exchange a kill. It is a 4-on-3 in favor of SK. Showtime getting a kill. Gabi exchanging with FNX, who's down in middle. Now they're going to hop through the smoke middle. Showtime looking for it, though, and pushes him back. NOG is trying to work up towards that catwalk. Gabi with the bomb. Fallen, though, is kind of holding that long rail, peeking towards long catwalk. Spots nothing so far. Taka holding middle. So SK is in good positions for scouting to see where they go. it's a prime opportunity for Energy to get a kill right now. Their SK is pretty spread out.
And so now, two remaining members of Energy as well are just going to condense and push into the A bomb site. Fallen, however, is ready for this. And I mean, take a look at Energy. They have no utility, so they have to be cautious when they decide to finally peek and take a duel with really anyone on any point in this map. It's always a game of guessing here now, but Gabi is slowly making progress to get that cat control. There's Fallen, though. Tags him. Not going to find the headshot, but it does bring him down to 17 HP. Fugly's going to rejoin. Fallen actually with a nice jumping angle there, but ooh. Gabi, otherwise known as Neo, dodging the bullet there, just barely ducks underneath of it. He's going to move in, finds the real goal of this round, which is to get that plan, of course, so they guarantee the bonus money at least. And hold on, they might actually clutch this too. Gabi, they somehow get a cross spray set up, and now it's all on Fallen. One shot on Fugly may do the trick, however, as he's already down to 58 HP. Spots him, peeks out, now down to 31. Fugly pulls at the deagle, but he cannot class Fallen, and he's going to clutch things out for the Brazilians. They'll find a 14th round.
It was really close by SK to almost lose that round. Nice shots by Energy, and nice way to get the bomb down. Now they got some money to work with. Let's see how many ops they're going to get. The 1 op, 2 op on T side. Fugly thinking about it. Come on, let me off.
No.
Oh, no. He's going to just rifle. That's cool, though. 1 op, it's okay.
The good thing about this, too, is with the losing bonus already stacked up and the fact that this isn't like a full buyout because they didn't buy like armor on second round, is this also allows them to have a little bit of a better buy on the final round should they drop this one and let SK get all the way up to 15 rounds. A little bit of a better chance to stay in the game, essentially.
I mean, if you're down 15-4, I don't think you're...
Well,
yeah.
I mean, it's not a good chance, but...
It's a chance, okay.
It's better than if you, like, were forcing up with, like, just Tech 9 armor
That's
or,
true.
like, glass cannon buys.
Yes. Energy
It's something.
Yeah, it is something. And it looks like it's almost like a mirror setup from what happened last half. We got 3 Energy people working towards that catwalk. Fugly out long, and Legia is at B. It's pretty similar. And PTR picks off Cold Zera. And now they have a man advantage over SK. Fugly, though, is looking like he might want to creep through long. He's kind of hesitant. Waiting for the Energy guys on catwalk to tell him when he should go.
Energy, again, though, do start to proceed up towards the A bomb site. Kind of taking a page out of what SK were doing. A lot of favorability. Like, all 4 of the teams so far that we've seen play Dust 2 tonight have been loving these cat hits. There hasn't been a lot of variance beyond that, to be completely honest. FNX, though, gets a peek. Damage training isn't that best, but he actually spots both of these players. Unfortunately, kind of overstays his welcome, though. Fugly going to end up just spraying him in through the door, and he won't be able to escape. The tagging power, a bit too great in that. And Fallen, missing his op shot. He's now down to 57 HP. That's opened up the bomb site. There's a good shot from Taco, though, to take down Legia. Only going to start impacting for this side. Fallen trying to jump out, but it's too late. Peter's taken down Fallen. Tabson finds Showtime back over here on Cat. Taco does eliminate Tabson, but now he's got a 1v3. It's going to be a little more high pressure about this one, too, if he wants to clutch it, but I think he's just called it away. With picking up that up, pretty sure he's going to go for a save.
Yeah, SK, weak round by them, and it looks like there's kind of a pattern with SK. If you get an early pick on SK, they seem to fall apart. So maybe they keep that in mind where Energy needs to be picking more and seeing if they could just hold it after they get that first pick, because SK kind of gets a little wild after they're down one person. They kind of spread out. They're not playing a retake bomb site or anything. They're trying to outskill Energy right there in the moment, but failed to do so.
No attempts at a B take yet from Energy either, so now with them finally finding some success, now we need to see a bit more variance being brought into the equation. And theirs as well, obviously with the exception of the players that rebuy, this is where saving on the second round and not buying armor really comes into effect, because you see the money immediately blooming up. That's almost full rebuy now. They dropped this round for both Gabi and Fugly. A little bit lower for those that had to reinvest, of course, but SK can already see they're being brought down. They do have a double op set up, and oh no for Peter! Oh my goodness, the worst possible timing that he could have unscoped from Suicide, and Fallen capitalizes on that in a huge way.
Yeah, nice timing by Fallen, and unfortunate for Peter, really hasting to rush towards that cat angle, and unfortunately Fallen just peeks right as he jumped. Unfortunately, I mean, that's bad timing.
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 That's the key word, dude.
Timing.
Remember, not luck.
Timing.
Timing.
Skilled timing, everybody, okay? I'm going to peek this corner when you turn around. That's what I'm going to do to you. Then you're going to call me a cheater. I'm going to laugh.
Don't say luck.
Timing.
There's no luck in esports. Unless you're playing Hearthstone. So they are going to move out over here towards the doors, and Cold Zera again waits on the other side. Fugly, again, it actually looked like he was going to try to pressure this a moment ago, but having second thoughts now, overall, it seems like a very deliberative process on Energy right now as they really try to figure this out once they get mid. Gabi needs a moment to think. Maybe a little bit of argumentation, but at the end of the day, again, they are already starting to probe towards Cat. This still could be a mid to B split, however. They just throw a couple fake nades into the A site, and especially with Ligia kind of playing around towards top there, that leaves the option open. They cancel it, though. And again, it'll be another Cat take. No surprises.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing Energy faking that mid split and then hitting it, because right now we're just walking up Cat, and it's giving SK a chance to not over-rotate or over-toss grenades. As they flash out, Gabi's going to rush out. See if he gets a pick off an A. So far, SK's not giving them any picks, and they give up the site for against NRG.
They're jumping up there, but Gabi does respond to take him down. Now Tabson moving back in here as well. Still good control over the site, and Tabson actually getting pretty aggressive with that Fallen. Still hoping that there's someone on the ramp, but there's just no one here. They got 2 players up on site, 2 guys back down on Cat. There's Fallen finally grabbing something, but with only these 2 left, and one of them just being down on a pistol, Tabson's able to move out, punishes in a big way. FNX does respond after retrieving that op, though. No, he's in for this one. He's going for it, and there's the first kill. Like, he is set up in a good trade position, however. It takes him down, and there we go. Energy picking up a 6th.
Not too shabby. Weird by SK to completely give up that A bomb site. They had 5 people live. They had 3 people towards that A bomb site, and not even a peek or counter flash to stall them out. And it put SK in a bad position. They had people out long, but they couldn't capitalize on that retake. Energy did a great job by peeking out on unexpected SK players and getting those kills. And Fugly looks like he's going to take the off shot long. Oh, no, not an off shot. I'm sorry. He has a MP or Mac 10. Okay. One from off to Mac 10. That's cool. Gets one and done. Taco with a nice exchange. He's going to be like, oh, this is my Mac 10 now. He's going to creep up, though. He has long, so they know they're not long. SK is stacking towards that mid-B area. If Energy keeps peeking up and finding information, they should know that A is completely clear, with Taco being towards that long area. So they know at least one person's at A.
Energy are also going to push their way up onto Cat 2 here, getting ready to explode onto the site, but SK's got that flank lurking, and this is where it could be big. Gabi's watching it, though. Nicely handled, indeed. None of this with Ligia getting his hand into things, too. So FNX is the only one left standing, and while he's not in too great of a position, inside of CT Spawn, really with nowhere to go, considering he just has that measly little P250.
Measly. It's a pistol, dude. You know what pistols are in CSGO? They're headshot killing machines. That's what pistols are in CSGO.
I don't know if they are from this position, though. That's the problem.
Watch him get 2 kills. Watch him.
Probably will now that I've said that.
He could get 2 kills, or he could go 0 kills. That's it. There's no in between. It's 0 or 2. Let's see it.
And probably 0 now.
Oh.
Hold on.
Well, Gia's getting scared. He's pulling out the
He might
nade.
get 1. Hold on. It's about to be flanked, too. They're still pretty close to the bottom, though. They've got to watch out. And he's
0
kills.
kills.
All right, so 0. And yeah, that was a bit interesting. Not sure what the point of FNX sticking around there was, but yeah. Only lose the P250, I guess. So at the end of the day, it's not a big deal.
Try to get some exit kills, see if anyone's trying to be super aggressive and kill hungry. But Energy coming, having a little comeback here. T-side, you know, this is a T-sided map, in my opinion. Unless you double op as CT, then it's a CT-sided map. SK has not, I don't think they pulled out the double op yet of CT.
No,
they're just smoking, flashing to the smoke. He's already out long, really good position. And Fugly gets 2 kills on SK. He's going to just take in that B bomb site. But the rest of Energy is by A, so this could be a good fake if Energy goes right towards A.
So now they're going to move back up. Fugly also drawing so much attention with this, too, as you said. They're all just going to push into A, and there's basically no one here. Fugly just dominates all the rotators himself, but hold on. FNX isn't dead yet. Now he is. Peter takes him down, ends the round. Energy rounding this back somehow, 8-14. It's SK that can fail to find, or failing to find, that last round here to get them up to 15, and also the closing one as well. Even on these gun rounds here, things aren't going so great. So another light investment coming in for the CTs, as they don't even have a stable economy to work with either. That's the worst part. They're going save, buy, and Walt Peter, they all bungle up there on the doorway. I think someone tries to cross back, and that definitely messes up the work. So it's going to be an easy kill on the Fallen.
And Energy just rushing out long. Now they're playing with a lot more confidence. Gold 0 gives them a nice 1D across the map. Well, Gia's now in the pit. He's going to try to kill Cold Zero. He's by the car area. He's going to Molotov him out, and then he gets off Cold Zero. Showtime rolling back towards A. He's going to boost FNX into sight. And, looks like Energy's going to be winning this round for sure, unless they get a miracle pick right here. Showtime does have a scout, so he does hit PTR, only for 30 damage.
Jumps right up though, easy kill for Peter. Walks right into the crosshair, jumps right into the crosshair. And now Fugly again, lurking out here in middle, grabs an additional kill. Taco is the last one standing, at least wants to try and grab this trade, but without armor in the open, it's not going to be possible. Fugly takes it down. Energy will grab a 9th, and we go finally onto a big gun round from SK, as it's been quite a while since we've seen this. Last gun round was a bit forced, if I do say so. A couple downgraded rifles, quite a few players with armor and whatnot as well. So we are also going to go into a pause here too, SK needing a moment to kind of rethink themselves and also cool off a bit. These have been pretty fast-paced rounds now, where Energy have kind of been racking up the scoreline, so give the players a few moments to sort of relax a bit.
It's a nice timeout. I like this. SK losing a lot of rounds in a row so far, and so Fallen's like he's not going to make that same mistake as yesterday by not calling a timeout at all. And now he's going to talk to his team, be like, okay, we got 2 AWPs. What are they doing? So far, they're just kind of like running around, out long, out catwalk, just holding the middle. So I wouldn't be surprised if SK would do maybe start off with a 2-1-2, try to bait them in taking A, and then let's see SK have that opping on that rail and be able to pick them off. So it's going to come down to smoke placement and flashes by NRG, and we'll see if they can pull this one off. You know, this is a big round.
The thing is that does rely on Energy still going for the cat play again and still going for just the A play in general. Ever since they started racking up these rounds, they actually have been quite varied in the way that they've been approaching this. It's been, you know, we've seen direct tunnel pushes from players, which have allowed them to take, you know, B side control. That was the round, I think, from I think it was either Tabson or one of the other German guys that managed to push right in there, and he was able to pick up like a huge 2 or 3 kills, even though it was pushing out long the whole time. He basically still like won the round because he just destroys everybody. But regardless, it opens up the pathway. There was other rounds too where they're just going for mid control and then moving wherever they need to from there. So it's really hard for SK to get a good peg on this right now. But I mean, the pause is going to be pretty quick, so we'll jump right back into it and see if this will be the round where they can finally stop Energy. Because if not, then this is where it gets a bit dangerous. They're going to be in double digits now, and they'll only be 4 behind SK.
It looks like Showtime's op instead of Cold Zero. Now I'm wondering, I remember Showtime opping before he ranked for this team, so maybe it's more of a positional play, like of comfort here. And it looks like they're going to play that long step. Fallen is opping towards that rail area, so FNX has control long, so he does not have to worry about long until he gets pushed and flashed back. Good position by SK. They are doing the 2-1-2. Cold Zero is in CT spawn. He's going to spot and hear any B flanks, or B splits, I should say. Energy, they're Molotoving off cat. They're holding around middle. Looks like they are going to go in this B split. Gabi is just sneaking out middle. This is not good for NRG, though, because Cold Zero gets a nice pick. And now Energy backs off middle. They're like, no, thank you. We're just going to take up cat for now and see what we can do. Tabson, though. He spots cat and he falls back. So maybe Energy's going to try taking this mid push again. They're not moving right now. The bomb is going up towards catwalk, but there's no one long A. If you want to do an A split, you need to have a person long A to either distract a person or at least kill them in their back. Now they have full sights. Fallen's in a prime position to get killed, but he gets picked off by Tabs and just rushes up A.
They're going to move their way up to the site here too. Moving up towards A. Unfortunately, won't be able to get up there just yet.
It is a 4-on-4. And FX does have control of long, so I wouldn't be surprised if I see SK rotate through CT spawn. But they're taking their time rotating. Cold Zero and Taco, they know that no one's in middle right now. Pushing, and Tabson drops down. I think that was a risky play. Now SK has a man advantage.
And they're going to move back in very quickly, too, to take control since the bomb's already gone pretty far. Showtime gets an angle and executes when he repeaks there. Peter with a response. He's now holding 1v2, though, and he cannot grab it. It's Cold Zero again that moves up to the site, and they will grab that defuse. Still plenty of time left on the clock. It took quite a while, but SK will find their 15th round. Now only 1 more to go. Energy, though, we would think they would have built up quite a big bank, and indeed they have. They still have plenty of cash to get right back into this game and still keep this comeback rolling.
Tabson Fugly, that was a terrible play. Like, you have the bomb planted, you don't know where the CTs are at, and you both decide to jump CT spawn. Like, okay. Like, I don't know, I don't get that play at all. That's like a pug play right there. You know, playing too much of that rank S.
was the pugger.
Pugger in them. I don't know, that's terrible. I don't like that play at all. It cost him the round too, so.
Hashtag blame ESCA.
Don't want to do that. I'd say blame North
fine.
American CS. You're like, why?
So Energy are now going to move up to a very fast cat take again. Enough of this kind of like, enough of the foreplay with regards to the cat takes. They're just going to go right for it this time. Enough of the info grabbing and whatnot. They're going to head right up to the site.
It works out well because they are in the bomb site, and FNX is trying to have a gun battle with an ump long range. I don't know how successful he will be against Alp and AK. Looks like all people still alive and bombs down. It's planted in sight. And Tabson is picking him off. And this should be around for Energy. I think SK is going to fall back and save. Smart by them. They expected maybe a B take, and they stacked over towards B. And Energy just rushed up catwalk. They're like, no more mind games, Fallen. We're going to go A when you think we're going B.
Enough of this waiting in mid until around the 1 minute mark, and then we start a slow execute, which doesn't actually start until about 45 seconds. It's a thing that like every single team does.
Okay, I don't mind a slow default, but you have to mix it up. You have to, you have to have some fast strats. You have to have maybe a couple defaults to work off. But we see a lot of teams so far in this league. They're doing the same default pretty much, just sitting back and waiting for something to happen.
That was at ESA LAN, for whatever reason. Like normally when you have tournaments that are mainly best of ones, like everybody goes like Cobble and like Overpass, like these maps that like you can like go crazy on basically and try to upset with strats. But for whatever reason, everybody just wanted to go like Cash and Dust too. And everybody, like every single team at that LAN just played the same T default on Cash. It was like starting to trigger me by the end of the weekend.
Yeah.
It was like no one played anything different. Like that was everyone's go-to strat. All 8 teams did the same thing.
North
At least
American
all the
CS.
teams that I saw playing. It wasn't even any. This was all like teams from across the globe.
Really?
They were all doing this damn default.
They're watching too much NACS because I want to bring NACS to the next level. Please, I want to encourage you guys. I'm going to burn you guys. I want you guys to do better for for everybody, for North America. And Gabi gets a pick on Fallen, who misses a shot.
Just a little bit too far to the south.
But Energy's not going to take advantage of that. They're going to still keep holding middle. They're going to try to flush out anyone else on catwalk. They're going to clear it. Tabson spots no one on cat. Gabi's really about to Molotov towards the CT spawn. Coltero's hiding towards that goose area. Did they just molly him off? I think they missed. So it's in the bomb site. Coltero knows that they're on catwalk. FNX holding long. It's going to be coming up to FNX to really take this over. They're going to sneak out long, but they still haven't taken up catwalks, so SK's still not in a bad spot. They are in trouble, though. They're down a man. That takes a peek, but Fugly's waiting for him. He sniffs him out. Now Colzero's in a really bad pinch.
Coldzera as well, really trying to grab the info. He knows there's pressure coming along eventually, and he's peeked. What are you doing? Somehow gets that kill, looking for more. Can't follow it up with a second, however. Peter will take down Coldzera. That gets in the sight. Taco and Showtime, they got to save. Nothing they can do. That was unconfirmed for so long for whatever reason. We saw Taco and Showtime just sticking around there, even after that play happened at long. And after he spots these players moving in on Cat 2, they don't react until it's far too late. And well, with that, that's going to give Energy an 11th round now.
Yeah, I think SK needs to maybe be a little more pushy towards the B tunnels. So far, Energy's maybe keeping one person there at most. Maybe one of these rounds they should peek, maybe a little aggressive, and see if they can easily get a pick or a fast rotate or a fast flank. Energy is pretty much just taking middle and they're holding. They're taking middle and they're holding. Once in a while, they take a fast catwalk or something, but usually they're just holding middle, waiting for any over rotates or 2-on-2s. And SK, man, you got to make something happen here. You guys are waiting to win something. So see a little more aggressiveness from you.
Yeah, let's get some map 2.
Yeah.
Need some more fun.
I want to see some B tunnel plays. I haven't seen one of those so far. I think this map. I want to see more. It looks like they're gonna stack 3 towards B. No, Taco's gonna push. Nope, he just spots it. Following those off in middle. Nothing's happening. Oh, he gets hit though through the wall. Looks like
Peter hits him, I believe, from suicide. Gets him through the doorway. So nicely played by Peter. But now he's kind of stuck here.
He's stuck here, but they're holding for that catwalk push, and SK does have 2 people on catwalk. Tabson, though, he's coming through the lower tunnels. I don't think he spot him, but he's definitely trying to take this middle. He spots no one middle. Good flashes by Energy, pushing the SK back. Coldzera, though, is going to peek on catwalk. He's going to try to swing. Nope. He decides to fall back. And Energy's just holding the middle, doing the Taco. Okay, finally Taco, you pushing. I like this. He spots no one tunnels. He knows when he headshots them. Taco, don't you fall back. Don't you fall back, Taco. You take that. Okay, he's pushing back now. That's good.
You gotta wean it off there a little bit. You can't just go full in.
You know, it's like riding a bike. You gotta push them sometimes.
It's like fishing. You can't just pull them up, otherwise they let go.
That's true.
You gotta slowly give him some room to maneuver. Anyway, Gob B, he's going fishing, and well, he's not taking it patiently. He's just gonna go right in, kill them both using the harpoon, I guess you could say. Lucky also shutting down another player. Shoots Fallen back, even more damage, down to 25 HP. They get tired of it, they just push out the door. He's a dead man now. And the only one left is Taco, who has a great position now, but it's a bit useless.
This whole team's dead. I mean, it was a great move by Taco, and he spotted 0 tunnels. SK should have probably been a little more ready for this A take. Like, Gob just literally walks up B uncontested. And that's when Taco pushed tunnels. He saw 0 people tunnels. There's only a couple spots he can go from middle, cat, or long. So a little maybe a miscommunication. That was unfortunate because SK was in very good positioning to take that round.
Need to allow them to cross. And again, double off setup once more from the Energy side, but no connections on the initial play. As both Showtime along with Taco are able to get over to the B site safely, but there is no mid pressure at all currently. Possible for Showtime to move back out here after a few seconds just to prevent, of course, the possibility of a fast B hit, but we'll be finding it in this round. It's still the default setup from Energy that we've seen, well, in almost every single round.
Yep, no one likes this B bomb site. No one's going B, guys.
I think they've hit it like once.
Like in maybe in like what, 2 maps? We've seen it like once or twice.
I think
2 times
out of
most?
like, what is it, like 40? More than that now. It's almost like 60 rounds that are played. I think we've seen it hit maybe.
It's like 2 times.
At most like 5 or 6.
Really, 5 or 6? That many?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't count eco rounds. I don't count eco rounds as a B take.
Oh, sorry.
I'm talking about gun rounds here. Like 1 or 2.
Yeah, they're
gun
definitely
rounds.
gun rounds. I would say like at most 3.
Okay. I'm not going to say a specific number because I don't want people to point out that how wrong I am.
That's why I said at most.
Oh yeah. Okay, there you go. Your lawyering talk. And then PTR is
you gotta leave room for mistakes.
we're all human, Blue. No one's perfect.
Wow, it was 4. Wow. Or wait, no, I just made myself wrong.
There you go. Tabson jumps down. He's proven how wrong you are. Oh, but Jaya. Looks like he's gonna go for this B take. He's in the smoke. I like this positioning. SK's not looking at him. But Energy is going towards the A-bomb site because they got it. And Taco gets big. Now it's a 3-on-3. Now 2-on-3 in favor of Energy. It looks scary there for a second. SK got 2 early kills. But now they're in a bad position to retake. Taco Showtime needs to get killed right now if they have any chance of taking over this retake.
Peter again shifting himself out around. Really not even going to go beyond the wall here. And again, it's another save call from SK. They just keep giving up so early here. This is getting dangerous now. 15-13. To Coldzera, Fenix, and Fallen even enough to buy is the real question here. And they're not sitting on much. It's going to be 4-round losing bonus. So if Taco and Showtime can toss over guns maybe, but then that's not going to leave them with a lot of utility. So if they buy next round, it's going to be iffy. More than likely, I'm feeling another save, and then they're just going to buy in last round.
Yeah, I think SK is going to buy to... they might buy a pistol here. I mean, they might risk buy it, but I mean, why do it? There's no reason to be risky. You're up 15, and they do it. They're playing with all the marbles on the table. They don't care. They know that if they lose this round, they could possibly do another similar buy with Promises and full utility. So SK going with the balls. That's right. That's right, Blue.
Would you like the balls there?
I like to see it.
It's your first cast, man. But anyway, it's going to be very fast action once again. Fugly at the moment, though, shutting things down from within the pit position. And again, SK, this all went down to this round. They had that big investment, and it hasn't paid off at all. They're in a situation where, in all honesty, I feel like they would have called a save already, but they can't anymore. They can't really afford this. They want to win out. They've got to play for this round.
Yeah, I would like to save too, even though you want to play for the win. Ops on this map is too strong. There's too many long-range angles, like you see PTR picks off Taco, is that there's so many long-range angles that Ops are key to this map, and Energy has been up in control this entire T-side half. I mean, they were down a lot first half. Now they're coming back, showing that this is a T-sided map, ladies and gentlemen.
And while we have seen Fallen make some good moves in the first half, he's been like absent for this entire CT side. We haven't really seen anything from him. It's all been coming from coldzera for the most part. Since at 29 and 19, the next players are down at 20, 17 frags, and it kind of goes down the barrel roll from there. But we'll see Fallen play aggressively. And hey, there's a go from him. We need to see a bit of him, and he's going to pick it up. He's going to play it aggressively.
Oh my
Don't let this be the round.
SK, I mean...
They're going to push out. There's only one left alive, and it's Peter, and he's caught trading guns of all the rounds that SK could have won. They win the last second 4-spy on round 30. That is going to be tilt central for NRG now heading onto the second map. Because they rounded that, they literally had it, right? They broke the economy. They forced them onto this really iffy buy for the final round, and then they win it.
I just don't get it. Like, they play so safe and slow, and they were very successful. So in the last round, they bought last round. They probably have to do another half buy this round. Let's just rush places all by ourselves and get killed. It's like all that work. You did all that work just to lose that way? Like, just sloppy, pugging style? Ugh, I don't want to talk about it.
All right.
I don't. Please.
Interesting map.
I don't want to see my face.
We have another one coming in about 10-ish minutes for us. But for now, let's send things over to Tom and Lex. Well, guys, what do you think of that last round?
I don't know if it was that, heartbreaking for these guys, because I think it's going to give them confidence going into the next map. I mean, they were getting completely stomped. And, yeah, it hurts. Losing sucks.
Sure.
Don't get me wrong, but I'm being optimistic here. And if I was coaching these guys, I'd say, hey, guys, we showed that we can compete. We need to bring this into the next map.
I mean, you got a point there. I think it's definitely more difficult to lose 16-13, I believe, than it was to, lose 16-4 when they were down that far. But for sure, I mean, we are in 2 best-of-2s, so we're going into the second map. And if there's a light at the end of the tunnel, I think it could be like these guys all on energy, finding their fragging power, and actually coming to life in that second half. Tabson was lighting it up, but couldn't get it done alone. I think there was a few other players. God B was actually playing exceptionally well through most of the game and actually called a fabulous T-side. So hats off to them for making an effort.
There it is right there, 21 and 19. Right. So pretty impressive stat line. It's not 42, 2 and 11. Don't get me wrong.
No, it is not.
It was looking ugly for these guys, and I was a little worried from them. But, what the guys said when they were casting was, and it's totally true, was SK really switched up what they were doing, and necessarily they could have just maybe, outsmarted themselves.
I think that might be true. They kind of, I feel like they hesitated a lot with their CT setups once they started faltering. And once they lost money control, the rounds just kept adding up. And I mean, a few different rounds where they were able to, kind of bring some momentum and actually get some early entries. Somehow Energy was just turning it back around. And if it hadn't been for a few blown site retakes, like actually on the Energy side, on their T side rather, that comeback actually could have been real much sooner.
Yeah, I mean, the comeback was real. It was real. It just didn't end up happening. coldzera was going, he was doing coldzera things. What was he? He was 34 and 19. I'm not sure if too many other players on SK Gaming ended up going positive, but, he was just pretty much carrying. And I got to say, from what I saw from SK Gaming, I was expecting them to completely steamroll. And I'm a little bit worried for them going into Cobblestone.
I mean, they've looked shaky, and definitely there's an element of them that it just isn't there now. But one thing that is present, and was even present yesterday when they were losing, is coldzera is an absolute god at this game and just, gets headshots and such.
Yeah, that's not going to change at all, guys. But I want to give a shout out to thescoreesports.com. That's the best place for news and stats. Go on, take out your phone, take out your iOS device, your Android device. Are you doing it right now? All right, he's doing it right now. I might as well do it. Yeah, it's the Score Esports.
Okay,
so let's actually both do this right now. And you guys know what it is. And, we'll be back, SK Gaming, Energy Esports on Cobblestone after this. Let me put in my password. There it is. All right, Score Esports.
Obviously, the numbers have grown in the past few years with Counter-Strike's rise to prominence, but the real way the community has grown is just with all the companies, all the sponsors coming in. There really is that level of professionalism for players who are trying to aspire to be in the top levels.
This season, Mountain Dew League is doing a qualifier, and it's basically a quick path to the top.
If you win this Mountain Dew League, then you get into the professional division, you become a professional player.
And I'm looking forward to watching and spectating and seeing who actually makes it.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest haircut.
I absolutely love it.
Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal. This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest race. Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, TheScoreEsports.com, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
last time this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the ESL Pro League.
I like this. It's like you're opening it up to people.
Just
like,
bringing
hey.
them in.
Or is it a rainbow?
Could be either one.
It could be either one.
Leave that up to interpretation.
Yeah, you know, it's up to
For
you.
me, though, it was like embracing the audience.
Okay.
It's a lot of them.
So you'd hug them all. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it might take a couple hours.
Hey, he'll do it. He's a lovable guy.
So if you see me, you know,
give him a little hug.
I apparently owe everyone in the audience a hug now.
So every time you see him in real life, give him a hug.
Only if you saw
appreciate
this stream, though.
No. I want you to pass this along. Give Blue a hug. Hashtag give Blue a hug, please.
All right. Well, we are getting ready to go to our second map. I think it should be starting at any moment here. It's going to be on Cobblestone, or as you like to call it, Kabobble.
Kabobble. I like that word. It rolls off the tongue nicely. Kabobble.
So what do you think specifically is going to be happening on this map? Like what do you think we need to see changing? Because SK do struggle quite a bit there. Especially when we get into the second half. It looks like they're just going to swing through it in the first half. But for whatever reason, in the second half, there's a lot of variance energy, which I feel like SK weren't really expecting. And that kind of throws them off a bit. And it takes quite a while to actually close out the match.
Yeah, so far this season, SK's been having a problem where they start off strong and then kind of finish weak. I don't know if that's like a strat calling thing or a team confidence without Fur. Because usually before, they were always pretty solid and they won convincingly. For a map like Cobble, we're going to see how SK is going to be able to work the rotators, because sometimes you'll see FNX kind of lurk in the middle, like listening, and we'll see if Energy's caught that on from the last match, and and hopefully FNX is able to sneak right in, kind of lurk through the smokes, maybe get a kill or two, or tell his teammates, hey, come back to A, they're all in B.
FNX was actually quite instrumental to like the actual success that we were seeing in that first half. Not only him too, but Cold. Kind of expected at this point, granted, him to have a great game. Best player in the world.
Okay, he's an amazing player, but don't get me wrong, his teammates make him that good. You have FNX, you have Taco, you have Fur. They're paving the way for Cold Zero.
Please go more in depth.
I mean, they're tossing nades for him. They're baiting for him. Like, they're pretty much meat shields for Cold Zero and Fallen. Because, it's an op game right now. And so when you're peeking a corner, like if their oppers shooting Taco, Fallen's going to swing right by and kill their opper, And Cold Zero will swing right by and kill their opper. It's like it's a good bait and switch system that they got.
So the team should just rename themselves like an 80s band, like Cold and the... I don't know what else.
Cold and the Fallen?
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Sometimes you gotta.
Sounds really like emo though.
It does. Like, I mean, that's a lot of '80s was pretty emo. It's like about women running away and like. I mean, everyone needs hugs.
Actually, sounds really dark.
Everyone needs hugs. That's why you're here to have hand out hugs to everybody.
Bring people up from Cold and the Fallen.
Cold and the Fallen.
Sounds actually really like a dark band name that I'm thinking more about this. Anyway, let's talk a little bit about Energy. And I believe we're waiting, by the way, for Energy to sort out some internet problems. So as soon as they have that fixed, we will continue with the game, of course. But we saw some good stuff from Fugly in terms of his lurking capability. I said it was one of the Germans, I think, during the course of last map, but I think it was him that pulled that big play where he pushed B tunnels and was able to push right on the site and just like dominate 3 or 4 players from the side of SK, which pretty much won them that round. It wasn't even necessary. He was really just supposed to make noise and keep natural B players there and stop them from rotating.
He got 4 kills that round too.
Yeah,
and by himself in B, and he gets 4 kills. It's like, okay, why not?
And then I think the next round he pushes out mid and kills 2 as well. So we saw some good stuff from him. Tabson had some pretty good plays as well with just general entry fragging and whatnot where he was needed to. And I feel like the rest were a pretty big tale of inconsistency. The thing is, though, is that you don't normally see these guys stepping up to the plate that much. Peter, very kind of hit or miss with regards to how he shows up on certain maps. Same thing for God B, but that's to be expected because of the IGL. It's Legia who I was a little bit disappointed with on that last map because
I didn't really notice him that last map. He didn't make any big plays that I saw, and I'd like him to kind of step up a little bit on this map.
Lex was noting it in the pregame, and I actually agree with it too. We saw this a lot in last season when they played on Dust 2, is he would just go off like crazy, all of a sudden become the top fragger for this team, and it was really strange because when he first jumped on, everybody kind of didn't expect that. It was a bit strange, but then he really evolved pretty well. We didn't see that though in that last map, so I'm kind of hoping may not be as good of a map for him, but I'm hoping we can see him sort of transcend what we saw in the last map, and we just see an overall better performance from him because if he shows up, and again, considering how close that was, if there's as deep of a strat book here that Gabi's bringing to the table for Cobblestone on this T side, and SK run into those same issues that they're not really able to counter it out because they either haven't done their homework, they don't have the proper research to counter out what they're going to throw at them, or they're just making a consistent amount of mistakes. I feel like there may be a potential here, as Lex was saying, actually, for the guys on Energy to actually upset in one of these maps and take it 1-1 tonight.
It's very possible. SK been kind of iffy on Cobble. There's especially with Showtime is ringing. It's going to have to kind of change your team dynamic a little bit, and I mean, this game is up for grabs. I mean, the Energy showed that they're able to hang with SK. They just need to finish out and not do stupid mistakes like rush on a half by on Dust 2.
And taking any map off of SK, like regardless of which team you are, because I mean, at this point in time, for the past 2 seasons now, I think they've been #1. Actually, I correct myself. I think in Season 2, looking into the distances, I'm thinking. I think in Season 2 they were #2, but for the most part, we kind of expected to be at the top of the league, which means any victories you can get against that team that you expect to be #1 is like
impressive.
Huge.
It's very impressive.
It's a huge victory that you'd be able to gain. Now, granted, the scoring is a bit more complex since we've added 2 more teams this season, so it does get a little bit fumbled there. But just in general here, them going 0-2 is not a great start. So they're also kind of in territory where they need to be able to bring it back. Because at most, if you want to be able to qualify, I think this changes a bit from last season, but I think you can only suffer around like somewhere between like 5 and 8 losses before you're out of the mix. So
that's not good for some teams.
Especially with how close it can be to, like, especially in NA, the competition. I think in Europe it's going to be the case this season too, because there's not like as clear-cut leaders in Europe anymore with all the roster shakeups.
Okay.
But in North America specifically, we always have a really close contest. It's been that way for the past 2 seasons now, where it comes down to like 5 or 6 teams in the last 2 weeks. And last season specifically, it was this like mega race on the last like 2 or 3 days of play that we had. There was literally a possibility for 5 or 6 teams to still be in the top 4. It was not clear-cut at all. So if that happens again this season, it's going to be fun to watch the final couple of days.
Every win matters.
Every
single win matters, especially in a level like this where teams can just go off and be so good. Like, you know, like it's a football term. Any given Sunday, like anyone can beat anyone in this league. Well, maybe we'll see on some of the bottom tier teams, but you know, I'm just saying.
Are you saying United can beat SK?
Listen, I'm just saying it's
Liquid
possible. Like
Cloud9?
they have the skill, they just have to have the right mind game and just have a pretty good half against SK.
A2Z.
A2Z, he's
best player in the world.
He's the best.
Absolutely.
By far the best.
Well, we'll see about that whenever that match is scheduled. Not exactly sure. But again, guys, we are starting to see the Energy players move into the server just to keep you updated. Should be soon. I think we got 3 in right now on our GoTV, so shouldn't be too much longer as they all kind of get themselves into the server as quickly as possible. But Energy themselves actually were a bit of a heartbreak story in the last season because I think they missed the qualifier. Or apologies, not the qualifier. They missed qualification for the LAN by a round difference of like 2 against their favor. They played a set against Liquid is what it basically came down to. Their records were tied with Liquid last season, and they played 2 maps. It was 1-1, but because of the fact that it's tied, it then goes to the round differential in those 2 maps.
Yeah.
And I think it was because it was like their own screw-up too. It was so unfortunate. They had an 11-4 lead over Liquid on Cobblestone on a map they played, and then they threw it away and ended up losing that map. I think Liquid went on a straight streak, and it was like 16-11. And because of that, they ended up not qualifying for the LAN. If they'd won that game, they would have been at LAN instead of Liquid back in London.
And we probably would have a different roster today if they won that match. I mean, that all it takes is 1 half, and then you're gone.
The time-space continuum is a very awesome thing to think about.
Yeah, I mean, we know now, but back then we didn't know. You know, it's weird. How does time work?
All these forks can go.
What universe are we in?
I don't know. Is our universe even real?
I don't know. Are we in a video game? I don't know.
Elon Musk says we are not in a real universe, apparently.
Yeah,
so we're a simulated universe.
I wouldn't be surprised because some of the stuff that happened in my life doesn't make sense.
With what the world is turning into, just a bunch of memes and stuff, I feel like that's becoming more and more true, to be honest. But anyway, we are finally live, so enough of our jibber jabber. We will jump into the match. And SK will go for a very fast execute on the B side. However, Tabson doesn't like that. No, sir. He's going to jump up and grab 2 quick kills. He'll look for a 3rd. He has to fall back now and caught mid-reload. Coldzera will eliminate him. Gobble here, though, with a 5-7. He picks up an additional kill, but they cannot stop the flow of SK. They are slowly moving out to this site. Gabi still fragging, though. He's going to pick up 1 of the final 2. Fugly moving in on a flank. Finishes off the last.
Great round by Energy. Starting off with a pistol. Tabson just peeking. No scared. He's just headshotting fools. Almost kills the 3rd person. And then this teammate cleans up really nicely behind him. It's a good round. That's a good confidence booster.
And so now for Energy, getting that good start, we'll see from SK, as they have to work from rock bottom to try and restore themselves here. And also considering they didn't even find a plant, they're not going to take the more passive route that we saw Energy do at the beginning of Dust 2.
They're going to buy. And I think that's okay, because on a map like Cobble, there are a lot of tight angles where on Dust 2, if you just buy a pistol armor, it's a lot easier to get picked off. So with the armor up the close range, a lot easier to jump around maybe in drop area and get some picks, you know.
So again, the SK just taking their time about this, not moving into the site, really just waiting on the time. And it is going to be probably just a big explosion and drop and platform again. So Energy should be expecting this. The 3 on site, ready to hold it. The only problem will be if we do see a couple of just surprise kills from SK, the rotations from the A side are very far away. They're going to note it now, though. They've heard the flashbangs and whatnot, so they're called back very early from the rotations. They're not even taking a chance on this.
Unfortunate. It looks like, you know, I think with SK, if you ever notice on the eco rounds, they make it very slow and hard to win these ecos. Cool Zero getting a pick on tabs and on platform. Now SK is going to be rushing on platform. Legia picks off FNX. Now it's a 4-on-4. Energy, though, is in a bad position to hold the bomb side. They have to play kind of a retake. Legia is going to try and get as many kills as possible. He's getting pushed up on a catwalk. Gabi misses a kill and gets his teammate killed. And Taco getting 2 headshot kills. Now this is looking really bad for Energy. Looks like they're going to try to fall back and save these armor and guns.
Getting here, too. Just going to be holding the doorway. Energy probably not even going to attempt this, to be honest. More than likely looking at them just going for a save now. As unfortunately, they've just been outclassed in the second round, and that certainly is not going to spell anything good. Good confidence boost to start the map off that way, but a horrible confidence, what would you call that, I guess?
A deflate. You know, like you're a ball or something, and you're just, you know, bouncing around, being all happy, and all of a sudden, the big kid in the class takes the ball and then just smashes it. And then you're like, that's pretty much just what happened to Energy's confidence. Deflated like a kickball in class.
So by that logic, whoa, pause already. Okay.
And they are like, wait a minute, why did we just leave the Seco? What's going on?
So I believe it's probably going to be of technical nature, that pause, so hopefully it should be pretty quick. More than likely someone's mouse just came unplugged or something. Like I said, a confidence deflator, so maybe someone deflated their mouse cord out of their computer. That didn't make any sense at all.
Maybe they spilled pop all over their keyboard. I don't know. That happens to people.
It's the Crim's Rage, man.
Oh, yeah.
You ever seen him break the keyboard? Bam! And there's like keys flying everywhere. I've seen it happen like 3 times at LAN now.
I've done it once in my life where I lost a LAN and I took my keyboard and destroyed it against the cement. I was pretty upset.
Wow.
I mean, that's the only time. After I did that, I was like, maybe I shouldn't have done that. I looked like an idiot when when you see someone do that, you just kind of laugh at them. Like, he's mad. He's mad. So, you know, it's never good to rage out. It looks like the timeout's going back. Showtime reconnects. So maybe it's a crashed computer. I'm not sure what happened, but it looks like there's not going to be a restart. They're just going to play.
I think it happened after he had died or something.
Oh,
so
yeah. Okay.
Pretty quick fix, though, as we get back into the match. And, of course, it's going to turn into a pretty ugly brawl now because of the fact that they had that second run upset. Energy don't want to fight against that, or rather, they do want to fight against that, I should say. So they buy up. They force on their own regard, and they'll see if they can stop SK from really taking full control of things. Taco, he's going to be spotted by Legia, who pushes himself up on top. It's the same thing for Peter, though. He's also out. So if SK do try to push towards Cat, there's a lot of resistance here from Energy.
Yeah, and I think SK's happy to take this a long-range fight. They have rifles and 1 ump, while Energy has a scout and a bunch of SMGs. So you definitely want to take the long-range fight. Don't push through smoke. There's no need to. That's too risky of a play. Just sit back, wait for them to peek on you, or just slow peek as a team. And it looks like SK's going to take the bomb towards A. Showtime's just making a bunch of noise, kind of lurking, listening. But he's going to fall back towards A because SK has the bomb in A halls. They want to take it. And so they're going to just wait it. And Energy's actually going to cheat towards A right now. Gabi's over-rotating, so Energy knows that this is going to be an A tick.
SK again, though, still, this is that passive play that I'm like really scared of from SK because every time they've tried this, it's gone horribly. So they're a bit timid now to even push into the site. Showtime still hunting for a frag. They want someone to get aggressive. They find it, but they don't get the kill itself. Fugly wins the first 1v1 they end up going into. They're moving in, they're trying to check the default spot, but they're not finding anyone. There's FNX finally impacting first here for the SK roster. Dropping down onto Fugly. Gabi peeking out a little bit prematurely, however. That's where the passive play starts to punish them. Tabson, though, peeking back out, catches an additional trade, and a follow-up too, and FNX will be blind, so 3 straight kills for Energy. And the last man alive, Taco, doesn't get anything at all either. Energy ups it again, and it'll go back into the hands of SK to see if they'll force up.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. Eco after eco. Both teams getting ecoed. Energy had nice picks early, but there's no reason why you should be picked off and not exchanging kills, because we saw who's on SK that got picked middle? Was it Taco that got picked middle, like right off the bat? Gets outshot by Fugly. And then, you know, you just have to have partner up in these kind of situations and bait each other. But then again, Energy did have nice flashes. They had a lot of good flashes in the retake, so you can't take it all on SK. Energy did win the round by headshots and teamwork.
But we go back into the rabbit hole again on the forces. SK picking up their Galils. Tech 9s for the rest, with the exception of Coldzera. Fall in. Actually just grabs one out of the nether as he pushes out there, looking for a second, but he can't actually track Legia that well, so he will catch the additional trade. He's moving in though, and one goes down, another shall take his place. Legia probably a little bit scared as far as what just happened there. Very surprised that Showtime could take that position that quickly. Yeah. And it goes into a 4-on-3.
That's definitely a sloppy play by Legia. Like, just you literally killed a person there.
That was a nice team flash.
That's a second team flash in a row by them. They need to work on their flashes. They've been team flashing each other all the time now. And SK easily cleans up the round. Buy after buy. All right, guys, let's see how many equal rounds in a row we could win. And let's see if Energy might stop and save it. Let's see a save right here.
I mean, it really depends on the logic behind it, but nope, they buy again. They make a last-second decision. They start buying with like 4 seconds on the freeze time clock.
Right,
so
let's see how many rounds in a row these teams can buy round after round. This lose.
So here's the thing, right? Is eventually like Energy are going to run out of cash and they'll have no choice because the buys will get worse and worse every time this happens, unless they get like 4 or 5 kills every time, which they won't.
Whoa! Bold.
But the thing is, right, is that this still works for them since it's a T-sided map. So like, the closer they can keep the scoreline, the better this is. Even though they eventually have to go on the ecos, at the very least, stacking up more and more rounds on the CT side just via trading them out with SK is still probably a favorable situation for them.
Yeah. And it looks like SK is going to take control of that platform. Taco and Cole is just holding that platform. They don't spot anything yet, so Fallen, with this information, he's going to fall back towards B, and it looks like SK is going to take B, but Energy, they're all stacked to B as well, so it's going to be a 4-on-4 and B take. And now Energy's going to boost above drop. Foggy's going to get a flank. Energy, he's got to stay alive. Getting a kill on Taco. Oh my goodness, Energy just winning this round. SK kind of confused what's going on. And look at that, another Eco 1. Let's see if SK buys this round. I think they will. They're kind of broke, though. A couple of them are.
And so now, again,
they are buying. So this is.
I told you, dude, it doesn't end.
Is this? I haven't seen a game like this in a while. It almost feels like a pug, just buying every round.
I mean, like I said, there's reason for both of them to do it. I guess you could say, because SK, they will win this if it goes like into ad infinitum, essentially, since the CTs will eventually run into cash. But for Energy, I already explained the scoreline thing. The more rounds they pick up CT, the better. And this close of a scoreline, you know, it's still viable to do it. This goes until either one team wins twice, or basically Energy decide they've had enough of it.
Yeah, it's turning into a real big slugfest right here. Both teams going at it. Coldzera is going to flash for Taco. Taco sneaking out in the smoke. Let's see if he's able to pick a kill off. And Energy, they have 4 people stacked there. I think they spot Taco. They peg him up a little bit. Actually, no, they didn't spot him. They just spam him. But they don't know he's up there right now. It looks like Energy's going to take over this drop area.
Again, they're actually putting a lot of focus on
team
drop.
Flash again. They keep team flashing each other. Fallen gets a kill.
They all focused on drop, so now it's like all on Legia to hold the site. Thankfully, they're slow with it as Legia grabs that kill, so they can buy time for more to rotate out. And there you go. It's all being shut down. Showtime though in a 1v2. Look at this flag. Oh no, he can turn it around. There's the first pickup. 1 more to go, and he's got bomb control again. With 45 seconds left on the clock, there is very little pressure at all on Showtime right now. He's going to leap himself up, and he finds that final kill. So there we go again.
Here we go.
3-3. The next question, of course, does Energy buy? Money's getting lower, though. That's the thing, as I mentioned before.
If you hold tab, it just looks weird how Round. It's being exchanged one after the other.
Just a jig.
Up and down, up and down. And yes, Energy did buy this round. It's going to continue back and forth until someone loses 2 rounds in a row. These teams are going to buy. It looks like SK is going to change it up and go and rush middle A on this one. And picks off Ugly. Was not expecting that so early. And now SK is taking over the bomb site.
FNX moving in here too, trying to pick up that first kill. He'll go down to Gabi, however. Taco finding a quick trade. 3 fast kills from SK. And this may be the end of it finally. Peter only got a scout, and I'm pretty sure they want to hunt him too. He's even falling back. He's calling it. It's over, boys. We finally did it. Woo! SK.
Save round, guys. Here comes an actual save round.
Picking up 2 rounds in a row. It only took 7.
You know, I've never seen anything like that.
I have.
Yeah, have you?
Come cast Premier North American games with me, and you'll see it all the time.
Oh, you talk about the lower tiers?
Yes.
Where, yeah, you don't see it much in a pro level like this. Very interesting start, but SK does break the cycle, and they take the first 2 round wins in a row.
So for SK here, finally grabbing that lead. Like we said before, Energy, though, did stack up quite a few rounds because of this, so it isn't inherently the worst thing in the world.
It's not bad. I mean, it's only 4-3 right now, and generally this is a T-side map, but with the addition of that platform stairs, I think it kind of favored more a little bit towards CT in some rounds.
Well, okay, that round ended in like 15 seconds. Probably quicker than that.
All right, okay. Nice SK. Energy wanting to get that round over because they want guns. Obviously, they don't want no pistols. Why not? Just give SK.
I think that's actually the fastest round I've ever seen.
That's pretty quick. They literally died in 1.35 seconds.
Maybe a guess.
That's calculated. Okay.
Oh, was it?
Calculated.
Do you just have an internal timer in your head or something?
I do. I do.
It's a very good skill. I feel like the Olympic Committee could use that or something. Anyway, they try to get aggressive again. 1-for-1 trade. I mean, Peter grabs his mark, but unfortunately, Fugly overextends out of that smoke, and that's where Showtime is going to punish. So the rest of SK lining up for an A-long push, and this is pretty direct, too. So Energy do need to try and rotate over quickly, but they only really have Tabs committed. Gabi still in a pretty good rotation spot. Lugia, though, not seeing any of this just yet. He's going to peek out. He's denied. He did spot at least 3 of them, though, so that can call for the rotation.
SK, though, taking the A halls pretty quickly. Energy getting outpicked. I didn't like their position in A so far, but Taco trying to clear out the site. Cold Zero spots one in the... Nope, he didn't spot anyone. He's just shooting through the wall, you know, doing Cold Zero things, shooting through walls. Why not? And Fallen, he's going to try to get some guns. He's chasing in B. They got him cut off, so they know they're in B. They have to be stuck in B, so SK is going to go for these kills. They're going to try to squeeze them out.
Fallen moves in and grabs that first one against Gob, and now it's just Tapson left. Sitting in the chicken coop. They're hunting him down. That's actually taking a minute, but they're checking everything else, so they've got to check the coop.
They know he's in this bomb site because Fallen had him cut off, and now they know for sure. He's going to stay alive.
2 kills, looking for the 3rd? I don't think he's actually going to peek window there, or the drop area, I should say. But he falls away. He'll save the rifle. The problem is that means very little, as he's the only one that saves it. So it's basically going to be a bunch of upgraded pistols, plus Tabson with an M4.
Yes, 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 yes. Looks like a pistols. So they have a little utility Energy has. Cold Zero with the ult. It looks like they're going to send, SK's going to send 3 people towards middle. Watch for the A push, watch for the middle peek. You have 2 people towards B. Kind of a standard default, just watching for pushes. They know they're saving with 1 rifle, so they're going to try to scout this guy out. And the rifle's, he's an A, so he's in the right spot to hold his bomb site, but he can't help out PTR or Fugly, really. Got B. He pushes through his smoke. Did you see them? Apparently the T's holding their angle, not pushing through the smoke. Why? But they don't know how many people's behind that smoke. Fugly misses the Molotov, so Tabson getting this kill in middle. FNX trying to sneak up, but no avail. The bomb is in A halls, so SK, I would see them wait in A halls, wait for Showtime and Cold Zone, maybe take over the drop area, and then maybe working away A after that. I think that's what SK is going to do. Because Taco and Fallen are not moving right now.
Peter as well still posted up over here in the boost up spot, and oh, they checked it. They thought it's clear. There you go, Peter. Big surprise. That's the bomb as well. And the closest player is fallen. He's wrapped around the corner. Peter just retrieves the AK. Again, another team flash.
You know, their energy's pretty good at team flashing. You know, 4 or 5 team flashes every map. Why not? You're making a challenge and fallen times out. That's not good.
Yeah.
So I don't know what's happening right now.
The problem with that is that I think that the round will still be played out as is.
Yeah, because they already gave out kills, so you can't reset the round once a kill's been done. But it looks like they're going to probably have a pause and wait for Fallen to come back.
It really depends on when they... well, we'll just leave it up to the admins. We're to talk about that. But the round's just going to time out here. SK know that it'll be over, so it will go into Energy's favor there. And they will grab a 4th, so it'll be 4-6 more than likely, unless the round is reset, but more than likely, I think that one is going to stick, because as far as I could tell, Fallen had disconnected after there had already been kills. That's the general rule of thumb when it comes to that sort of thing.
Yeah, I'm a little curious on what SK was doing that round. They had the bomb A halls. They were down 4 and 5, and they still had 2 people by B with 45 seconds left in the round. So even if Fallen was still in the game, I don't know exactly how they're going to plan to take a bomb site with only 2 people in the bomb while the other 2 people are way on the other side of the map. So I was kind of curious on what kind of strat they're going to do.
I mean, as soon as that, the main issue there is that as soon as that bomb goes down with Peter peeking up, that's the end of the round right there. Because even if you still have Fallen, you have to push him forward to retrieve it. They had now, keep in mind too, right after this, a teammate peeks up. That's what causes the team flash. But it does add more coverage to it. So Fallen's basically got to win a 2-on-1 just to get back control of the bomb. And then he either has to wait for his teammates to wrap over from the B side to execute on A, or he's got to go all the way over. And I think at the time of that happening, there was only 50 seconds left on the clock. So that brings it down pretty low. And overall, their chances of actually clutching that out end up being slim. So it looks like the game has been resumed, though. Again, so that round is going to stick, unfortunately. Like I said, it's not a whole lot you can do in that situation. It's a bit unfortunate. So we'll jump back into the game now, and it'll be 6-4.
Colton with it all, but it's going to be a buy. Obviously, they had lots of money. SK has lots of money from the previous 4 rounds. It looks like they're going to send 3 people towards B. FNX is going into his spot. Now, if you watch a lot of his demos, he doesn't go to this round, but sometimes, yeah, okay, he's heading towards that middle to listen. So FNX will do that a lot with this on this map. Looks like SK is going to send people heavy towards try to boost, and Cole Zero peeks over the smoke and gets tapped. Tabson was not ready for that at all. You got to see, if there's a smoke, look for people to peek above it. That's a pretty common move in a lot of pro matches. You will see people boosting above smoke.
Gobby is actually going to get so much pressure on him in a second. He's so overexposed. Showtime gets the kill and the drop down from FNX. Showtime double teaming him. We're able to eliminate him, and that pretty much kills all the defenses on the site. Showtime dropping out of the window, even kills one of the rotators. That's Fugly. They don't even need to plant the bomb. Just a textbook execute from SK. Not even much utility. Showtime grabs a 4K there.
Yeah, that was actually a nice run by FNX where he peeks first, and so Gobby looks at him, and then he hides, and then Showtime peeks right after him. So that's actually a pretty technical move that FNX did, and so it's if you're wanting to learn CS, watch these guys, because there's a lot of little micro moves that they do.
SK again now will move themselves over towards platform. Just the default lineup. Nothing out of the ordinary in that regard. And after a cleanup like they had on the last round there, they are just going to go... Energy, this is just going to go for upgraded pistols. 2 Deagles sitting on them and P250s for the rest. It's going to be a very light buy. And they've even put most of their assets over here towards the A site too. So unless Legia can jump in and catch this super early, even if he does, the problem is SK already have their smokes lining up for drop push. So it's going to be hard for them to even rotate in time now. They call it over. Legia on top of the smoke, still hunting here, but not being given anything. The drop part of this one needs to execute first, and then the platform push can come in. And there we go. He'll be found out first by Taco. More on the way, but actually they get overwhelmed with the rotation. Gobby, Tabson, Buckley picking up kills. Taco and FNX traded back down, though, so it's into a 2-on-2. Buckley has picked up an AK, but he's so low, so it's not going to last that long. And for Peter, peeks out. It's a quick kill for Taco.
Nice cleanup by Taco and FNX in that round. Really, the Energy had a nice couple early picks, but SK managed to keep their balance and not lose another eco in this game. There's been so many eco losses this game. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to think. that's CSGO for you.
It's been a common theme tonight. Whoa.
Uh-oh. Packeting?
I think it's no. Well,
oh, the entire SK team's lagging out right now. They have pretty high pings.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh, someone's not happy here. Someone's downloading at this house or something.
This round's gonna get canceled. Everybody's just camping spawns right now.
Oh, and there's a knife in their CT spawn, so this round's definitely getting reset. SK's ping, though, is back to normal, it looks like, so I don't know how long it takes for a little quick round restart, maybe a couple minutes, and we'll be back on to this exciting game between SK and NRG.
Energy, keep in mind too that that's actually the first pickup from Energy ever since we saw that crazy like trading back and forth ever since that ended. So it took them a while, and I mean it comes at a bit of an awkward time too because the disconnect. But like I said, I still feel like they probably had that round anyway.
Yeah, I think even if Fallen was in the round, it was looking very slim for SK to win that round.
But with that one exception, of course, I mean, it's been SK winning outright from this point forward. So it's a good thing, I guess you could say, in hindsight, that Energy continued to force the issue with those trades, going back and forth and back and forth. But now the problem is that, you know, despite them getting buys here and there now and finally stabilizing their economy, they're still so far behind, 8-4. We only have a few more rounds left in the half, and it looks like at this point that SK's made so much headway. They're just not impacting at all when it comes to the entries from SK. It's always SK winning the initial duels. They cannot put a stop to them when it comes to their site takes.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with the positioning of NRG. They are not in spots where they could bait each other in the sites. You always see like one person in the middle or one person way back in A halls. And it looks like they're going to switch servers or something. But yeah, I would like them to play more positions where if my teammate dies, I'm there shooting them in the side of the head or something like that. You know, kind of tighten up a little bit, play more together, maybe have like a retake set up in A or B. You know, just kind of mix it up, stack somewhere, retake. It's always good to have a good retake set up on every map.
Well, guys, it does look like we are going to be changing up the server a bit here, but before we go to a quick break, we do want to once again thank all of you, this entire CSGO community, for your kindness this evening to Ruru, who has now, since the start of this stream, received over $3,500, which means he's very quickly closing in on his goal. Thank you guys so much for that. Once again, if you would like to support him, as unfortunately, for anybody who is unfamiliar with it, he was affected by the terrible flooding incident in Louisiana that has been going on recently, and he's essentially lost everything. So if you'd like to read more on that and check it out, there's a link right over here. I think hopefully I'm pointing in the right direction. And also for anybody who may be considering donating, if you are a current ESCA subscriber, go head over to the ESCA forums and we have more details on a special offer for any of you that may be considering that donation. However, guys, once again, we'll be switching servers and then coming back to you really quickly. So stick with us. We'll be right back with more of the ESL Pro League.
He's going to get the one kill in that bomb. It can't be done in this zone. FNX has to stay up. Oh, he gets the triple FNX. Oh my God, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this over still. Oh, on that.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now!
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest haircut.
I absolutely love it.
Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal. This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest race. Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, TheScoreEsports.com, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Welcome back, guys. Unfortunately, the game is not ready to rock and roll just yet, but we're working on it as fast as we can. And while we wait for that, we're going to talk about stuff that has happened so far in this match. We have some very nice replays, Eric, to show the audience.
I want to see these replays.
And we're going to start off with round number 4. We have a very nice replay, of course. Both of these actually showcasing some good stuff from Showtime, who so far has been a very dominating force in this matchup. So you can see again, moves in, grabs drop control. This was when we were still going crazy with the force buys too. We were still in the midst of that. Showtime again gets this drop control, draws so much attention. You can see this too. This is crucial.
Team flash.
Yep, the team flash. That was a bit unfortunate, but then he even pushes out an unsuccessful flash from the CTs, grabs another kill. So some good stuff there, and overall Showtime showing us some really good stuff.
Nice play by Showtime. Bad play by NRG by team flashing. They could have ended him killing 2 other people. But Fugly peaks a little too early. Communication problem, I don't know. It's close, though.
We've seen like 4 team flashes in this map alone, and then there's been like 2 or 3 more back on the last map.
Yeah, I would say NRG, you need to practice your flashbangs. I noticed a couple flashes when you guys were retaking A. You weren't hitting the flashes because SK was not getting blind. So maybe you should reposition yourself. Maybe go in a server, practice some flashes. You know?
Definitely a bit of a communication issue, I guess we could say. So maybe in this pause, time to settle that stuff out. Time to
maybe, I don't know. Maybe if they're able to
smooth the flashing potential.
Talk to each other. Yeah. Be patient. Don't get antsy in your pantsy. You know, that's never a good thing in CS when because he was so eager to peek the corner, and then he gets team flash. You know, it's like ugh.
Some of that group physical therapy sessions.
Yeah.
You've seen those videos that they've been showing? They have like a
I've never seen.
They have like this crazy like physical therapy program that their team uses.
Like, is it a masseuse?
No. It's like a fitness thing.
Okay.
But it's like working out and then like massages and stuff too. And they do they're like Peter posted this like video, or someone posted a video of Peter, and then Peter retweeted it, and it was like he's like doing some crazy leg stretch or something.
Okay, I like team workouts.
It's interesting.
It builds team chemistry, unity.
But we do have we are going to also take a look at round 6, of course, too. Where we saw another really good play from Showtime. This was, I believe, a 2v1 clutch from him. And we can see too that it's still chaotic at this point. This was one of the final rounds where we had that crazy trade going back and forth. They lose it, but then there's this big flank from Showtime, and he actually almost botches this too. The spray's a bit messy at first, and then this is where it gets a bit difficult in the 1v2 situation, or the 1v1 situation on its own. It's got bomb control, but it's a little bit peeked out. He just goes right for it though, finds the kill. And again, another great example for Showtime.
He's playing really well this map, and it's showing that he's not, you know, it's not SK's fault for picking this guy up. He's playing really well, and he's a key component in a lot of rounds that they've won.
definitely sort of like earning his spot as far as the fill-in is concerned, and especially in the early matches too, when things were going crazy, really making sure that, okay guys, I'm keeping you in this, so let's try to win 2 in a row there a bit. And they certainly did that, and then we also had that like crazy round as well, where they, what was it, how fast, like I'm trying to figure out, I would love for someone to actually message us and tell us how fast that round was after they finally won 2, and there was that follow-up eco round. I think at most that round was like 15 seconds, and it was only because of the fact that they had to like push all the way up towards mid and then get into that fight. If we just counted the combat portion of that round, I think at most that was like maybe like 5 seconds.
Yeah,
probably less.
It was pretty quick. They all died pretty instantly. SK definitely had the position advantage and gun advantage, and I guess Energy wants to get the round over with or something.
It was an eco, granted, but still, like for an eco, that was still really goddamn fast.
I see a lot of teams, you know, eco, they just rush out, do whatever, get the round over with. That's not the way you want to approach the game. Make it hard for them to win rounds, because it's very easy to get pistols on this.
Okay, so we are back. I am assuming, however, that we are going from the current scoreline that it was before this ended, which means, Eric, bad news, we have to do math, and I forgot what the score was when we paused.
Was it 8-4?
That sounds right.
8-4. I believe it was 8-4.
I think that's correct.
Yeah. We'll see after this round.
So with that said, we are going to jump into this one and see what SK is going to go for here on this one. As we take a look, Tabson picks up the first kill against Cold. Looking for more, of course, as SK are really just trying to force the issue here, but unfortunately they can't do it just yet. Energy are actually doing a pretty good job of keeping them back. You can see Tabson here with the op. The smoke rolls in there, and they're going to hold it back for more. What he didn't see was Fallen sneaking over to this left side. That doesn't matter, though. Tabson goes right back out and shuts out another player.
It looks like Tabson's going to snoop around, looking good for Energy. All 3 SK players are above drop, but Taco getting killed, and FNX getting a flank. Now it's down to a 3-on-3, just like that. Snapping fingers. SK brings it back to a 3-on-3.
And with it being a 3-on-3 now, take a look at how exactly SK are still going to try and force their way into the bomb site. As they do go for drop control once more. It's been a favorite area of theirs, and they've been able to get really good control up to this point. But now FNX looking for the way back over. We see Tabson grabbing that kill there. Taco also trying to push his way back out as he looks for the trade. Tabson's been a big force in this round, but he's finally been smited by Taco. Unfortunately, Taco's now alone.
Taco up. He's on 1 and 2. Energy knows where he's at. He just tossed a nade, so gave away his position for sure that he's out. Energy playing it safe. They're not peeking any extreme angles. And then Fugly's pushing the catwalk. And Taco gets the kill. He does not get picked off, so SK does have the up.
But Energy are going to be able to win that round. It just takes far too long again for SK to even get out onto the bomb site, so that is going to close it. Tabson, though, again, is like the one that wins this round for Energy, even though it goes to the timer at the end of the day. Ultimately, him pushing out here brings out some good stuff, and, well, unfortunately, we are going to go into another pause, as it seems. But the good news is that, as I can tell, the score has been restored now.
It's been scored 8-5. Hopefully this is a tactical. You know, they do have that tactical timeout. You would have thought that for that 10-minute hiatus, they would have talked stuff, but they do have a right for a tactical timeout.
Yeah. Seems so.
Seems so.
I was getting ready to do mental math. I have, like, the score written on my
That's nice. You
written
have
on my
paint?
iPad.
I like your handwriting.
Yeah, it's a bit messy.
Reminds me of me in 3rd grade. I'm just kidding. I have really bad handwriting, too. Nothing to hold it against you.
Well, we will be jumping into the next round, of course. And it's not the second round of the half, guys. It is a little bit later than that. Just a bit awkward because we had to change the server and everything, so.
Looks like Taco's going to do his Taco thing. He's just going to flash, boost up the upper. Cold Zero looking for the pick over the smoke. They've done this before. Let's see if they do again. Fallen. Showtime trying to clear out this drop area. Fallen's about to smoke off that window. Gabi flashes forward. Tabson. Tabson gets a nice pick. You should know the person's right there. Spams the smoke, but does not connect with it. 5-on-4 in favor of Energy. FNX, though, getting a fast finger. Fugly being a little careless in the middle. If you watched the demo of SK yesterday, you know that FNX is always in that area waiting for that push.
So with that now, We are going to see SK continue to push forward, but really only making the noise here and drop once again, as the rest of SK are going to push out up onto the A bomb site. And they get to control for free. Energy, unfortunately, been taken for a bit of a ride in this rotation. Even though Gabi kind of gets here early, the problem is you still have Showtime messing around with him in drop, as he has been for this entire half so far. Gabi's got himself in the little mini shed there, but there's going to be a push from the CTs, and that actually catches Showtime off guard. So, granted, again, in the grand scheme of things, it means very little, because all it's done is prevented the other three from getting knocked out of this round. But still, it looks like they actually are going to push for this one now in the even 3-on-3, or at least they thought about it. But it got caught off last second. They didn't find anything just beyond the smokes. So moving away, they'll save it, and SK will get a 9th round onto the board. Trades it out too, and this is very unfortunate because this is going to cause the reset for Energy going into the last round, though. But with these saved guns, they should still be in good shape for what I think is going to be the final round, if I did my math right.
Yes, it is. It should be the final round next round. And a little tip for Fugly, if you're going to push your bomb site, if there's still 4 people live on their team, you need to go really, really slow. You have no idea. They haven't hit the bomb site. You don't know if they're falling back. By you being picked off that early, it caused SK to just run right back to A, take the easy bomb site win, and now, yeah, SK gets another round on the board. 9-5. Favor of SK.
And so with SK leading strongly, we have one more round to go in this first half. We'll see if Energy can bounce it back at all with those saves. The only player that actually doesn't really get, you know, a real gun is going to be Tapson, but it's a Deagle. That can definitely still have some impact. Showtime, though, literally no restrictions at all anymore. Just leaping in. It's a 3-man stack on the site, but he just goes for a huge flag. Holy crap, Showtime moving in there. Shuts out Legia, Gabi, and he's now stopping anybody from rotating into the bomb site. Lurking up here, tries to shut another one. That's actually a good shot from Peter to take him out, but the damage has already been done. It's 2-on-4. You guys can't save. You got to go for this, but how are you going to go for this? Showtime just wrecked everyone.
They only have a couple flashes, no kits. Maybe they can pick off a kill on their body, but FNX picks off Peter. And there's only one person left in the connector. And then it should be easy kill for FNX. And that was a crazy round by Showtime, just running through drop. Energy just not peeking on them.
Showtime easily has to be like the highlight player of the half right there, as he pulls off some incredible plays. I mean, we went over it when we came back from that break too, just the replays that we had from him when we were still in that crazy like back and forth game. And then right here, as soon as it gets on pause, we see 2 intense rounds from him. He's just the master of drops so far on this T side, especially in this map. So really good stuff from him. And guys, again, we're going to try to get straight into the second half here as quickly as possible. So we'll have that starting in hopefully just about a second or two here. Just waiting for the players to ready up. Still give them time to think about how they want to play it, but as soon as they're ready, we'll jump into it.
You have to call out Pistol, gotta talk, you know, even though Energy's down, they're not out of it, they still have a chance. They gotta start with the pistol win. Pistol win is important at this point. Or unless you go like this, the first part of the half and just win every eco round for first 6-7 rounds of the game. You could go that route.
Yeah.
Yeah. yeah.
Sorry.
You're doing your mental math right there.
I had to think about that for a second.
Yeah,
I was like, does that make sense?
Yeah, it was like the first 7 rounds, just going back and forth, back and forth.
I mean, this whole half could have been drastically different had we have not seen Energy go for that. Keep in mind, beyond those rounds that they do trade out, the 3 that they pick up there, it's basically only 2 other gun rounds that they end up winning by the end of the half there. So considering that if they hadn't gone for that, if they'd given up, they only get maybe 1 or 2 of those, could be looking at an even worse scoreline right now. So it's a good thing they did pursue that. It's just a bit crappy that they don't really actually manage to build up anything else off of that. I mean, even SK were going to be in pretty unstable territory after that whole crazy like shenanigans of trading the rounds back and forth, but they established so quickly, and then from that point forward, it was just a slaughter fest. So it ends up going 10-5, and at this point, SK are in full control. So we need to see some big stuff from Energy on their T side if they want to have any chance of bouncing this back. Say that, granted, they almost did that back on Dust too, so I would not count them out at all here.
Yeah, at all. And it looks like a couple Energy people are leaving the server. I don't think they're going to change server. Maybe they are, because Godbee's pinging pretty high right now. So it looks like it's going to be another server change here.
Which means we are going to another break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back. Be sure to stick around for the continuation of this final match of the day here at the ESL Pro League.
He's going to get the 1 kill in that bomb. Coming down to the side. FNX has to stay up. Oh, he gets the triple FNX. Oh my god, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this orb is still. Oh, that.
I'm back. Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest haircut.
I absolutely love it.
Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal. This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest race. Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, TheScoreEsports.com, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
I got bad news and I got worse news. The bad news is we had everyone in the server. Oh, hold on. And then the worst news is apparently all of energy is timed out again, as far as we can see anyway. So that may have just been a bump, and they may be rejoining.
Hopefully they were rejoining, unless someone's like, nah, I don't want this match to finish. Let's just DDoS everybody. Or maybe someone unplug the modem. I don't know.
It's become a struggle at this point now.
It is a struggle.
But we still have to fill.
We have to fill.
So let's find things to talk about.
How about this? How about boxes? If anyone knows where to get boxes for Blue because he's moving, please tweet at Blue and to say where's a good place to buy boxes.
I'm actually really concerned about this because
Yeah.
I don't want to go to a store and just be like, hey, can I have your boxes?
You should.
That got from the shipping.
They're cool about that. Usually store people are cool about that.
Yeah, but those are boxes that are probably broken down and they're bad boxes. I don't want my stuff to get all messed up.
Well, usually boxes that you can buy anyway are not going to be put together anyways. You just got to put them together. So you can do the little.
Yeah, but at least I know those
bottom.
are fresh boxes. It's still got the new cardboard smell.
Oh
You know what
yeah,
I'm saying?
you like that smell? you want all your stuff to smell like that new cardboard smell?
Yeah.
Okay.
See, the problem is I use those boxes that you get from a store. I just asked the store for boxes when I moved cross country. Bit of a different example.
Okay.
But I put my computer and everything in those boxes, and I got my computer and it was destroyed.
Wait, why would you put your computer in your box?
Well, I had it packed all up there. I had packing peanuts and everything else in there too to
Wait, how did you get over here? Did you fly over here?
Yeah, I flew over here.
I'll take that on the plane with you.
It's a
computer.
Box.
I don't care.
It costs it would cost $300 to ship that thing on a plane.
But it's a computer. No, not ship it, but take it with you as a carry-on. I've done that.
It's a huge desktop. We're not talking a laptop.
I've done that before. I used to do that all back in the day.
What about the monitors and everything else?
That you could just have a box kind of ship because those monitor boxes are usually in a shipping box.
The other problem was I had 3 suitcases because I had to bring all my clothes with me and stuff too.
So what? You brought all 3 suitcases on the plane?
Yeah. Well, I checked one of them.
So what'd you ship then? All the other stuff?
Everything else.
Why don't you put your suitcases with the stuff that you shipped?
Because it would have been more expensive to ship it because it's heavier.
I mean that makes sense.
The thing is the airlines will charge you more if it's a weird item.
Are you sure about this, or are you just
Pretty
saying
sure.
that? I don't know.
I've
taken some weird items on planes, and they charge me usually just a carry-on. Or if you talk nicely to them, you say, "Hey, how's your day? You have an awesome day? Can I take this on board?" They're like, "Oh yeah, sure, why not?"
The other problem is I didn't want to have them tell me "Oh, we have to put it in the cabin," and then it's my computer, and then they're definitely gonna break it.
I mean,
that's the one worry.
They could have said that.
I do not trust.
But you got to talk. You got to work with them, Blue. You got to be like, they're human beings too. Even though they work behind the counter and deal with idiots all day who wants their flight pushed up or pushed back. If you talk to them nicely, they're usually
offensive.
It is a little offensive because people who are at airports are pretty mean people when they want to get what they want. Like, oh, my flight's delayed. They always have an attitude. You just got to be nice to them, and it goes a long way when you are sincerely nice to people.
Wise words once again from the Bears. We could get more advice from you, by the way.
I'm here all the time. I'm willing to give out advice. You ask me a question, I'll hand you an honest answer.
Hit him up on Twitter.
Yeah, go ahead. Ask me anything.
Ask him for life questions.
Ask me anything. I'm here. I want to be your life coach.
Right,
okay?
Mr. Bears. It's a new column on the ESL gaming website. He's going to be starting this week.
Yeah, it's not me telling you. It's also I'm learning from you too. It's a mutual thing. It's I give and you give to me.
Right here.
Oh, don't point that way. What are you talking about? Jeez.
Here, this is a little bit better.
Yeah, not down there, please. I don't know what the Blue is saying, but I'm talking about the link. Okay, that's what we're talking about here.
Well, the good news is it looks like everyone has reconnected to the server now. I think at this point we are just waiting for the admins to fix the score, which will happen after the next round is played, which means, boys, we're going live. Back to the game.
If I could slow clap, I'd do it.
But also if that cut was like timed well enough, so it was like back to the game, and then I like punched the ESL logo.
You want to punch things now? You're so violent, Blue. I know you want to watch some CS, but you don't have to punch things, okay?
Well, let's take a look. Remember, guys, once again, for anybody who missed the scoreline, we're currently just at the beginning of the second half, 10-5 at the moment in the favor of SK. Tabson is going to start things off in this half, however, by dropping FNX. And the rest of SK holding actually very aggressive positioning near the platform. A few more rounding in the drop. They know that there's going to be a probable hit here coming into the B-bomb site, and they do not even want to give them the time of day to get into this site.
Yeah, SK is stacking all 4 of their people back towards the B area. Energy, you know, there's Peter back of A. He's kind of spouting for pushes, but he's not going to see anyone because, again, all of SK is towards B. And it looks like Energy's going to take towards this long B area, tossing a nade towards Taco. It doesn't do much damage. And it looks like Taco's going to fall back. So still a slow round by Energy. It looks like Gabi is going to fall back with a bomb, though. So they're going to take this drop area. Cold Zero picking off Tabson, 4-4. And SK successfully pushed him back. Legea, again, see, gets Taco. Let's just say he just gets Taco. And Fallen exchanges a kill. But Energy is now in the bomb side. They're completely uncontested. And SK has to play a retake game. They have no kits and no flashes, so it's going to be tough. Cold Zero, though, you know, they don't need flashes. They'll just headshot people.
Fallen as well, looking to have to get himself down below over the stairwell there. He actually survives with 8 HP, but he doesn't find the kill either. There you go, Fallen on the repeat. Good timing on that, good team play. It's all in Fugly's hands now. Trying to dodge or die. Back, shoots out, finds the first kill, but Showtime responds. Showtime again, and SK will win the pistol, which means it'll be 11-5, and I think the scoreline should go back to normal as well once this round finishes.
Yeah, poor bomb defense by the Energy. I mean, they had bomb positioning. They had the bomb site completely open, not contested. All of SK was still in connector, and they couldn't set up a crossfire to really successfully hold this A retake by SK. It's a good job by SK, bad job by Energy. It's a little both, you know.
So with that, Energy are going to once again be down. And I apologize, I lied. The score's not fixed yet. That's supposed to happen at some point, but we'll update you round to round on the score basis. Taco, though, picking up the first kill, and Energy overall just going for a fairly light investment here, which I am actually somewhat surprised about because of the fact that they're so far behind at this point. So just going for the Tech 9 buy. I mean, more than likely, obviously, leading us into the third round buy, but we'll wait and see, of course, as I thought they would have at the very least wanted to try and get a smoke to secure that second plant to give them that extra utility.
I mean, they do have a lot of money, so they will be buying next round regardless. I think the people with a lot of money, like Tapson, who is, well, maybe someone else bought the pistol, but Energy does have a lot of money to buy AKs next round. Looks like Tapson's trying to find a kill, but he does not because Fallen's going to shoot him in his back. He's taking no shenanigans from Energy right now. 2-0 SK. So what does Energy have to do to secure this win? They're down by a lot. It's 12-5, I believe. It's 12-5.
Thank you, DJ.
Yeah, oh, look at that.
Now,
Thank
how do you make
you,
a 0
DJ.
into a 5?
You can put a little. There you go.
Yeah.
Nice.
There you
I
go.
like
Good
that.
enough. That's the
scoreboard.
score.
That's where we're going. And it resets. But we know it's 12-5. Energy sent 3 people towards A. We have Tabs and Fugly on the other side of the map, trying to make some noise, make them waste nades, maybe pull the extra person. SK does have 4 people in the area, so it is doing successful work. And then Showtime and FNX get naded on, so they don't get the boost up. Energy, though, is not making a move towards the middle. I wish they would be a little more aggressive towards this middle and A halls while these guys are faking B, or at least distracting B, I should say. Tabson trying to get an early pick. No one's peeking the platform right now. He gets blinded, though. SK peeks in there, so they kind of have a good idea that there's only probably 1 or 2 people in that area.
And again, it's all very passive, too, from Energy in the early round. It's really leading up to this eventual execute, which is still kind of up in the air as well as far as where it's actually going to head towards. We've got these guys postured up on platform, but you have to keep in mind just how close some of these players are to the broken area. SK don't want to give Energy any room to get out onto the site at all. They just want to crush this now and end this game as quickly as possible. But Energy do eventually decide to shift over here now. Most of their guys heading out of the B halls and over towards the mid connector are A long, with just having Tabson to move in for a slight pinch. at the very least to draw some attention. And ooh, Fallen just looked away before spotting the players at long. They'll get a lot of momentum up here for free. It's going to be a while before he's even spotted Fallen, though, falling back to the sites. He does hear them moving in now, and he's going to toss out the nades to try and hold them back for a little bit longer. Good timing on that nade, however, decked by Peter when they push in. Legia finds another pickup, and they'll move up once again. Get closer to the site. Fugly still trying to hold as well, but he's actually going to be digged through the doorway, down to 10 HP himself. It's SK, though, they're going to have trouble actually closing this out because they're still on their guns from the anti-ecos.
Yeah, that was a nice run actually by Tabson, who, when he smoked that drop area, it pulled one of the SK members towards connector, and when that was happening, the Energy guys were just working up A in middle. So it was a good timing by Energy to able to pull that one, you know, all it took was one smoke and a flash, and it pulled that one extra person. So that was a pretty good job by Energy.
And so with that, now Energy striking back pretty quickly on their first gun round too, keeping hopes alive, but still a long way to go. Scoreline is now going to be 12-6.
No, yeah, 12-6, that's right.
Math.
One by one, we'll take it down.
So again, 12-6, just making sure everybody knows that.
12-6.
12-6.
I'm going to say it every round. Let's just say the score every round.
I mean, we kind of have to.
We kind of have to.
Because the problem is like some people on Twitch like come in and out of stream. So if not, everybody will come back and be like, "What's the score?"
Oh, is that how they say stuff over there?
That's my Twitch voice.
That's your Twitch voice? Well, you better watch out. They're going to come for you.
Tell me what the score is.
I find it the best when people don't know set scores and they're like sitting at like the top right of the screen or something like that. That's like, really?
You know, it's okay.
Just look at the darn stream.
It's okay. I mean, we're not going to hold it all against them. It looks like Energy's doing the same default as last round. They're going to send 3 towards middle, but Fugly and Tabson's on the other side of the map, trying to make some noise, pulling 4 SK towards that area. Legia, however you want to say his name. He's going to work towards the area. Fallen, though, gets a pick on Peter. I don't think they spot the bomb, so you won't see too much over-rotating from SK just yet until they spot more people. They do have 2 people A, and Showtime and Fallen are going to switch positions and have Fallen by connector with the AWP, and Showtime's going to be a little more aggressive.
They're going to move up here too. Now Energy still playing that indecisively, but here's the thing, right? Is that this more passive, like hesitant style of play? It's working for them right now. It's how they picked up that last round is by causing SK so much panic, and I think this kind of harks back to Dust 2 as well. It's the same thing was done. They would always go for that mid formation, but you never really knew where they were going to take it to. It would always, for the most part, lead into the A bomb site, but there were so many different ways that they approached it that ended up being very, very confusing and very hard for the SK players to dissect. This time, though, they are going to find that first kill, and there's nothing else here on the B bomb site. They'll start to move up aggressively, and Showtime wanting to possibly investigate too, but he's going to be hit by that flashbang. He does dink down Gabi despite being fully blind. However, very quickly after that, he will go down, and now Fallen's turn, but he gets lit up and then destroyed by an HE grenade tossed in by Legia. More going to push their way back up. Legia hunting for more, but Coldzera sneaks in a kill seemingly out of nowhere. Another one picks up. Now with just a few seconds left on that clock, they do get the plant, but it's up to Legia to clutch, and unfortunately he can't do it. FNX sneaks in from the side, grabs the final frag. That's going to be it. Now it's going to be 13-6.
SK, they look like they're doing pretty well. Almost lost control of that A-bomb site, but managed to pick it up again. Energy running the same thing again, and against a team like SK, you can't really do the same thing 2 times in a row. That's kind of a gimmick, you know, like a fake here. I mean, it was literally the exact same fake. And a team like SK, you got to be a little more creative than that to make them pick 2 times in a row like that.
So, with these guys kind of being on the brink, once again, 13-6.
13-6.
Twitch has just spam it every time, just so everybody knows.
You know, we'll say it every time for you guys. It's cool.
Just,
that's what we're here for.
We just need to do a radio call up. 13-6. Calling 13-6.
Commander Blue in control. It looks like Energy is going to just sit back, doing their little A push hauls. I like the strat in Cobble. You know, make sure you push back A, make them play 2, and then you can swing back B. So we see the bomb in that connector area, or snake, or zigzag, whatever you want to call it. It's lurking in that area, so it looks like it has an option to go swing back any bomb site, depending on what picks they get. And Energy, Gabi looks like it's going to fall back, and leaving Peter in the A halls. So it looks like it will be a B take. Peter maybe wants to try to get a pick, because once they see that op, they might over-rotate towards A. SK is sending 2 people towards A bomb site. FNX isn't connector. But the bomb is actually going back towards A, it looks like. So it looks like it's going to be another fake B to A take. And so far, though, they only have 30 seconds left. So if they want to make a move, they better start making towards this move right now.
They're very slowly aligning towards an A hit, at least that's what it would appear to be. As Ligia past the friendly chicken, push into the bomb site now, into the mid connector, but the Molotov timing could not be more perfect. However, they're like fully biting on this being a B hit though, just to molly off things to be safe. They fall outside of the site and they kind of just left Showtime here. So they're gonna have to move in pretty quickly. However, they do allow one of their players to get back up. There's Showtime once again. Him and Fallen have a nice cross spray. 10 seconds to get that bomb on the ground. Tapson's picked up the first of the kills here. They do clear out the site. Bomb goes onto the ground. However, the trades still leave it even, down to a 3-on-3. And the rest of SK, 2 of them at least, are trying to push out from the main doorway here, while the other player is moving in on the flank, and that is going to be Taco, boosting up as well to try and see if they can spot over the smoke. But Taco taking his time with this, which could prove dangerous. They have players out in the open right now. Thankfully, Gabi is going to stick there, which gives Taco that first free kill. More moving up here. Peter trying to look to shut these guys down, but firing off just a bit too early. Now he's got Fallen to deal with. Taco and Fallen pick up 2 more, and that's the end of it. Another one for SK, and they continue to rack up the scoreline. They're at 14 out, is 2 away from closing out the map.
Yeah, that was actually a nice move by Energy to be able to get in the bomb site and somehow fake SK again after just tossing a 3rd fake in a row towards B. It's just their post-plant setups are just not there for Energy. I would go into server and talk about it, because if you have a plant and crossfires, it should be a lot harder for SK to retake a bomb site, but they're just picking apart Energy on every retake.
So, now for Energy.
It is 14-6. 14-6, everybody.
14-6.
But FNX, he's pushed through B. He got boosted through already through the drop area, and now they know it's all A. This does not look good for Energy, even though with pistols. Fallen, just destroying them. And it's going to be an easy cleanup by SK. That was a fast eco. Right time for pushing by SK, by FNX.
Now 15-6.
15-6.
Making sure everybody knows.
Game point for SK, ladies and gents.
We know math can be hard. It certainly is for us at this time of the evening.
Yes, especially when you're trying to focus on Counter-Strike. There you go. Thank you, DJ. Your skills are unmatched.
It's a weird 6.
Yeah, it looks like a note.
looks like a fish hook, to be honest with you.
Okay, we're not perfect. You know, we're all.
It's got to have a little tilt on it.
You're right.
It's just not right when it's standing up straight. So Taco with this good boosted up position too. He's actually going to get flashed down from it, but had Fugly pushed this blindly, it would have been a dead Fugly pretty quickly, I imagine. Checking around it though. He's been given time to recover. It doesn't matter. Fugly grabs a quick headshot, but he peeks out directly again. Gabi is going to wrap towards long A, where he does catch the kill on the fall, and I think this is their best chance of the round. They're more than likely going to have to push in, but who's taking the bomb right now? This is the other question. They still have to send Ligia back since Tapson's working on this flank. Well, not for long. Coldzera's going to deny that. Peter did find the pickup, but this goes into a 3v2. We're looking on post plant, but look at Colt sneaking in. It's spotted though by Gabi. Nicely done, and now FNX will be left as the last man standing here, who might actually just call the save.
It looks like he's trying to get an early pick, though, because he has a flank halls. Peter, though, is not going to be looking for it. He's looking towards danger room. Okay, now he's peeking towards A halls. Peter with a nice pick. Energy doing the A hit 3-4 rounds in a row now, and it's working. It seems to be SK's kryptonite is taking that A bomb site. I don't know if the Fallen has to get those early picks or what. Energy is dominating them when they take that A bomb site. At least entering the bomb site.
15-7.
15-7.
Keep it updated. I see you got your notepad going there.
I got the notepad going. I'm writing it down so I don't forget.
So for Energy as well here now, more reinvestments rolling in for these guys. SK as well, spreading out across the map. We can see it's that same type of passive style, the same default setup that we've been having now for, again, a lot of Energy's house, but I think this time this is actually probably going to lead into B. There's been a lot more long pressure when they've been leading up to those hits, and now all of a sudden it's all just encroaching on the B site. So finally these guys are going to truly be tested, whereas in the past few rounds they've only been on rotate duty.
Yeah, nice move by Energy by playing A those couple rounds. They made SK stack 2 people A.
damage done by that nade is huge. Tabson's down at 40, and Gabi's at 66. That's actually a really well-placed nade, because it's just when they're stacking to try and see if anybody's counter-boosting. So it lands directly on the big stack of them inside of the halls. Now, though, they're primed to execute. Maybe a little bit earlier this time. They were running down the clock quite a bit, but at the very least, they're going to start probing out into the site with still 50 seconds on the clock. Molotov 2 doesn't manage to stop these players from jumping downstairs. 3 and drop, which is actually going to be quite dangerous, but at the same time, the defenses are quite weak. What they know, though, is that they definitely haven't confirmed the hits coming here because these 2 players pushed all the way out for mid. They go for the execute. FNX holds initially. Cold's blind, but nobody's checking up top. Thankfully, Legia corrects that, but now Taco from down below picks up the first kill, almost dispatches of Legia, tries to peek back out, but Legia's going to manage it. Perfect dual spray angle. Now it's FNX is the last one on the site, but these rotations from the flank are arriving. There's Showtime, denies the bomb plant, moving up for another one. It all falls to Legia in a 1v2. He's only got 19 HP, and he's got to move over to the bomb as the time has expired, but he's out in the open, and that's going to be the end of it, ladies and gentlemen. 16-7 is going to be the final score. SK will take it, and they go 2-0 for tonight.
Nice job by SK. They're completely switching it around, playing like SK that we know it, winning games. A little sloppy on Dust 2, but they really pull strong on Bobble.
Cobble Bobble?
Kabobble.
Cobble Bobble.
Cobble.
All right, well, I think you guys have had enough of us for this evening, so let's take things back over to Tom at the analysis desk, joined by Lex, of course. Guys, I know it was a little bit hard to keep up with things with all the splits and whatnot, but what are your thoughts on that match?
Cobble bobble. That's what I think.
So,
overall, SK, just kind of taking the steam really out of these guys, and just stepping it up when they had to. I think the last thing that they wanted to do today was be 0-4 to start the day.
No, definitely not. And I think at the end of that first match, we thought there may be some hope for NRG. They brought it back on Dust 2 and almost closed it out, 16-14 finish, and that going into Cobble. The first 6 rounds of that match were crazy, just back and forth ecos nonstop, and you just thought, okay, this is going to be a grinder, and they're going to keep the pressure on NRG. And unfortunately, they just ended up getting steamrolled towards the end there. So
it's kind of a breakthrough day for Showtime, though. Showtime, kind of fitting in, and let's see what stats were 22-13, so pretty impressive on Cobble.
It's interesting because I think in the precast we were talking about how Showtime's got to step up a little bit and maybe just find his role within the team. He's definitely not Fur. I don't think he's trying to be. He's just trying to play his own game. And so for him to actually come out today and have such a performance and actually be a big factor as to why the dominance really was exerted over NRG it's got to feel good for him. And I'm sure moving forward in the season as he continues to progress with the team, I mean, SK is not going to stop being good just because he doesn't have a good day.
Yeah.
But definitely he can bring something to the table that maybe Fur couldn't before. So
well, that's the thing is they're not used to being good. They're used to being great. So I think that, not only do we want to see it, but I know everyone at home wants to see them playing at their best. So hopefully this is a step towards that. They are going to be having a match tomorrow as well. But on the other hand, Tabson didn't have any 42, 2, and 11 performances, unfortunately. Overpass wasn't in the rotation. What was he? 16, 1, and 18. Still not that shabby, though.
Not too bad. I mean, again, in Dust 2, I think he had a bunch of different impact kills, and actually, I think he was 21 and 19 or something like that. Definitely wasn't a full-time carry and didn't have 42 kills, as you said, but definitely stepping up. And I think as he kind of meshes with the team and NRG, I know they're going to be good. When they're going to be good, I don't know. I can't tell you, but time will show that. I think these guys can really bring it together, and they have the talent to do it for sure.
We're looking forward to it. And for those who missed it, let's just recap today's matches and take a look at the scores overall. We started the day off with Selfless taking on CLG. That was 15-19 for CLG on Cobble, and then Selfless bouncing back strong, 16-5 on Dust 2. And that map we were just talking about, Dust 2 again, SK Gaming taking on NRG, 16-14, and then Cobblestone, the map that we just saw, 16-7. So overall, kind of what we were expecting today. Definitely got to say that the 2 matches, that were super close, could have went either way.
Yeah, I think the first Cobble game, which was Selfless versus CLG, was kind of I wouldn't call it an upset because Selfless rather hasn't necessarily proved how good they can be.
Right.
I think we all know that they can be a pretty good team, but it was a little bit of a throw when you're up 15-13, have them on almost a full eco. They have to force out to win the game, and they just won. I think we counted it was 5 straight or something like that to win in OT. So a little disappointing that Selfless couldn't close that out, but that's something they can definitely learn like a lot of mistakes from. And actually, Dust 2 was just kind of the exemplification of how good that team can be. I mean, Nifty was booming with the op, and I guess guys like Mitch really stepped up and are showing how good they can be. And CLG, on the other hand, they got the first win of the season.
They did. That was huge for them, yeah.
Right? But definitely, I think, in terms of which team stacks higher, I think CLG's got a long road ahead of them as far as growing as a team.
Yeah, Selfless definitely looking strong, and a lot of individuals definitely shining today as well. But they're not. Selfless isn't going to be playing tomorrow, but who is going to be playing tomorrow? That's going to be SK taking on Renegades. It's going to be everyone's favorite map, Nuke, and then we're going on to Dust 2. Following that will be Winter Fox taking on Energy Esports. The maps are going to be Dust 2 and then Cobblestone. Really quickly, want to get your predictions and thoughts on tomorrow.
I think the most interesting match is going to be on Nuke, and I'm not even kidding. Unpopular opinion, and you can tweet me your hate at LexWFX, but I think Nuke is going to be a map where teams are going to take advantage of how little it gets practiced, and I think you're going to see more of it being played just by teams in general. It'll be vetoed for sure in most cases, but even though the map needs some work, I think it can be a interesting change of pace for us, especially over there on the casting desk. I hope to God I get to cast some Nuke tomorrow. I'm not even kidding. I love that map.
All right, guys. On a more serious note, I want to give a shout out to everyone that supported Ruru. If you haven't been with us since the beginning of the show, he started out at $4,700, and now he's at $8,700. He was affected by Louisiana floods, lost a lot, and it's up to the esports community, the Counter-Strike community, just to show. I know a lot of people talk about how video games, are recluse and everyone's kind of in their mom's basement and things like that. But I think the opposite of that. For me, it's really brought so many friendships and joy into my life, and I hope that we can spread that love, just across the community and just show how strong the Counter-Strike and esports community is as in a whole. So go to his GoFundMe link down below. If you guys can spare even $1, I'm sure that he can. He would definitely love that. If you guys can't afford that, that's fine. Just maybe send him a tweet or something like that. It's at CSGO. And yeah, anything that you'd like to say, Lex?
I was just going to say, I believe the campaign is trending right now on Twitter.
Awesome.
And on top of that, I mean, if you can't actually financially support, totally understandable, but throw a retweet, show some love any way you can. It actually, I don't have a huge personal connection with Ruru, but a lot of the people that I know that he's friends with, that he's had a positive effect on in their lives, they would really appreciate it just as much as Ruru and his family would for you to show him some love. So please do so.
Awesome stuff, guys. What a way to wrap up day number 9 of season number 4 at the CSGO Pro League. On behalf of everyone at ESL, thanks for watching, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Pre-game show starts at 4:45 p.m. Pacific.